We're now well into the morning here at Car Central Lelystad, and the story of this Dutch 24 hours continues to unfold with breathtaking intensity. After more than 1,000 laps, sleepless hours, and endless changes in weather and rhythm, the battle to the front is still wide open. The Apex Racing team led the way, having put together an extraordinary display of consistency through the night and into the dawn. Right behind them, Lambert Racing are still pushing. One mistake, one pit stop, one small moment could change the entire order. HOSB, last year's champions, are still holding on to third place, still within striking distance, and yet get the feeling this fight is going to go down to the wire. With Scott Racing and Backyard Racing complete the top five. Both teams that have gone quietly about their business and now find themselves in contention for the podium for the final hours here in Lelystad. And what a race it's been so far. We've seen everything, possible conditions, rain, sunshine, drizzle, and damp patches that refuse to dry. The track has tested every driver and every setup. Some teams found the pace in the wet, others came online the dry surface, but none have escaped fatigue that comes with the 24 hours of relentless competition. You can definitely feel the exhaustion now, not just in the drivers but across the entire paddock. Mechanics moving slower, drivers rest their heads between shift, and strategy crews sip their final or sixth coffee or the 10th coffee for the night. Every decision matters, every overtake, every pit stop, every fuel calculation that decide who lifts that trophy. The physical and mental strain on these drivers cannot be more devastating. They've been thrown into darkness, into daylight, from cold rain to warmish sunshine, and yet they continue to push. Neck muscles ache, hands blister, and the vibrations from the steering wheel have taken their toll. Still, they fight on, because that's what it's all about in endurance racing. And let's not forget about the front glasses either, where Bosch, PSB continue to impress inside the top five. They've driven like veterans, smooth, smart, and incredibly reliable. Behind them, the likes of Supersonic Racing, United Racing, and Car Cruise Racing have shown incredible spirits, never giving up, no matter the conditions. They also led for a period of time as well yesterday. After the 18 hours of chaos, strategy, and pure determination, we're now heading towards the final phase of this incredible event. This is where it all counts now, where fatigue meets adrenaline and experience meets instinct. The margin for error is minimal. Every team that's made it this far deserves credit. The mechanics, the drivers, the run-on-ators, every single one of them have been part of something truly special here in Lelystad. And also shout out to the marshals as well who made this event. The sun unfortunately is not shining, it is still raining, but the energy is well alive and the final push begins. This is it, the final few hours of endurance, focus and heart. The Dutch 24 hours isn't just about who's fastest, it's about who refuses to break and who can keep going and who has that spirit. And right now, it is Apex Racing Team in first place who occupies the lead in this race. There is 4 hours left to go, and it's still ART who leads ahead of Lambert Racing. The top 4 are the Procrash teams. It is Apex Racing Team, Lambert Racing, HOSB, and Schat Racing, the top 4. The Backdoor Racing in P5, ahead of KMOS and Bosch. Every single team, though, has had their own little incidents, but they managed to make it this far, which is respectful. All 38 teams are still going. I believe we had one disqualification, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not quite sure how that happened because I wasn't there for it, but I was operating the cameras at the time. But this has been a true test of the driver's strength and mental capabilities. Every single driver must feel the heat now. Every single driver must feel so tired. But it's very important now to stay focused with 4 hours left to go on the clock. And it's still Apex Racing Team. They have a 40-second gap over Lambert Racing. Just a few more pushes, a few more pit stops are still inbound because not every single driver or team have made their mandatory 32 pit stops. That's still something to be sorted out amongst themselves, but they've done a good job so far. Talk about pit stops. Lambert Racing is in the pit lane and they've completed their 27 stops, so 5 more to go to complete the mandatory 32 pit stop. But every single driver, every single team, marshals, coordinators, everybody here in Lelystad has worked incredible hard to keep this event going for the remaining of this 24-hour race. Every single driver must feel it now. I've seen a lot of crashes, I've seen a lot of people tired, a lot of people covered in mud, but still, the spirit never breaks and they keep pushing no matter how hard the conditions get. Here in Lelystad, we've had rain all the way through this event. It has never stopped raining. Heavy rain, light rain, a bit of sunshine yesterday, but I don't think we'll see some sunshine here today. It's supposed to be raining. But Lambert Racing made their way out the pit lane, and they still remain, I think, in second place. So let's see what they can do now as HOSB now take over second place. Lambert falls into P3. But Backyard Racing, Bosch and United Racing, they were the ones who were leading initially for the red flag period yesterday. They led majority of the time, but now they're down into P6 and P7. They were at the top of the stand, or the top of the pecking order quite a few moments ago yesterday, but seems that the pro teams are finally now taking over with their experience, as you expect. Pretty much, there are 5 pro teams inside the top 10 and 5 fun teams inside the top 10 too, with Vortex Racing Pro just out of it in 11th place. We also heard reports as well of breaking down, etc., of drivers crashing. We've seen plenty of spins, we've seen plenty of crashes this weekend. We're about to see any more. We just keep pushing through these final 24 hours, no matter how difficult things get here in Lelystad. 9 corners, 9 brutal corners around the circuit, no respite whatsoever. Every single driver constantly working hard, changing direction, and always on a knife edge. Especially given these conditions as well, drivers can't afford to lose concentration or make mistakes in these critical parts of the final hours here in Lelystad. Even though I've been a commentator and a camera operator, I am still very tired because it's super difficult to sleep in these conditions. I've been on the track the whole day and the whole night too, and I've literally had no sleep whatsoever. So yes, drivers must feel the fatigue, but I'm definitely feeling fatigue right now. As soon as I get home, I'll definitely have a nice sleep indeed. But Backyard Racing, they get up into P5. They've done a relatively good job as well. Came out of nowhere, and now they're into 5th place. So that's a very good top 5 for the Backyard Racing team. It's the highest I've ever ran, but KMRS I've got past. But to update you, Apex Racing's team is still in 1st place by a lap ahead, and they've just done a 51.9. So these lap times are still 51 because we've been in these conditions majority of this race, and all the lap times are relatively in the 51s. Quickest lap time we've seen in the day was a 41.8, but that was in the dry period. We did have a spell of about 30 minutes where it was completely bone dry, but the weather impacted the circuit once again, made it more slippery for the drivers, and we're back into the 51s. We're 10 seconds off the best pace we did earlier yesterday. We've got a move going in towards turn 6 and turn 7. Obviously there's one camera operating, so what an event it's been so far. It's been a great event. Shout out to every single team, driver, marshal, coordinators, administrators, organisers for this event. It's been amazing. Yes, we did have a bit of a period where we had a red flag, but that was due to technical difficulties and also the weather too, because it has been pouring down throughout the whole day, so you can't expect things to move smoothly. But we're on lap 1,300 in this race, and Backyard Racing overtake their rival once again for P5. We've seen some incredible overtakes and action. Scar Racing, they were the initial leaders. HOSB as well were also there, the top 3, fighting out for the podium. But Scar Racing, who were leading this Grand Prix initially, are now into P4. Apex Racing team has taken the advantage at the front of the field, and they're still showing some relatively good pace. But the lap times are getting a little bit slower, indicating that the rain may still be on its way and still impacting the circuit. Apex Racing team, about 12 hours ago, were down to 6th place and a long way behind, but somehow they made their way up into 1st place and still leading by over a lap, still setting in and punching in those decent lap times they need. The leader's making his way now towards turn 5. He's got a lap ahead of the guy behind. It's HRSB in P2. Backyard Racing gets past once again, puts himself into P5. KMRS trying to make it a top 5 pro team, but Backyard Racing seems to be interrupting. They're 41 seconds behind for the time being. The lap times are in the 52s, so it's 1 second slower than before. But the rain still could be on its way and impact the circuit, so that times make it slower and slower. The quickest lap time we've seen throughout the day was a 41.8 in the dry period. And on the camera it does look a bit drizzly out there too. And we can see Racing Team Exclusive are in the pit lane. Another professional team down there in 32nd place. And 07 Act in P33. We've got a spinner down there in turn 5. So just to confirm and reiterate, if you see the changes in positions between Backyard Racing and KMRS, KMRS is further ahead of Backyard Racing, but because they picked up penalties as a professional team, so when they get ahead, Backyard Racing is in striking distance of penalties, but they're quite far behind. So that's why they keep seeing the changes in between P5 and P6. So they're actually together on the track right now. They're separated by a milestone. 41.5 seconds according to the timing sheets, and it does explain why you can see them jumping back and forth every time they cross the line. It's the pit lanes because Bosch, PSB, triple bag, and earlier today, or should I say yesterday, they were leading with a comfortable buffer, but now they're down into P7. They had a massive gap over second place. It was Scott Racing at the time, and now they're down into P7. So I wonder if anything must have happened on the track. I wonder if professional teams just taking over due to experience and the pace. Even saving the best till last. I know the repeating drivers have gone for the same stint again. So I know some of them are back out there once again and maybe exhausted. I know a few teams have gone to sleep during the off stint to try and get ready and prepared. The max I've ever raced in a go-kart is an hour, and I feel it after an hour as well. Even in these go-karts, similarly to the ones in the UK fastest go-karts. It's 125cc and goes up to about 70 miles an hour. I'm not quite sure what it is in kph, but after an hour I definitely feel it, and I can't imagine doing a 24-hour event where I'm going to stay up, stay sharp, stay fresh and focused, because you never know if you could have repetitive stints depending how many drivers you've got in each team as well. Some drivers can have 8 to 10, maybe less than that, hence why some drivers may be back on the circuit once again. And it's very important for those drivers as well to maintain hydration, stay focused, and get very important sleep. But it can be a bit difficult to get sleep considering that some of them have been sleeping in camper vans and there might not be a lot of space. Definitely not a lot of space in mine either. But it's very important for those drivers who are repeating stints to have good sleep, stay hydrated. Very hard to do so as well, because you want to watch your team members do well every time they're on their stints. More importantly as well, for your hydration, for your safety, you've got to keep focused at all times. And in the commentator box is commentator of mine. His name is Alex, and he's back. He was commentating with us last night while I was operating the camera. I was just talking about, Alex, how difficult it must be. I was just talking about how difficult it must be now for these drivers, because they've gone through so much in this race. Rain, mud, cold, windiness. I can't imagine what the temperatures were like early in the morning. I know it's very, very cold right now, in fact. So these drivers must have been feeling the cold.
Yeah, good morning everybody. I am indeed back, as Damien said. Alex back from the commentary box. Yeah, it is very, very cold, I would say, in this condition. There's like a little bit of rain, I believe, still going on. Maybe not so significant. But in the combination with wind, with all of the other outside factors that are really... Whoa, bit close there on the turn 6 there. With all these outside factors coming in for all these drivers, it is really, really cold, and the wind from driving as well is going to give you such a cold wind in the car. And so as a result, it is going to be very tough for the drivers physically. And the early morning hours, at least the coldest part is probably over right now. Yeah, but I don't want to imagine how cold that would have been during the night at 3, 4 a.m. With no sunlight at all to warm up these drivers. And well, now at least it's bright again. We can see a good amount of the screen. And yeah, it is definitely not very pleasant right now.
Yeah, definitely not indeed. I would not allow it to be out in these conditions early in the morning as well. I knew it was very cold because I stayed up to about 1 or 2 o'clock, but I had no sleep. So, yeah, it was very difficult to try and sleep in the camper van when it was very, very cold at night as well. And all the mechanics as well, how must have they been feeling as well, just waiting for the drivers. Got to respect the mechanics as well, that each team member, after working incredibly hard, making sure every single pit stop goes permanently and on schedule. Because, of course, a misdemeanor in the pit lane could have big consequences for this race. And we've seen quite a few pit stops as well, in terms of like people pitting in the space of like 20 minutes. We saw 3 pit stops. I think it was HOSB and also Lambella Racing. They came to the pit lane quite a few times in a short span of 25 minutes. So hopefully that sorts out. But so far in the race, it's this Apex Racing team literally came out of nowhere because we haven't seen them lead this race at all until now. So they came alive during the night, whilst HRSB have been on the podium there and thereabouts every single part of this race. And just for information, Alex, you see these 2 spot racers,
Yeah.
they're not actually on the track together. So basically, KMRS has a lot of penalties on their name, but Backyard Racing is like a distance to those penalties. So when they cross the line, they're not actually together. The gap is 43.2. They pick up penalties in the race.
Yeah, we were wondering about that with Milan as well. In our last stint before, well, going to bed, hitting the hay, and getting well, I deserve a break. It was indeed quite difficult to figure out what was actually going on with the timing. We thought it was just a bit off, maybe. But yeah, that obviously explains a lot. Got a bit of swapping going on. Good to see that it's going on in live. So that it displays the illusion of position changes at the minute. There is not many battles, I believe, going on directly on the track. We've now got another pit stop there. Vortex Racing, the fun team, now in the pit lane for about 20 seconds. Yeah, I've got some information there as well. I was talking to some of the guys from Team Ventari, and that's the kind of stint plans that they're going on now are just very quick, very short stints in order to be able to get to this 32 pit stop limit, or rather the minimum, therefore being able to, well, meet the criteria for this race and be actually eligible to finish it without a penalty in that regard. That's why a lot of the teams, I would imagine, would be on pretty short stints at the moment, apart from those who have already done quite a few pit stops. For example, Booty team, they're making up the bottom of the field, 36 laps down on the rest of the guys. They've already made 39 stops, the only team so far to have actually exceeded the minimum pit stop amount. A couple teams close to that. I've got another pit stop there as well for Nitro Racers, making it 27 stop. They'll also have fairly short couple of stints, I reckon, but yeah, we'll see how that all pans out. I think there's still a couple of stops to be in the equation there. Yeah, it's looking like fairly short stints, probably, for the rest of all of them.
Indeed. So the guys at the bottom of the field, I think the majority of them have made the 32 mandatory pit stop, which is the minimum. You can do as many pit stops as you want and feel necessary to. So you don't have to do 32 pit stops, obviously, or you have to, I mean, but you can do more than that, that's what I meant to say. The Booty team has done about 39 pit stops, so we're just waiting for about the majority of the grid to do the 32 minute pit stops. And that's probably a smart idea as well, to do short stints, to get those pit stops out of the way. And once you get those pit stops out of the way, you can just fully focus and forget about what you need to do and just push to the absolute limit as well, as much as you can. And Apex Racing team still in the lead by about 2 laps. I think Lambella Racing is 20 seconds behind of HOSP. That's been the main story of this race as well, between the pro teams fighting amongst themselves. We've had a few fun teams in the mix as well, fighting at the podium, but they've dropped backwards. I think it wasn't United Racing on pole yesterday, but unfortunately I think they made a bit of a blunder when it came to racing from Le Mans style, as they tried to get the go-kart, but they couldn't do so because I think it took a long time. So I think they were on pole, weren't they?
Second.
Well, they were second. I think it was one of the fun teams, definitely a pole position, but I can't remember who it was. It was Bosch, yeah. Bosch was on pole position, but they dropped down after. I think they couldn't get in the go-kart, could they?
Yeah, that part I would have probably missed there for Bosch. Yeah, currently in seventh position. We saw them exchange the lead with Sharp Racing a lot of the time throughout this race. Of course, we were talking about it a lot also while we were on the commentary with Milan. That there's a lot of changing going on between these two. Um, but yeah, now they've dropped a bit. They've also made a few less pit stops, I believe. Yes, Sharp is on one less pit stop than the guys in second and third. Speaking of that, we've got HRSB now in the pit lane, the number 2 car in the pro class, now on their, I believe, 27th mandatory pit stop. So another 5 to go after this. 3.5 hours, that would be equating to, well, still about, well, not the longest, that's for sure. I can't quite get the math in my head right now. It's 8 a.m. for everyone. So that won't make it all too easy at the moment to compute all of that. We've also got Venturi there in the pit lane. In 12th position. They've currently got a gap of a couple seconds, I believe. The guys behind are actually on the same lap as well. Rookie's also in the pit lane. The Dunbar and Fun team in 25th position with car number 69 also in the pit lane. So yeah, we've got quite a bit of activity there down in the good old pit spot. And well, we'll have a look as to where they will be feeding out. In fact, another team there, Vortex Racing Pro, also in the pit lane. Yeah, good couple of pit stops happening around this time.
Exactly. I'm looking back at that live stream, and it looked like Bosch were leading quite a long way. I think I was operating the camera at the time last night, and it was Bosch who was leading with Scott Racing in P2 and Lambellin in P3. I was operating the camera focusing on those teams as well. I think you would have noticed that I was following each of the drivers I could spot. It was very hard to spot the guys outside, especially with the floodlights. Sometimes you had to really look and see who was who. So I focused on, I think it was Lambellin Racing at the time, Scott Racing, and also Bosch. I focused on a few ILT and Venturi. I think I focused on the majority of people I put on as well, including the people trackside as well, as you probably saw.
Yeah, I think I got a good few shots of Jasper, for example, there from IRT. Of course, always a friend of the show. Greetings go out to him. And the other guys, of course, all at the track. It's great to see the paddock and the pit lane filling up again with some more activity. Of course, during the night, to be expected that a couple of the team members, especially the ones not driving, would be heading to sleep for a little break. Now we're back up and running, 8 a.m. of course. I think we've had a long enough time in this race also in general. Over 20 hours already passed. As held there, HRSB and Sharp will now possibly be swapping quite a bit as, yeah, there was a pit stop, I believe, for HRSB just now. That has thrust them into this position. That means the on-track podium will be contested once more. Surprisingly though, I'm seeing the lap times. I know it's rained a bit during the night, but the lap times still seem to be relatively similar. I think towards the time where we were taking a break here in the combox, we were looking already at 46, 45 second lap times, which I found very, very surprising. The track ramped up very quickly then. Yeah, now it seems as though that has reset again a little bit. We see a lot more of the wide lines being taken there as well, as we've got our light currently on turn 6. You see mainly the karting line, as they like to call it, the rain line, more towards the outside, avoiding this inside bit that's rubbered in and therefore just being slippery like crazy. There's a yellow flag there actually. I believe there's been a spinner. Has been able to recover, however, and yeah, is being able to get to the race, back to the race as quickly as possible. Backyard Racing from 5th position now in the pit lane, making their 26th pit stop. That's one of the least amount of pit stops that we've got there. As I've also just being shown, there is a lot of rain on the way apparently. So let's hope that doesn't hit the track all too hard. Yeah, the forecast not looking all too friendly.
No, not indeed. It's not friendly at all. We've had rain scattered amongst the 24-hour race. I don't think we've had one period where it was sunshine. Luckily, when it was sunny, I was on the camera, so it wasn't too bad for me. Then when someone swapped with me on the camera, it was raining for them. So looks like I got the lucky period. But it was quite cold too, despite the sun coming out. And at this point of the race as well, I'm looking back at the hours, and we saw that Bosch PS3 5 was leading majority of it, but they've fallen down into P7. So it looks like they've had a bit of a blunder somewhere. The Apex Racing team still occupying the first place. They've been pretty much cemented to have a top 5 for the whole race. You know what? Top 5 now, full of pro classes, back to racing in P6. But we do know KMRS does have a lot of time penalties implemented, so that could be a factor after the race when they drop down the order. So watch out for that. They could fall down into P6. I'm not quite sure how many penalties they've got so far, but we've seen a lot of unsportsmanlike conduct behaviour as well. Just an hour ago as well at 8:26. In fact, just a minute ago. So it was 1 minute ago. Number two of HOSP has another 3-second penalty on unsportsmanlike conduct as well. It just popped up on our screen as well. So you're going to watch out for those penalties because that could be very costly indeed towards the end of this race. And they're behind Scout Racing for P3. So with those amount of penalties, it's probably unlikely they might get a podium here.
Yeah, indeed, it's one of the closest on-track scraps, if you will. 8.3 seconds separating these two, currently in the 52-second on-track range, but I'm seeing a couple of 51s here and there. In fact, beyond 50 seconds on them making their way onto the timing sheets too. I would assume that Scarpa's probably the culprit for this because, well, we've already seen it last night. They seem to just have such a pace advantage in these very greasy conditions because right now you don't see a lot of rain going on. Certainly, it is not dry by any means. Therefore, that makes it very tricky for the drivers. But it seems as though Scarpa really got it down to a T and have been able to go very, very quickly in this condition. We've seen them make up at least 2 laps from the competition at some point. And yeah, that must be very impressive. It must be commended that they did that in such a short amount of time. We were talking about an hour or two that was happening in. So very, very good job done to them. And as for the lap times, it looks to be roughly in the 51s, I believe. The fastest guys will just about touch the 50s, 51 seconds into the consensus, all things considered. And then we've got a lot of 52s, some 53s scattered in there as well. So yeah, good bit of variety there, but the track definitely far from its best here.
Sure. Fastest lap time was 41.8, but 41.8 though is relatively quick from what I've seen, especially in the short amount of time they've had in the dry. So it looks like HOSB have capitalised from the dry period and got that fastest lap in, whilst other people are taking time to adapt. Because I think they're the only ones, well, there's 2 of them in the 41s in the period where it was dry. It was Bosch PSP, which is surprising because they're a front team. So in the dry period, there was 2 drivers within the 41s, whilst who had intermediate conditions all the way through, and heavy rain is what impacted the circuit. I think every single driver has done a good job tiptoeing around because every single driver in this race has had to adapt constantly with the changing conditions. They have no idea every time they go into the go-kart track what it's going to be like every single time. So they're just tiptoeing their way around, adapting to every single situation, and making sure they just don't overdo it as well. It's so easy to just push a little bit too hard and spin out.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it was very interesting to see as well because for a solid 2 or 3 hours, the lap time was staying all the same, even though the track conditions were barely changing at all, really. That was really interesting to see. It was only about a point towards the midnight kind of time frame that it was getting very much quicker, very suddenly, and as a result, this is now the time where seems as though it's a bit slower again. We've got Team IRT there in the pit lane for their 27 stops. They've got another 5 to make after this in the remaining roughly 3.5 hours of this 24-hour race. It's crazy we've got so far into this one already. I mean, just 3.5 hours to go, and these, by my experience from last time, these usually fly by super quick.
Yeah. So I just got word that the last team in 13th place is 36 laps behind Britney Steers, the P37 there. They're pretty much at the end, at the rear end of the field. In the pit lane right now, there's 2 teams in the pit lane. There's RAF and Booty Team. And Booty Team is 140 laps behind, but it's still pushing on in spirit, never giving up. And it's all about fun as well, having a really good time. That's the main important thing about it. But of course, the professional team, they want to take it to the max and try and get the best results. Try and lift the trophy right in front of us over there. Well, that's for the fun category. I'm pretty sure we've got trophies for the professional motorsport. The fun category trophies look really good. Third place, if you get it, is really small. So, yeah, let's see who gets that second category. I think it is Backyard Racing who is the leader of the fun category. And Backyard Racing pretty much did a really good job. I thought Bosch PSP, considering how much time they had in front by a milestone, it was way ahead of Scout Racing. for a while, but now they're down into P7. They have had a few pit stops as well as Bosch, 29 pit stops, I believe it was. So they were leading, now down to P7, or one way behind as well for good measure. So can they catch up? They'll still get second place in terms of the front teams. And into the pit lane comes Apex Racing Team then. We could have a change of leadership, and Lambellin may occupy first place once again. Let's see how long the pit stop is. We've got the pit stop of time of ILT 1 minute 40, which is round about the time you need for pit stop.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll take that. I mean, we've seen faster pit stops for sure, but 1 minute 40 is nothing to be, ashamed about. And I think they can be pretty happy with that general stop time. 22nd position for them. Yeah, my heart goes out to them. They've actually now got the number 49 card, just noticed, and no more 44 on that end. 49 it is now for IoT. As I've heard, there was a bit of an incident sometime during the night. The transponder was not working anymore as a result of it. So the 49 it is now. A couple of changes here. This is the only one that I've really got word of directly. Yeah, I would say Lamborghini Racing probably fairly close to taking the lead at this stage of the race. Apex Racing 2 got about 10 seconds left in the pit lane. Let's see how close they will get to that 1 minute 30 limit. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see on the exit. 1 minute 32 it is actually on the pit exit. A very good job done by Apex Racing. Currently there's not been an update yet on the telemetry side, whether there has been a change of leadership. But it looks like Apex have actually done a pretty good job here with the pit stop. 1,324 laps already done, with over 3 hours yet to go. We could be looking at least 1,500, if not more.
I think last year, how many pit stops did you say? Was it 1,100 pit stops we had last year? Now we have how many pit stops? I can't do the mathematics, so I can't really count there. So 1,100 pit stops and 1,859 laps. Well, completed. Laps in April was 50,000, which is unbelievable as well. All the information right before me as well. 9 turns. The fastest lap was a 41.2, I think. 41.2 in the dry conditions, and HOSB have done a 41.8 despite being in wet conditions and also not having much time to adapt to it. And the rain period incoming very quickly as well, which minimised the running for the dry period. So that's why they couldn't get the lap time they needed. Imagine if they had more time in dry period. I believe we could have beaten a 41.2.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, a 41.2, very, very good lap time here. But a 41.8 even from this stint. We've only had a brief period where it was really even comparable at all to last year's conditions. It was actually dry a lot of the way last year. I believe the rain only kicked in at about 11 p.m., definitely around the turn of the days, and then kept on going until early into the morning, around 5 a.m.-ish. I remember because I had the second to last stint. I was racing for Team IRT last time out. I had the second to last stint with about 2 hours to go, and yeah, there was a dry line for sure, but it was a fairly narrow line there that was going on. But also from my own experience, it might even be getting ever so slightly easier for the drivers, as some of them would maybe have just woken up, just got to the track, and then try to just get going, get into the mindset, and not think about anything all too much. So even the fatigue that would be going on at this stage maybe wouldn't even be as significant for some of these guys on the racetrack. It certainly was the case for me. As one of the earliest stints, my back was killing me for about 3 hours later on, as I only got into the car about 5 hours after that again. Then the last stint I did, I was asked to extend the stint. I said, yeah, sure, I can extend that stint, and went almost the full stint length, pushing flat out. So it is so different, these morning conditions. And I'm pretty sure the fact that it is ever so slightly damp as well doesn't make it as physical, maybe, in comparison to what it would be when it would be completely dry. Yeah, it's a very, very fine balance they have to find here. Blue Flag Group just in the pit lane now, being about halfway down their stint time at 25 pit stops. That's actually not a lot for this stage of the race. But I'm looking one position behind there for pit stop rank is 22. They've still got 10 stops to make. So I'm wondering what short stints there will be there, and where they're going to be fitting that one in. That's like 22 stops. That is very little for this amount of time.
It is indeed, so I think the pit stop bikers might have to think about doing pit stops now, ironically. But Lamborghini Racing, I've just seen, they are stuck in traffic. They've just overtaken about 3 cars. Now they've got one more to negotiate their way around. They've got an 18-second lead over second place Lamborghini Racing. I think they're coming towards turn 5. The camera's pointed at turn 6, so we should see it. In fact, up there, so that just changed quite dramatically. So it is 18 seconds a gap. He's made his way through the traffic. So Lamborghini Racing has got a bit of traffic to take up. I'm not quite sure where they are. The driving track, but they're 18 seconds behind, and they've got loads of go-karts in their way through the round. About to see the leader in the shot anytime soon. Coming through turn 5, he should be coming through. There he is, right there, coming through turn 6. And quite a few people as well. So he's got to pick his way through the back markers. But we did have the Singapore qualifying, and I'm pretty sure I can spoil it now because SWC qualified. But we all know who's on pole. I'm not going to spoil it, but I hope it's going to be an amazing race. I think it's going to be a wet race too in Singapore.
Yeah, well, it looks like, I guess the rain clouds from the Netherlands spread all the way over to the Far East here. So, yeah, it looks like some very interesting weather on the way there in Singapore. Not all too sure how many people actually get to see it. I would assume some of them would maybe be on their way home, driving home, whatever. I've certainly got a bit of a journey in front of me to make it back to our place and be able to watch this race too. Yeah, certainly. I mean, if it serves up anything close to this, it would be very, very much fantastic. We'll see in the pit lane there. Yeah, Supersonic Racing, got 30 seconds left on their pit stop timer. In 9th position. The lead is currently changing hands again. I would assume that is probably down to penalties of some sort, because that's what we were seeing with HRSB as well, I believe. And KMRS, I believe these two were involved in that kind of swapping. Yeah, let's see then. 10 seconds left on the pit stop counter. Supersonic Racing will be heading out of the pit lane. I was talking to some of the guys earlier on, actually. Well, they weren't all too happy with how the race was going. I guess this is the closest we'll get to a track legend, you know. Yeah, they weren't all too happy with how things were going and just trying to make up as much time as they can. It was their 27th pit stop just now. In fact, with a bang on 1:30 pit stop, that's just about perfect. Yeah, the lead changing hands there once again. I would assume that's probably down to the penalties that some of these drivers would have accumulated. Now the lap time differential seems to be fairly significant between the two. Lamborghini Racing there with a 51.4. Apex Racing team, actually not all too sure where they are in relation to the track. Actually, they will be probably entering the last corner fairly soon, if I'm looking at the map there. And crossing the line for the next lap. I'm not all too sure about traffic on their side. 51.8. The lap times seem fairly similar, but currently, Lamborghini Racing are definitely gaining. We've got 2 pit stops as well, pit stop rankers, there we go, into the pit lane. So 23rd stops, still another 9 to make after this, and then we've also got Night Riders there in 28th position in the pit lane. This is 29th stops, so that's looking a lot friendlier for them. And I'm sure some of the teams who would have made very few pit stops, in fact there's 2 back-to-back with 23 stops, they'll have to get more too.
Question to you, Alex, as well. So, in terms of these pit stops, going to a 32-minute pit stop, how do you plan it? How do you organise it? Like, what do? Do you send your slowest drivers out first, slower, let's say, then get the fastest guys out later, or how do you plan it? What do you think behind it?
Yeah, it's very interesting, to be honest. I mean, tough to call really, because you always make like a rough stint plan, I believe, at the start of this race. I was talking to some of the guys at Ventari as well. They did the same thing to try and maybe firstly get some of the quicker guys, get a bit of a good position, good track position going, and then maybe later on, depending on firstly on who's awake, and then also on how the planning is going, who's more willing maybe to go. That's how they would usually decide, or how these teams would decide who to put in at which time. Yeah, it is a very, very dynamic image, especially in the night when you'd have a lot of people asleep, and just basically drop a message in the WhatsApp chat saying just whoever's ready, come to the track. It is very difficult to do, very difficult to pull off for some of these teams, I imagine. But that also depends, of course, on the team size, because I was racing, of course, with Team IRT last month. I had about 7 drivers, I believe, one of which unfortunately dropped out relatively early due to physical issues. So that certainly made things difficult. It is very, very important to have either drivers with very good physique that are just able to take this kind of strain upon them, or just have a lot of drivers, just a lot of them. I believe Team Ventari, as a bit of an inside information, they have about 10 drivers available to them. So fairly flexible on that front. Other than that, I mean, especially now in the morning hours, it's a lot of, whoever's there, just put him in the cart, let him go, let him drive, and just do the best job possible.
Indeed as well. And I think for those teams with like fewer drives than others, like 7 or 8, where other people might have 10 to 12, is better because each driver can have a massive rest period in between. So for those people who've got loads of people, small amount of people in their team, they might suffer the most because it goes through repetitive stints. So definitely gonna have to see. I know a few people in different teams have had to have the same drivers in different stints because of the lack of drivers they have. Not the lack of drivers, but the smaller team, I would say. So it really does put effects to the drivers because they're trying to sleep, they're going to come back, sleep again, come back, and also probably do the engineering too, and also do the driver swap in terms of like changing the number plate, moving the car. So they're always on the toes every single time, and you're going to respect it too. Hard work is put into this event, and every single driver, every single team, everybody in this event is working so hard and doing a really good job so far. All 38 teams still remain. Did we have a disqualification today?
Something as well along those lines, but well, it looks like something maybe would have been rescinded or something of sorts. I've not really been keeping track all too well, I believe. Well, funnily enough, Rudy's now getting a 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. I'm sure that's going to hurt them a lot in their race, being 13 laps behind the next car. But hey, I mean, kudos to them, still going after all this time. 40 pit stops made, by far the most of any team. And I'm happy that you have a lot of people, or a lot of teams who've been doing this really professionally. So you have the top 5 all in the pro category there, who've really been taking this seriously, wanting to actually go out, win the thing. And then you've also got these guys who don't care if they're 100 laps down or whatever. They're just having fun. They're just going at it and they're enjoying themselves. And that's the most important part. This is what it's really all about, this 24-hour race. Having fun, bonding together in a group. And yeah, as a result, just enjoying the whole spectacle. I certainly have. And well, just over 3 hours to go. Certainly, things will still be heating up. I'm seeing the top 5 that are actually roughly 3 laps of each other, which for this stage of the race actually is pretty slow.
Indeed as well. We're seeing some changes, but obviously that's not up to date because that's due to the penalty issues. So ignore that for the time being. They will sort themselves out very soon. The leader is coming through turn 2 and turn 3, now going through turn 4. They've just overtaken a bunch of back markers here, which is going to be helpful for them now to dispatch up and pull ahead. Let's see what the gap to leader is for first and second place. It can't be too far behind. It said 80 seconds at one point as they constantly update. We'll see what's going to happen. There we go. It's 12.1. So Lamban and Racing Team, they are gaining on Apex Racing Team. There is the leader. He just crossed through turn 1 and turn 2, so definitely is a time issue there. So the gap is 12.1. The last lap was a 51.3. They were 1.5 seconds slower in comparison to ART. So ART are losing time. They've both done about 27 pit stops each for both of them. But I think Lamban and Racing spent the most time out on the garage. Once again, another swap there as well. So it is quite confusing for the time being. We'll definitely get used to it. In the pit lane comes Swappers, and they've been inside the top 10 majority of this race as well, so they've done a really good job, just linking about outside as well, P11, P12. Same with Blue Tauri, Red Tauri, and Blue Flag Group as well. They've been outside the top 10. They were running as high as, I think, second or third place at one point, but of course, they dropped outside the top 10. ILT, we've heard, had a massive crash somewhere. It was Stefan. He had a crash in the barriers, and he had a meatball flag, but he didn't see it, did he? So he had to he gets put in the pit lane very late.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well. That was the general consensus of what I heard from the team there. Yeah, I mean, tough times. It is, it is not what you want, of course, from such a long race. Even if, it is a very long race, but any minute that you're losing with that kind of thing is always going to hurt you. And I'm happy to see that they've recovered to a good amount. To currently run in 22nd place, roughly in the middle. I think that's where they wanted to be, from what I heard from them. They didn't expect to be super high up the field, but I'm sure they won't be too disappointed with the kind of position that they're finding themselves in at this stage. Meanwhile, yeah, for the lead, I think this could go down to fairly late into this race, considering we have about 3 hours to go, 5 pit stops left to make for both of these teams, and well, Lamban Racing, 40 minutes didn't go on Apex, clearly haven't been on the track for a pretty short time, 13 minutes only. However, what we can also see, Lamban Racing still clearly going faster, so whatever it is with the timing there, I'm assuming that could be penalties. They're trying to make up as much time as absolutely possible. to maybe drive out of this penalty range. They've made up a second on this last stop alone, which certainly helps that endeavour, and I'm sure they'll be wanting to gain even more time as time goes on.
Obviously taking time out as well. Lambanen has spent 40 minutes out there, so still going strong, still setting those lap times they need. They costed 51.1 was the last lap, and they're 11 seconds behind as well. Not much between Scout Racing as well in P3, who's been putting this on top of the majority of this race. They've been flawless as well. They were leading this race quite a long period, but they're down in P3 for the time being. They've done about 26 pit stops as well, so they're quite far behind schedule, it must be said. A few people in the 28th. The lowest amount of pit stops for somebody is 23. And that is pit stop right because they just came to pit lane then to do their 23rd pit stop. So, yeah, they're lacking in the pit stop. They really need to get one immediately because otherwise they're match the criteria, which is 32 minute pit stops.
Yeah, so we've just got a very important update here. If we just scroll the mouse over any given team here, we can actually highlight any team we want on this telemetry. So as a result, we'll be able to tell very clearly that I would assume there's probably penalties going on for Lambar and Racing here because the net leader of this race seems to be Apex Racing team, and they're still losing a bit of time here, but it is clearly visible here that the lead will be changing hands all the time as we are talking here. Start Racing just in the pit lane there, making their 27th pit stop as well, so also 5 to go, just as it is for the entirety of the top 4 actually. It's just KMRS though, just come out of the pit lane actually, you've already done 30, so they will probably not be exactly on the dot with the 32 pit stops. There'll be 1 or 2 pit stops over, I would think. But clearly, that's been going pretty decently for them. They won't have to worry about making too little pit stops at least, which is very, very good to see. The gap now on the track, 9.5 seconds between Apex and Lambar Racing. So it's actually looking like it's closing in ever more, and chances are maybe Lambar could be taking over the lead of this race, even outright at some point relatively soon.
Yeah, Lambar Racing, first place there, as you can see, going through turn 1 and turn 2. Whilst Apex Racing Team is going through turn 6. I think we're going to see the shots very soon. Apex Racing Team is now going through turn 6. You should see him in the shot right there. They're going through turn 7 behind a couple of markers too, for good measure as well, so they need to get their way past very quickly as well in this race. But did a really good job so far as Lambar Racing in first place there. Whilst Apex Racing Team put the P2 as they cross the line then, started another lap. It is lap 1343. And over 1,000 laps, and we've got another team in the pit lane too. That is let's see who that is on the drive track in there. It is it T-Volvo? Yeah, it's T-Volvo in the pit lane and doing another pit stop. Okay, that's going to be their 27th pit stop in this race. And we've got a change once again. So HRSB are now in P3 because Scout Racing just pitted. They're out of the pit lane right now. They're coming towards the final corner. HRSB, where are they in the drive track? They're currently behind these teams on the road. So yeah, I think Scout Racing is ahead of HRSB for penalty.
Yeah, I think what I've also just noticed on the sort of notification board, there was a penalty there for a pit stop infringement because the pit time was 1 minute 29 seconds for car number 25, which I believe to be Team Buick in 29th position there. Yeah, so as you can see, it's very impressive actually on the pit teams who are able to stretch this 90-second limit to the absolute most and be able to, rejoin the tracks and lose as little time as possible. They unfortunately overstepped the mark ever so slightly, 1:29, so 1 second short. And what I'm also seeing there's a bit of an incident there for one of the drivers, and looks like it's fairly minimal time loss considering where they have been on the racetrack. Yeah, I mean, very, very good stuff there from the guys on the pit in the pit lane to be able to make this timing work for them and, get away without penalties here in this race. Now, let's see the gap now, 6.5 seconds. Apex Racing and Lambar Racing, it is very, very close now. There could be a legitimate change in leadership relatively soon if this goes on.
They keep chipping away the times doing Lambar Racing at 51.1, 1.2 seconds quicker than Apex Racing Team. as we got, I think we're coming through turn number, well, like turn one right now on the Fellow Racing Team. There they are going through turn one and turn two. Apex Racing Team is down in turn six. So obviously we've got a time issue there with the. It's so confused into with the penalties ticking in. I really wish we could have the penalties right now. Well, obviously we need them, but not too familiar with the timing board. But it's not fully updated. But we can see the clear difference where those two are almost close together on the track. But I wonder can they catch up?
Also just seen on the notification board, there's been, in the space of 7 minutes, part number 30 from this, 3 penalties for unsportsmanlike conduct. Within 7 minutes, I'm wondering what they have done. But I'm also seeing that is the team in last position, Gucci team. I'm not all too sure if there's anything going on over there. 7 minutes, that is pretty quick. Let's have a look now. I think Apex Racing, Lamborn just crossing the line there. Let's have a look where Apex Racing is. They're just heading through turn 5 at the minute, turn 6 actually, so entering that. Let's see what the timing delta will be over there. However, it must be said, Lamborn Racing only have roughly 10 minutes left on their stint. Meanwhile, Apex Racing only 19 minutes into the stint. They've still got a long way to go. And, they seem to be relatively, dropping off ever so slightly, that's for sure. Apex Racing, let's have a look quickly here on the lap times. Yeah, it is another second taken out of their lead. 4.7 seconds. So we can't be all too far, I believe, from a lead change. And it's also compounded just by the fact that Lamborn Racing might have to make a pit stop relatively. That's going to make things pretty difficult to keep gaining this sort of time. In general, the top 10 looks fairly settled in, I would say. They are still within 13, 14 laps of each other. So there's not all too big of a gulf there. And I'm sure they'll be trying to keep it that way to keep somewhat in contention. And this is the stage, I guess, where the guys who've already done more pit stops will actually be at a bit of an advantage.
1 second, guys. We're gonna have a little bit of a break, not too long, about 5-10 minutes. We're gonna discuss something so we'll be back with you very shortly.
Right, a quick intermission finished. Soon we're going to have a bit of camera work going on again, courtesy of our lovely John over here, who you'll be seeing out on the track very soon and operating the camera again. So we don't just get the same sort of turn 6 all the time, so we'll be getting a couple more corners as well around this racetrack. I'm sure that the live streaming viewers will be very appreciative of that. In the meantime, we can still see the racing going on for now, but very shortly that's going to change quite drastically. We're going to have a lot more of the action being captured there. We've got a couple of teams again in the pit lane. We've got Nel Saber there in 31st position now in the pit lane, making their 31st pit stop actually. The second lowest placed pro team at the minute, only ahead of Racing Team Exclusive. There's a gap of about 3 laps going on there. Also the Daltons there in the pit lane. We've got Backyard Racing actually pitting now as well from 5th position, making their 27th pit stop. And that means the entirety of the top 5 now 27 stops. As KMRS, I think some of them will be affected by the time penalties, and that means the timing will change quite a bit for Zero Review.
Indeed it is, and Backyard Racing now into the pit lane, and the team directly behind them right now, Bosch, only have made 24 pit stops in this race. They have to make 8 for the last 3 hours. They will lose a lot of time. It's top 4 right now, all with 27, and it's KMRS currently with the pit stop advantage. They have made 30 already. I only need to make 2 at most for the final 3 hours, of course. It might be close to 3, but 3 we don't know at this stage. They seem to have some sort of advantage right now, but the two leading as Lamballen racing into the pit lane from the lead of this race. I think the number 11 making their 28th pit stop as every tracker our race leaders putting in the pit lane, so that will hand the lead back towards Apex Racing. I think as we look away to go back there racing out of the pit lane, 07 into the pit lane as well, and Dalton's also coming out, but Lamballen Racing first of the top 4 to make their 28th stop of the race. We're going to see where they're coming from out compared to the likes of KMRS as well, because they just have 2 pit stops more they have made already. There's confirmation Apex Racing back in front in the number 65. HRSB a full 2 laps behind the number 11, so I don't expect them to come out ahead. Some nice camera work going on here, a bit of zooming in, a bit of testing, and hopefully in a few months' time we can get some proper action back on track from the cameras as the number of races for almost a full minute now in the pit, and only half a minute to go for their pit stop, and it's going to be too long for the rest of the teams to come into the pit lane as well. We have a nice view of the track right now, going a full 360. You see the sun shining actually there in the bit to the south there a little bit, so maybe the track is going to dry up in a few moments time to hopefully see some more quicker lap times. Although, can we expect maybe to get a new fast stop in the race, do you think?
Oh, I think that will be quite difficult. I don't think the sun was going to be out for enough time to be, able to dry up the track by that much. Although then again, I mean, it wouldn't be a new thing certainly, because one of the last few times I was racing, there was indeed relatively quick towards the end. We've got HRSB actually in the pit lane there, making their 28th pit stop as well. So that's the second of the top 4 teams making their 28th stop. Just all to go for them as well now. Let's see if Saab will be able to get in front. I believe so. KMRS might also be in front on the track at least. I'm not really sure what the situation is with penalties. They understand. Yeah, things were going fairly quickly, I would say, in terms of drying up. Usually. However, yeah, I doubt it. Apparently there's more weather on the way as well, so it could be difficult for the track to dry up to this point. And we've also not seen a lap time even in the 50-second range for quite a while. Only Supersonic have been able to do it on the last particular lap, 50.823 there in 9th position. Yeah, I was talking to them earlier. Like I said, they weren't very happy with how the race was going, currently 4th in class, but have made a pit stop more, I believe, than their competition, than the direct competition. So they could still be in the fight for the class podium. And while we see HRSB just about to head out of the pit lane, 5 seconds left on the timer. Let's have a look. Will they be able to get close to that 1 minute 30 range? It is looking good. 1 minute 31. That's about as good as it gets.
Indeed, that's a good margin. That's 1 second right now as drivers waving full into pit lane quite soon as well. Quite busy here down the start finish. Actually, one of the drivers with a GoPro camera, I think, on top of the helmet. Well, it's quite interesting to see that as well. But down from the box right now. But gets a nice stoppie going in towards turn 5. One of the main overtaking spots in this race, and so is turn 4. This will be quite a group of cars making their way in towards the hairpin. And from side to side action. Oh, someone has been spun around and hit and collected by someone else, and they can continue their way, but a bit of a sketchy moment there under braking in towards turn 5. I think just slightly tapped the rear left side of the marshals, replacing some of the tire barriers, of course, and it wouldn't be the first time in this race. I think it won't be the last time either, but we still have almost 3 hours remaining. So my wheels will actually go towards the final corner as well. As we wait and see when Apex Racing are going to pull the pit in, and so is Schaap in 3-3, also still on 27 pit stops as it stands. So HRSB have rejoined in 4th place, with like 17 seconds only ahead of KMRS1, who have 2 pit stops more right now. So KMRS1 seems to be in a very handy position right now to be a serious favorite for the potential race win, not only in their pro category, but also in the overall class. Of course, the top 5 rounds all are pro teams. That's now Night Racing Team 2, also putting into the pit lane for their 28th schedule.
Yeah, it looks like even the outright win is definitely possible with that kind of pit stop strategy. 30 stops already made. They won't even make the 32 stops. I mean, they will probably go one over. Calculations are correct here. But it's still better to have to make 3 more pit stops compared to 5, for example, for Apex Racing there in the outright lead at the moment. Um, yeah, things will be very, very interesting from here on out. And as a result, yeah, there'll be a lot of lap times still being made up in this sort of general area. I think Lambo and Racing currently picking up the pace again, 1.8 compared to 52.5. They're actually very close to the track, very close together on the track as well. We're looking at here. Oh, not what I wanted to do, but there we go. We've got the race leaders of Apex Racing just heading through turn 9 and into the hairpin now. And right in front of them is Lambo Racing. So they're very, very close to the track. And looking at the lap times at the moment, they are just updating now 51.1 against a 51.7. So Lambo actually pulling away at the minute. And that's been going on for quite a while now, I believe. So it'll be very interesting to see as to how much time Lambo can gain here. And they're only 4 minutes into their stint. There's a good amount of time that they've still got with this kind of pace.
Trying to prevent getting lapped for a second time, as they already once, and the race leaders right behind them on track. Like I said, they have been 6 cents quick, a bit of a shuffle there going in towards the chicane. No harm done, it seems like. A blue flag group into the pit lane as well, the number 20 in 15th place for that 26th slot of this race, just about as ninth race. Exit with a 154, so that's a little bit of margin out there on 54 seconds to be precise. But at the moment, Apex Racing team in the 51, so is Lamban and Spaaf and HRT both in the 52s. And Cameron One having some great pace, it must be said, with 51.3. And slowly starting to close the gap towards HRT, right around 13-14 seconds as it stands right now. These nice hand gestures being made in towards third 5. One more side-by-side action. Plenty of time before in this race. Majority as Porsche now coming into the pit lane from 5th place, number 14, for only their 25 stops, that they still have to make 7 pit stops after this, with under 3 hours remaining. So they for sure will be losing out quite a lot of time and quite a lot of position as well once they make their scheduled pit stops. The teams directly behind them all have made 27 or 28 stops, so they've got that 3 stop advantage at least. Also Team Ventari into the pit lane as well, the number 46 in 15th place, making their 20 pit stops of the race as well, just of course. So they also have got a lot of work to do in the pit lane. Will actually going into, I think it's number 11 there of Lambanen in 2nd place out on the track, trying to maneuver his way through some traffic as we go towards turn on the inside line. Will turn into the outside for turn 5, and they have to do something else then. They slot in back behind and potentially have to half a go up the inside in towards turn 6. They do, yes, nice move completed there, and a lot of precision gained, so it will be a lap car that we have just overtaken. At the moment, Apex Racing is with a 52.3, with Lambanen on the previous lap, a full second quicker.
Indeed, yeah, and it looks to be the topic in general, because, yeah, Apex has not been on the pace, not quite on the money compared to, especially Lambanen Racing here. 51.8 just set by the Lapter, number 11 car just setting the 51.8. Another 4 tenths or so taken out of the lead on this particular lap. And Apex Racing now in the pit lane, their 28th pit stop now being made. So that would most likely mean the lead will change hands also on the racetrack now. 28 pit stops, so another 4 to go after this. If my math is correct, though, equate to roughly 45 minutes per stint, or 40-ish maybe, which actually is a pretty decent time for a stint in this kind of range. The maximum you can do, of course, is 55 minutes. So the timing there is actually not too bad on their front. So everyone who's around the 28, 29 pit stop range at the minute is fairly bang on the money. But if you compare that, for example, to Bosch, who just exited the pit lane with a 131 pit stop, another 7 to make. That was you'd have about half the stint time there. So you're looking at about 20 to 25 minutes per stint, which is not very efficient, I would say. And yeah, you'll be losing in relation a lot more time with the pit stop. Just wasted time, if you will, at this late stage of the race, rather than, you know, if you were on the racetrack and actually trying to make up this gap that you are maybe that you maybe have to gain due to making pit stops earlier. You'd have that time to make up, but now you can't anymore. Let's have a look now quickly. Apex Racing 120 for that pit stop timer. So let's have a look when they will head out. They've been making some good pit stops, generally speaking. So I would assume this is going to be very close to the 130 range. And indeed, once again, 132. They cannot complain about that one in the slightest. I believe down the field there we have a 133 stop as well. So up and down the field, Racing Team Exclusive, the lowest placed pro team, also 133 pit stop. So they pretty much got that nailed down. You'd expect so after 21 hours of racing, but still, it's a very, very good job by everyone around and in the pit crew that is involved with making these stops.
Indeed it is, as Lamballen Racing now have assumed their lead of this race. They and Apex Racing on a similar strategy right now, though of course Lamballen made a pit stop 9 minutes ago, but still both of them on a 28 right now. Some wheel split action going in towards the final corner, and someone gesturing to someone to pit lane quite. So there we go. Some live action in towards the pit lane. Not the only team to be in there. As HRSB from 4th place, number 2, have entered the pit lane as well for pit stop number 29. So the most except for Apex Racing Team inside top 10, or for Gamers 1, who should be overtaking the number 2 in a few months' time. They were quite close to each other before the number 2 pulled into the pit lane. Also in the pit lane are the slow down to P35 in the 51 car. Some nice action going in towards the hairpin here. Late braking there, almost 3 wide on the exit, more contact out of the corner, but nobody getting tagged around. As we still see some more action going in towards turn 6 now, in towards chicane. Now we're going to go side by side in towards chicane. Bit of contact once more, and there is almost a spinner on the exit, and some more time lost for some of these teams. It's getting quite feisty out there right now at this stage. So the way to see when HSB will be coming out of the pit lane. Yeah, then it's Cameras 1 up into 4th place, and they are, I think, 2 laps behind our race leaders, and they are still on their 30 stop strategy right now. So let's see. It's going to be interesting to see where they will be coming out in the later stages of this race with the pit stop strategy currently out.
Yeah, very interesting to see indeed, and I think it's always going to be an advantage. I believe they've got about 1 pit stop in hand. Looking at the timing, it should equate to roughly 3 stops that they still have to make, which is 1 less clearly than Lamballen and Apex Racing, who are fighting it out on the racetrack. In fact, the gap is just 7.7 seconds there at the minute, as both of them are about to cross the line. Let's have a look at the lap times here. We've got a 52.7 Apex Racing. That's not the best lap. They're another second. Actually, this time in favor of Lamballen Racing, 9.5 seconds now. The gap there looks to be like this is actually on the racetrack at the minute. The race lead actually being changed pretty much as we see it here. Also have to give a quick shout out because I'm fairly sure I recognize in the Ventari card. It is my man Eric Kardracer in the card. So very excited to see him on the track and see what he can do there. Currently in 17th position. A lot of pit stops yet to make 2 minutes into their stint. Because they'll hope to make up as much ground as possible. But the fact they've still got 6 stops to make is certainly not going to help them a lot. I was seeing some of it in the group chat thinking, look at that, we've got such good pace with so little stops, but it's this stage where it's really going to come back to hurt them.
Looks like some bad weather is coming in as well. It's like some rain right now, as they was checked for the following laps, and I think it's right now, so that's going to add an extra challenge to all of these drivers. No effect on the lap time so far into the pit lane, both 10th and 11th place Cartridge Racing and Vortex Racing Pro, making a 28 and 29 stop. Expecting Team Ventari in the pit lane as well, once again, in quite a short time. They've made it like 5 minutes ago. They were in the pit lane as well. Now they make it 1. But of course, they are only on 25 pit stops, so now 27 once they are in the pit lane again. So they need to make quite a few pit stops still in these final couple of laps. And they go down in 17th place, we're not behind our race leaders, who are seem to be separated by 10 seconds. Right now, in favor though of Lamballen Racing once again, we're 1.3 seconds quicker on the previous lap, with 51.3 and no 50 seconds lap time anymore. Might be because the rain is starting to come down at the circle. We see some sliding around on the entry there. of turn 5, a bit of a dive for going in towards turn over the night and completed as the other Lambalan teams in front category also making their pit stop. The number 69 in 25th place make 28th scheduled pit stop, also Team Buick in there as well, as we see more drivers actually with a GoPro camera on top of them. So quite interesting to see that they can also get their own view during this race. But on the previous lap, Lambalan still seems to be the quicker team at the moment compared to Apex Racing, at least in second place. Half Racing, of course, is a full 2 laps behind our race leads at 52.2 on the previous lap. So our lap times dropping slightly due to the rain, potentially. We'll wait and see what the Apex Racing is. I think 53.1. So we are getting near the 52s, 53s, and then barely anymore in the 51. So it might be that the track is getting a little bit worse right now.
Yeah, it is currently looking like this is the kind of rain that's coming down that isn't necessarily hurting your lap times yet, but might well come back to do so very shortly, because we've seen this throughout the night, that there was a lot of very similar lap times being set for hours on end, and only now, and only late towards midnight was it that lap times were actually really picking up. So now, it'll be interesting to see for sure whether this weather will actually affect things all too much and make these drivers slower and have to be again more wary of this car, maybe stepping out of line a bit on the brakes, or getting a bit out of shape on corner exits, exploring it maybe a little bit too hard. It is always a part of the equation with these kinds of cars. They don't have a lot of power. They don't need that kind of power because just look at the things. They don't weigh anything anyways. And you have the minimum weight limit. You have about 85 kilograms, I believe, that you have to reach with the ballast unless you have a special permit to be exempt from this rule. And so the conditions are about equal, but everybody is fairly similarly equipped here. Hopefully, of course, as similarly as absolutely possible. The past week has been spent with scrutineering only, pretty much, to ensure exactly that would be the case. And looking at how the race is going, I would say they've done a relatively good job of that. So kudos have to go out to every part of the team here at DRS for setting this up in the way that it's going.
Some nice barrier repairs going on in turn 3. You moved over in the previous parts of the grid. So do the red flag period as well. Those barriers back up there on the exit of the third corner of this track. On the previous lap, Lambalan Racing once again in the 50s with a 50.9 on the previous lap, and once again almost a second quicker than Apex and Snap Racing as well. And Cameras 1 also still the pace setters at this stage, the 51.1, and they are closing the gap down towards 10 seconds towards Snap Racing. And Backyard Racing and H-Rose lead fighting it out for P5 and 6 in this race. They were separated by a few hundreds, I think, when they crossed the line. Start lap 3071 of this race. Into the pit lane as well, where Philip Garage in 14th place. We got a black flag late at night yesterday, but it still seems to be out there on track. The number 5 in 14th place. Also the pit lane is Historic University Racing Eindhoven and the other Snap Racing to make another pit stop. Both now on 31 pit stops, so they only need to make at least one more, but they're not going to be able to make that. There's still, of course, 2.5 hours remaining in this race, so likely still coming their way potentially, but at the front it is another second gain at 15 seconds is now the gap between our two race leaders, whilst Cameron is still definitely trying to close the gap, and Backyard Racing and HMV still busy fighting it out there for 5th place as Mark is pretty running across the track there in turn 3 and 20. You definitely see the rain is starting to pour down more on the circuit, so it's getting a little bit more slippery out there. Of course, the track was still wet from last night. It hasn't really dried up ever since. So when the rain comes down, it's going to take a long while to even dry up. Maybe towards the end of the race, I don't think it has, because the rain is just continuously falling around the circuit every few minutes, which makes it quite difficult there. Actually going down around the final corner. Supersonic Racing now into the pit lane as well, the number 18 in 9th place, making it 28th scheduled pit stop, whilst front 51.9 for Lambalan, another second gain, and Cameron 1 is 52 seconds away from Snap Racing in front for P3.
Yeah, very big gain. I think clearly not showing the same kind of momentum there in the rain. As we've got a nice little zoom-in shot of, someone clearly enjoying the weather with a with an umbrella here. Clearly not had the best sleep either, but I mean, let's not blame him. Against against the background, we were now very clearly able to tell that it is raining quite a bit now. Towards midnight-ish, you could actually see a little bit of a dry line. You could kind of make it out, as it was not raining for about maybe 2-3 hours or so. But even then, it was barely a dry line at all. You didn't have any sunlight to help the drying process, so you were sort of just, trying to wing it, kind of, and see how quick the lap times you could get. I believe we did ever so slightly miss the 44 seconds. I might be wrong. I've definitely seen lap times to 45. But it is still very, very greasy out there, and if the weather keeps being like this, against the backdrop of the lovely final finished pit building, very nicely done there, we could very clearly tell that the rain was going on, and those puddles might be getting ever bigger once again. Off the racing line, we can very clearly tell where the racing line is due to the amount of water that is on it, or rather not on it.
20 seconds now separate our two race leaders, and once again 1.6 seconds gained on the previous lap from Lamballen Racing, whilst the Cameron Swan still closing the gap to almost under 6 seconds. Someone has spun around there in turn 5, trying to get their way back. We drive a little bit into the opposite traffic. It seems like they have done safely indeed, getting lost around the outside on exit as well. But the gap between Staff Racing and Cameron Swan is coming down, and it's just under 6 seconds as we speak, and they're gaining over a second on every single lap, so I expect that fight going on quite soon as well. But of course, we are on a little bit shorter stints towards the end. Well, Cameron Swan certainly isn't in 4th place, because they have already made 30 pits, although they are halfway through their stint potentially, whilst the Doggymans and 5 Racing both coming into pit lane as well to make their 29th and 28th stops. We're definitely seeing more pit stops towards the end of this race, as we had that brief period, 1.5 hours of red flag, where I couldn't make the pit stop. Of course, the vision light side by side action actually exit of turn 5, and that's going in towards turn 6. Nice group of cars that fight it out on the same piece of tarmac that is getting better by the second, it seems like. More actually going in towards position gain. Nice running side by side behind as well, just made an iron as well. The number 26, whilst the Boogeyman's just exiting the pit lane with 1 minute and 35, as they also took out of the final corner. The gap between Schaap and KMF1 are at the moment 4.6 seconds. Also, HRV in backyard, Harris Jamie filming us while we're filming him. So nice action there skiing, and hopefully it gives us a little wave. It seems like it right now, but yeah, one of our commentators in the standing area there at the pit building. Good to see he's enjoying himself right now in this tremendous weather at the moment, like it has been for the majority of this race. But Schaap Racing now pulling into the pit lane, the number 1 from P3 in this race to make their 28th pit stop. So they for sure will be getting overtaken by Cameron Swan. So unfortunately it will not be a fight on track between those two, but it will mean that Cameron Swan will be back on the podium places, and it's going to be interesting to see what the gap is towards Lamballen and Apex Racing. Like you mentioned, they've got a 1 pit stop advantage, because I don't think they're going to be able to make it to the end on 2, because they're already 35 minutes into this stint, and hours to go. It's quite a really challenging environment. So still 3 pit stops made for them, but it's 4 at least for our 2 race leaders, and they're 2 laps behind. So I think it might get very close towards the end of the race.
Indeed, yeah. At this point, it doesn't really matter all too much if you maybe even exceed that pit stop minimum of 32. Because in this case, they've still got, like you said, a pit stop in hand, and as a result, that's about a lap and a half they've got over the likes of Lamballen Racing, Apex Racing, even in P1 and P2. We have Hard Freak Racing there in pit lane as well, just a minute into their pit stop as well, so just another 30 seconds-ish that they should be in the pit lane for. Hopefully for them all goes well and they go out again into the track without issues for their 9th pit stop. Another 3 to make. I think they might actually be bang on the money at the moment when it comes to stint time. So if you've got roughly 29 pit stops made at this stage, you're actually really good on the time, and you can make a pretty average length stint, 45 minutes or so, and be able to pull it all the way to the end. So yeah, very good job done on the timing there, I would say. We've also got a team in the top 10. No, it's not quite the top 10, actually 12th position. But three stops. They're 40 minutes into the stint, so I'm not too sure where the planning has gone or which direction has gone into that. But it's another 9 stops yet to make in about, what, 150 minutes remaining in this race. That'll equate to a very short stint. Very surprised. We're talking about roughly 20 minutes. The Apex Racing Team into the pit lane now. They're 29 stops in this race, with 2.5 hours left on the clock. Second place on the race track at the minute. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see now where they will be coming out compared to KMRS. It's certainly going to be a close one. It currently says they are 2 laps apart. So there should be roughly a half lap advantage maybe in favor of Apex Racing Team, depending on how the timing is looking. Yeah, certainly now an interesting slide. The lap times were slightly different for sure. Last time out was a 1.8 seconds difference between the two. So that'll be a good look. They'll be having to look at how best to get more pace out of the drivers than, well, maximize the remaining stint times that they've got.
Apex Racing halfway through their top 3 seconds right now. We'll wait and see when they come out, like I said, where they come out compared to KMRS 1. But yeah, pit stop ranks at P12 only 23 pit stops. They've got a lot of work to do for the remaining 2.5 hours in this race. And Porsche must be said as well, former race leaders of this race. And the number 14 only 25 pit stops made as well. They've got at least 7 to make in these final couple of hours of this race. Stint length of 16 minutes and 6.666.667 seconds for the pit stop rankers in P12. So an average length of around 50 minutes on their stint if they want to make it to the end on 32. So it's going to be quite many short stints, or they could do many pit stops in a row and then have a bit of a longer stint towards the end. Potentially, this Apex Racing Team now back out on track, and it seems to be second place because the gap towards KMRS 1 was 2 minutes when they made their pit stop. So 1 minute 33. What's the physical length right now, so it should be still clear, at least, although at the moment it seems like KMRS 1 might have overtaken them. So halfway find themselves in a fight between HRSB and Backyard Racing for 4th place as it stands in this race. Backyard Racing, of course, the first in their class in the front category, running in 6th place, but not too close, not too far ahead. Porsche still on 25 pit stops, they've got a lot to do. And then United Racing in P8, also former race leaders. In 8th place, they are on 28, and that's Racing as well on 28. Carpet in 10th place, they are on 20 now. They're 59 laps behind Backyard Racing in 5th place right now. So the gap between Apex and KMRS, yeah, so they did come out ahead, and the gap between those two is around 25 seconds. And we see Backyard Racing running ahead of close days. Those are number 4, 5, 6, and 7, separated by around 10 seconds of each other in their fight for just outside the podium places at the center. They swap around a lot on the timing table, whilst the Team RRT now into the pit lane, number 49 in 22nd place to make their 28th scheduled stop. So a little bit behind on the pit stop schedule, but definitely not as bad as the likes of pit stop ranks and Porsche in 7th place.
Yeah, I think 28 pit stops is still a decent number, I would say, at this stage. There's a spinner there. Oh, that is some very tight stuff. Threading the needle through there, and gladly nothing happened. Nothing untoward happened there in the end. Close stuff there, a spin through turn 2 and 3. Certainly not what you want, certainly not on the Apex either. That's going to be a very slippery line. And, not a lot of space at all to recover yourself. As I did just notice, we also have our pit lane camera back, so we do have a pit stop in the very sharp end of the field. We can always switch over to the pit lane camera for a moment and have a look at how the pit stop procedure is going on there. We've got a slightly zoomed out view as well now, so chances are we should be able to see a little bit more of what's going on in the pit lane in your pit spot. And just seeing here a little bit of an on-track scrap. Have a look at the almost Nitro Mansell-esque helmet here, which I find very nice. I told the driver that when I saw him as well on the grid. That I really quite liked his helmet, and well, clearly that's not really helped him out there at the minute. He just lost his position. Hopefully for him, he can be able to gain those back again, but clearly is very close on track to scrap. So chances are there is definitely a possibility to gain this back once more. Oh, we see a marshal there potentially adjusting some of the tyre barriers again. I mean, I think the one on the exit of the chicane has not been taken care of all too much. Look at the sky here. We've got so many grey and dark clouds here. The sun just poking through ever so slightly. A very nice zoom in view, it must be said. Shout out there to Björn Smith on the camera at the minute. Very nice view, it must be said. A little zooming out shot. How lovely is that? I mean, the camera work's been impeccable all the way through here.
Couldn't agree more. So yeah, sun is started to come out, but there's thick clouds covering the sky right now, which is going to make it difficult for the track to fully dry up. It's still very wet as it seems. Still lap times around 61 seconds. It's Lamban racing with another second game on the previous lap. Cameras won also in the 51s, setting some decent lap times in their attempt. Close the gap towards the Apex Racing team. The fight is still going on. 4, 3, 4 in HRSB and Backyard Racing. The numbers on the cars are getting a bit difficult to read. That's quite dirty after these 22 hours of racing, 21 and a half. With still 2.5 to go. Multi team into the pit lane from 38th place there. 42nd pit stop of today's race. By far the most out of any team. But the important thing is still that they're out on the track, still racing, and not giving up on this race yet. They're a full 154 laps behind their race leaders and 42 laps behind British steers in 37th place. But it's good to see them still out of the track, fighting it out. The gap between Apex and Gamers 1 at the moment is 22 seconds. Looks like they started to close that gap a little bit. The Lamban racing at the moment still 2 laps ahead, and with 1 pit stop advantage, it's going to be close between them. And Gamers 1 is going to be an exciting last 2.5 hours of this race.
Yeah, I think maybe the lap time seems to be just about too slow at the minute. Maybe it was scripted then, but it looked like there was a car parked on the exit of the chicane towards the right hand side. You've got a driver in there, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed, that is 13th place Swappies there into the pit lane for their 29th pit stop. So again, decently on schedule, I would judge by myself. In general, it's got a lot of the teams are actually pretty good on the timing here. Oh, that's a very wide, I believe. That maybe wasn't quite the fairest way of going racing. And we've got a bit of a switchback going on there. Let's have a look if the driver in question can make that move work. It was Jensen Button as helmet here. Also Jensen Button positions if you look at it. And look at that, it is actually kart racer there. My mate Eric just making that overtake there as the driver behind just pitting in there. And has now got a bit of clear air as the Ventauri driver. Let's have a look. Indeed, quite a bit of clear air in front. There's 2 cars then, but then there's quite a good gap to maybe make up a bit of time. Currently in 18th position, so 27 pit stops only. There'll have to be a couple more, that's for sure. We've also got Blue Black Group just into the pit lane. 27th pit stop as there's a spinner in turn 3. That's not gone all too well. Not the best rejoin maybe, but nothing untoward happened thankfully. It's also, I just have to say quickly, because of all this rain and all the dust that's been collected on the dust, look at how heroically things are looking. This is just fantastic. You can clearly tell they've done a lot of work. And, well, kudos for all of these that are still going, with just over 2 hours to go. They will be on the final stretch, and they'll know there's not all too much left here. We can finish this race and, note that as a big victory, I think, for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit hard to read the number, but it looked like it was potentially our race leaders, Lamban racing, getting spun around there in turn 4. It looks like number 11 it looks like it on the previous lap 56.1, so that explains their time loss. So a bit of an unfortunate moment there for our racing and not the thing that they needed at this part of the race, especially when they've got a pit stop more to make than the cars directly behind us. Decent 3 wide action going in towards turn 6. Oh, more contact here in towards turn 5. And once again getting spun around, that's number 69, which I think is Van Lamban team. So Lamban and both the teams getting spun around a lap after each other. Not a great moment to be at the moment. And I think they're going to be coming out quite well potentially as well. The racing team into the pit lane they come. Just a right moment there out of the exit of turn 8. With the number 33 into the pit lane for stop number 34. So they're already exceeded their limit. Also to the pit lane, pit stop rankers finally there to go into the pit lane for number 24. But we're going to see a few more pit stops for the remainder of this race. Still got 8 more to go after this, and with just under 2.5 hours remaining in the race. Also Supersonic Racing 2 have found the pit lane, the number 60, to make number 28. A little bit behind on schedule, but not too much compared to ones out in front, because Lambo Racing still also on 28 as it stands. Still Cameron 1 and Apex Racing Team fighting it out for second place. What the gap is going to be between the two of them. All top 3, top 4, top 5 in fact, all inside 51. And backyard racing with the yellow flags being waved out of turn 5. Someone is stationary and trying to get it going again. Wouldn't be the first time in this race as a Marshall runs over to assist them and trying to restart that car. Let's hope they're going to be able to get underway quite soon, as we see an attempt being made. And a thumbs up from the driver, wanted to go again. And I think they are ready to resume their race, although they're still stopping once more. But have to retry and get it started again, losing a lot of time with that. Takes a lot of time for them. They are losing a bunch of position 9 riders into the pit lane. Vortex Racing Fun into the pit lane. Some more pit stops being made at this stage, and they're still unable to get the cars going as it stands. Yellow flags being continuously waved on the exit of turn 5. It's looking good for that team right now, as getting pushed now, hopefully to get it back up on the speed, as hope to get momentum in. Resume, and they're actually pulling off to the side of the track, so that is not great news for that team, and he must be stepping out of the vehicle, I think it is, so that is some bad news for whoever that number belongs to. A nice Hamilton, must be said, but at the front, Lambada racing with 51, so getting back into the rhythm after getting spun out a few moments ago, and they've gained 2 seconds now from Apex and Cameron 1. That's lost quite a bit of time, but keeping that as well, but it's 54-1, so they must encounter some traffic as well, as it seems, in their fight between with Cameron 1. In the pit lane now from United Racing, the number 16 and 8th place to make their 29 stops, so nicely on schedule. And let's see if we can get some action in going there, maybe at the front of the field, I think, or very at the back of the field, coming into the pit lane to make their pit stops. Not if it's Vortex Racing Fun is also still in pit lane at 1 minute and 20 seconds. Also, Night Riders have just exited the pit lane, but we're seeing some more action down the pit road as we get later on in this race. Quite a few teams having to make quite a few stops for the remaining 2 hours.
Indeed, yeah, as we were just quickly back to the pit lane, we've still got the yellow flags there going on. I would assume there's a new card probably on the way for the strict driver. Like you said, very nice helmet there, very reminiscent, I would say, of the 2017 sort of Nico Hulkenberg helmet for Renault. Really quite like that color scheme anyways. In general, I just like the shapes that I see on that helmet. So yeah, any kind of variety, very much appreciated. Not just, you know, the white, the black helmets, the basic sort of stuff. I mean, not everyone wants to do this. They're all doing it for fun. In fact, there they are, back on the way on the racetrack once more. Number 52, it looks like, which is white flag group. Yeah, but as you can see, that 3-minute lap time. That was big timers over there. Let's see, they will probably just keep going now with their spins. They were just 4 minutes into it as well, which is a big shame. I mean, they've only just started the spin and have now already lost so much time in all of this. I mean, there's not much you can do really. There's only so much you can do to try and make the cars as equal as possible. If you always have some sort of outage. You've seen, of course, around the 5-6 p.m. mark yesterday, where it was so many cars racing down what felt like out of thin air. And, well, there's only so much you can do. Marshals, they're crossing the track, hopefully there's nothing happening. But there's a nice big gap that we then ran into as there's a bit of track action again going on. Some fights, I believe 4 or 5 cars within the same piece of racetrack. Hopefully it was not tripping over each other, because, well, we all love to see a bit of racing. As, well, it's certainly not the only bit of racing you'll see today. Of course, Formula 1 also on later today as well. So hopefully all excited for this too. Just look at this pack of cars. We've got at least 10, maybe even more than that, just on this single piece of racetrack. And I'm sure there will be some battling going on.
It was a brief moment where Cameron won with 50.8 right now. I think Apex was managing as well on the previous lap, but now with a 1.2.6. In fact, they're looking for some more time now towards the number 6 in their fight for second. They still wait until Lambalan make their 29 pit stop of the race. They've got only just over 2 hours remaining, so it's something quite soon. They're 37 minutes into the stint. Also, Cameron has won as white flag group not correctly into the car. Still, yeah, probably seen that just a moment ago. The Cameron won 47 minutes in towards their stint. They will be coming in quite soon as well, but they want to stretch it as long as possible because they are the lead team right now with the most pit stops. But I think they can get it to the end with only 3 to make. Going with their with Sebastian Vettel helmet going in towards turn 5. So some nice helmet designs we've seen throughout the entirety of this race. People battling going on in towards turn 6. And it's Schaap Racing now pulling into pit lane. The number 1 at the moment in 7th place. 5 laps off our race leaders, but they're going to make their 29 stop, which will drop them quite a bit behind the likes of Apex and HRV, who are on a similar strategy as it stands, both on 29 as well. And then we also have to wait until Lamballen is going to do pit lane as well. British Steers, number 42, out in pit lane as well for pit stop number 31. If want to go officially, of course they won't be able to make that, but still just over 2 hours remaining. And if you look at this fight coming out of the chicane of turn 7 and 8, we almost go side by side now in towards the final corner. A bit of slight of contact made on entry, but it seems like it's quite cleanly out of the corner. A few hand gestures made across the start-finish straight. They will now manage their way towards the first couple of corners, 1, 2, and 2, where it's a bit more difficult to overtake than the remainder of this track. It's not too sad. There's now Gamers 1 into pit lane as well, number 6 in 2nd place to make their 31st stop of the race. Let's see if we can get some action. That's a few. Doesn't look liking, but they are definitely in the pit lane to swap around and change driver potentially, maybe a little bit behind at the end of the pit lane. But KMR's 1 now 2 laps behind Lamballen Racing. Also 3 more pit stops made as it stands. But can they make it to the end? Do they still need to make 3 more after this?
If that's 29, then yes, indeed, that would be. Well, actually, no, 31 stops. Ooh, that could be a bit tight. I mean, 2:55 minutes stints, they won't suffice, that's for sure. So there's a good chance there's another 3 pit stops actually still have to be made. And I can actually know that where the 55-minute time obviously only starts now. Actually, well. That would mean, okay, if they were to do the maximum stint time, that would mean 55 minutes, of course, now, then another 55 on the next stint, take away 1.5 minutes as well for the stop. So I'd say rather, let's head towards around maybe 45 minutes for a stint. That should see them through, because 2 hours, 15 minutes is, yeah, that's 135, so that would actually make sense, just on the mathematical front, if you will. As KMRS just out of the pit lane there, we'll quickly switch over to the live feed once more. So we're just into the last corner. Let's have a look. Actually, 135, one of the lower station marks pit stops of this kind of front group, but I'm sure that won't hurt them all too much. Now KMRS back to the racetrack, trying to make up as much time as possible. Now these remaining stints, I think they should be able to get through with 3 more stops. Which is less, for example, than Lamballen Racing, but it is the same amount, for example, as Apex Racing Team, but HRSV also on 29, but also already 30 minutes into their stint. So, yeah, I would say probably around 3 pit stops from here on out should be what the teams, well, they should be aiming for.
Also pulling into pit lane now is Team Centauri in 16th place, number 46 making their 28th schedule, which is still have support to make after this. Team Buick and Graaf also in pit lane to make their respective pit stops. But out of track, Lamballen still continuing on their stint, 41 minutes so far, with still 4 pit stops remaining. The last 2 hours, minutes in this race. The last lap they've lost a few tenths of a second towards Apex Racing, but not too much. We've entered lap number 1400 of this race, and make that 14:01 as Lamballen just about crossed the finish line there. Start another lap. The gap between HRSV and Gamers 1, in fact, only 3.2 seconds. So Gamers 1 have to come out of the pit lane in 4th place, but very close behind HRSV in 3rd place in the number 2. Side by side, actually going in towards turn 5. One of them getting pushed out just ever so slightly wide out of turn 4. Nice Croatian now into pit lane, the number 41 in 19th place to make their 29 stop. A lot of pit stops being made at the back end of this race. We'll wait and see what the gap currently is between the number 3 and 4 in this race. 1.7, I think it's what towards the backyard racing in P5, so quite close. Bottom as we see nice close in. zoom in on the weather conditions and the dark clouds above. The sun is trying to shine through, but at the moment it's not going to do enough to grind this track up for unfortunately the remainder of this race. We might have to make the end in these slightly slippier conditions. We'll keep around the same lap time all the way towards in the low 50s. It seems as it stands, the gap between Active Racing and H3 and Gamer at 1, 2.6 seconds, separated 3 of them.
Yeah, look at that. They're actually all swapping around as well on the penalty front at the minute. So yeah, 3, 4, and 5. Far from decided. In fact, the gap on the last stop between Backyard Racing and HRSB apparently 0.06 of a second. Just over 2 hours to go. Imagine doing 24 hours of racing and then it's separated by just half a tenth of a second. Like this is the kind of stuff we get from racing. This is the kind of storyline that we are looking at here. And I mean, it's just fantastic to see, really. Supersonic Racing there in the pit lane just lead for their 29th pit stop in this race, about 40 seconds on the pit stop timer there for the number 18 cars. Well, let's see how it's going to go for them. I'm pretty sure I've talked to the driver who's about to step in. So, yeah, they'll be looking to make up some more ground. Currently, 4th in class, I believe. Yes, indeed. 9th position overall. So, I would say, just from looking at where they are within the overall classification, they should be relatively happy with where they are. And actually, a very nice split currently going on. 5 pro teams and 5 teams.
It's so evenly matched between the two categories positions. 3 wide action almost going in towards turn 5. Close stuff between those 3 on the exit. Switchback move being made and a double overtake in fact going in towards turn 6 with nice accident between those 3 as Supersonic Racing, like you mentioned, about to exit their pit lane, I assume, at 1 minute 33. Also the same doing with flag group in 15th place. At the moment, the top 2 setting quite similar lap times, and HRSB with a 50.5 on the previous lap. And they pulled away forward to backtrack racing by around 1.4 seconds. And they're still swapping around between 3, 4, and 5, for being so close together to each other. And Bosch in P6 still having to make 7 more pit stops in this race, so they will lose out a lot of time. 2 laps ahead of Spa Bresmore, just under 2 laps. So side by side, wheel to wheel, 2 by 2 going in towards turn 5, 3 wide on the exit, but they've settled it going in towards turn 6. Go single file through their times. Cleanly moves being made here in the midfield. Set 51.2 being set by Lombard and 51.4 by Apex, 51.3 by HRSB, so top 3. Nicely evenly matched as it stands in this race. In fact, the cars delayed in the 51 apart from Cameron 150 side of and also Scrap Racing with 2-0. Both them and now Backyard Racing as well. But you can consistent lap times inside the top 8. Supersonic Racing, of course, just made their pit stop. When people their outlap will be their first lap time on full racing speed. Side 2 going on between 3, 4, and 5. But Cameras 1, they got around at least 2 pit stops towards the end of this race. But they are now a full 4 laps behind Lambanen, but Lambanen still have to make 4 pit stops in these last 2 hours.
Yeah, that might come back to bite them here. Lambanen Racing currently yesterday showing a gap of 3 laps in a minute. So there's a good chance, maybe with 1 more pit stop, they could be roughly equal to Apex Racing team here, but with penalties in the equation, I think that would make things a bit more difficult on that front as well. What I'm finding very interesting as well, I'm not also sure what the weather's currently looking like. It's a bit difficult to tell. Against the backdrop of the pit building, it was a bit easier to tell whether the rain was still around or not. In the puddles, you can't really see. But I'm finding it very interesting now as to which lines will be preferable eventually once the rain does maybe start hitting once again. Because currently we can clearly see a bit of a dry line there, a bit of a racing line that's very clearly followed by most of the drivers. In fact, almost all of the drivers will be getting a shot of this little sunwood paint here. Yeah, they're all going down this recommended routes on the racetrack, maximizing the entry, always taking the apex. That's sort of that's how it goes in racing. And the so-called parting line not really in use at the minute. So it seems like this part of the track is indeed dry enough. As we have a 49.9 lap time, so we finally broke into the 49 twice in fact. KMRS 1 in 3rd position, as well as Vortex Racing there in P16. We've got another one there as well, Team IRT, with a very impressive lap time here, 49.8. So yeah, in fact, it looks like the lap times are now dropping, just as I was wondering about track condition and weather. So maybe now the pace is ramping up again ever so slightly, but I'm wondering if the lap time gain is now going to be as dramatic as it was around the turn of the day.
Yeah, I was just going to say last night traffic ramped up quite rapidly towards the end. We've seen 49, 48, 47, and 46 towards the end of the night. So we're waiting to see what the lap times will be in the following lap. Still operating just inside the 15s and two outliers in the 49, 49 in fact. So my KMRS1 is definitely having the pace right now. Bosch also was 49. Previously United Racing also with 49.8. Short still in the 50s. And a 48.7 in fact from Team RRT, the first one to break into the 48 at this moment out on track. So impressive lap times from the RRT boys in the 49. At the moment, the quickest on track as now also Lambalan break into the 49 to the 0.8. They've got now a 3-lap advantage. So have they lapped Apex another time? I wonder, I think. Because they were 2 laps in front a brief moment ago, but now they're full 3 laps in front of Apex Racing Team, but still a pit stop. This Bosch now pulling into the pit lane in number 14 in 6th place to make their 26th scheduled pit stop. You almost got 3 wide there going in towards turn 5. Quite close to the other, and Backyard Racing also the pit lane number 40 in 5th place to make their 28th stop. So the 2 leading fun category cars teams making their pit stop here on this lap. Snap Racing in P7 will probably take advantage of that. Only a lap behind they were for a moment ago. We see some more 49s coming in all across the field. 49.3 now for Lambalan. So it definitely seems like the track is improving ever slightly. So we will be very much in the 40s here.
Yeah, it looks like the track evolution actually is very sudden. We've got another 48.9 here. Team Mentari now in 18th position. They are now ramping up the pace as well. So more 48s, 49s now coming. And it looks like in general the track evolution seems to be very sudden and dramatic. 48.5 there for third place KMRS. KMRS1, sorry. So very quick lap time improvement again. What I'm finding very interesting now is got 50 minutes on the stint time for Lambalan Racing there in first position. So there will be some more activity in the pit lane very soon. There is some more action there going on turn 5, clearly being a very preferable overtaking spot, as just demonstrated there. Let's see, can we make up the number of the car in question? Looks like it was the 65 there who made the position. We've got a pit stop there for Backyard Racing in 5th position. They are about to exit the pit lane, I believe. Yes, 131 stop behind there actually for Bosch, so very good job on the pit stop. We've got another 131 as well in 5th position. Look at this pack of cars there that is making their way towards turn 1 after a minute. Yeah, I'm very curious to see as to when Lambalan Racing are going to make their way to the pit lane here, because 51 minutes on the clock are currently in this stint. It can't be all that long anymore, otherwise there's going to be a penalty looming over the head.
We're back in the 50s and the 51s. Apart from Backyard Racing, who made their pits over the 49.1, so the track is not improving as quickly as we thought, as the number 50 Wappies have received a 3-second time penalty, their first offense for unsupported light comment. And our race leaders, Lambalan into the pit lane, the number 11 to make pit stop number 29. Not really a bit hard to tell where they are in the pit lane, as it's not the only ones making the pit stop. It's Medera as well, but the pit stop, the 29th pit stop of the race, they should be able to come out still ahead of Apex Racing. They were, I think they were 3 laps ahead, or just about 2 laps, which is going to be enough for their 1 minute and 30 pit stop. Let's hope everything is going to go right for our race leaders. They will be on a similar strategy towards Apex Racing, but they made their pit stop at 29th one half an hour ago already. Gamers are 1 still on 31, but they too have to make 2 more pit stops, whilst 2 leading teams have to make 3 more, and HSB in 4th place have to do the same thing as well. The Dongermans into pit lane as well in the 39. It's unfortunately we cannot see much of the action in pit lane. Hopefully we can see a little bit in the background there. The swap going on for our race leaders in the number 11. As we see some 48s actually back again. 48.3 Team Ventari with a nice handy lap time on the previous lap, 48.3. And also down the field United Racing also with a 0.5. So now the lap times are ramping up again, and 48.1 now for KMRS1. So I do wonder which team is going to be the first one to break into the 47s.
Yeah, we can't be far from this now, provided there's no more weather hitting, which currently looks like there's actually a bit of blue sky coming out there. Just about 5 seconds left for Lambalan Racing here. as they're heading out back onto the racetrack again. Um, yeah, we can't be all too far from 47s here, I am sure. And currently, yeah, there we are, there we are. HRSB 1, 47.819. That is the first one we've seen in this particular stage of the race. The third place team very clearly on the money there. And yeah, it looks like the track will be ramping up very quickly, provided there's no more weather hitting us for the time being. With just over 2 hours to go, it would be very, very good for the drivers. 47.5 there as well, KMRS 1. So now the track is really ramping up. The sun is poking out ever so slightly behind those dark clouds. And, well, I would wish it on the drivers, to be honest, that there was no more weather hitting during the final 2 hours of this 24-hour race. That there's some three-wide action going on to the chicane. That can't go well, can it? And there's a spin! The man with the Sebastian Vettel helmet, he's ended up very far off the circuit there. And there's been another spinner, but clearly able to recover more easily there. Yeah, that looks like the 32nd place car, Royalty Racing Team, being involved in this scrap. Let's have a look now quickly at the number. Unfortunately, just zooming away there, that's a shame. It would have been good to try and tell who that was. Yeah, not quite so fortunate this time around. And yeah, 3 into 1 doesn't really go most of the time, but in such a corner with you know, changing apexes, if you will. You have one to the right, one to the left, and it's always going to make that very difficult. Well, that didn't quite go to plan.
Certainly didn't. Team Pantari now at 47.2, so already getting near the 46 mark, and so 47.1 in fact now from HRSB in third place at the moment. He's out on track. The lap times are improving quite quickly, as Smederij has received a 1 lap time penalty for a too high pit speed for the number 26. Just made their pit stop in 25th place, but that is going to cost them 1 lap due to that penalty. More 47 inside top 5 with Cameron 1 as well as it was Fabris, also 47.7. We're seeing way more 47, so we're going to see a 46 very soon, I can imagine. For the moment, Lambaran and P1 just resumed their stint immediately in the 48s as well, taking the pace up nice and quickly. Their advantage at the front is 30 seconds towards Apex basically is what I saw. I think now Blue Flag will also see a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct on their first offense, though. After 22 hours of racing, only 2 hours remaining in this race, and we're really getting into the final stages of 24 hours of lady stuff. In the meantime, 47.6, 46.5. HRSB doing the first team to break into the 46s, and these lap times are improving quickly. Team Vendari as well, 46.4. They have been quite rapid as well when the track was ramping up, setting some incredible lap times over the past laps. Historically, University Racing Eindhoven in the pit lane as well. The number 66, how busy it is. Going in towards turn 5, but pit was made there for the number 63. Going to start on pole later tonight, later today at the Singapore Grand Prix in the light Formula 1. But that was pit number 32 for the 63 team. So officially they will not have to make any more pits, of course. With 2 hours to go, they will still probably have to make 2 more on their stint at least. As it's getting very spicy out of the final. Got a bit of hand gestures being made, but he's pushing around. Darn the start finish straight. That's how that is going to end well. Going in towards turn 1, 49 is now being set by our 2 greatest leaders, so it's a bit fluctuating right now with track conditions, but we're definitely seeing quicker lap times that we've seen for the majority of them.
I'm just finding it so interesting how quickly these lap times are now coming in. It's not like we barely broke the 46 then. No, straight to 46.5 then. And, well, it didn't look like a lot of rain on the radar either, because there's always this little puddle there on the main straight that keeps remaining, and that's really the best where you can actually see where the rain's coming in. A lot of action there in the chicane, as that seems to be now a fairly popular overtaking spot, as the track is ramping up once more. Let's have a look if there's anything maybe doing into the hairpin with this kart involved. Nice zoom in there, in fact, perfectly. And that is, well, who would have thought it is Lars van der Linden right in the action. Can't quite make the move stick in this particular position, but now might capitalize off a driver hitting just in front of him there. But clearly, Team Ventauri very much on the pace now. 47.4, currently managing some traffic as well as Lars there, out on the racetrack. Yeah, they are looking to make up a lot of time, as they have to with the amount of pit stops they've made. They're still pretty sure one down on most of the teams around them. Indeed, 27 pit stops they've made. At least it's still not as bad as when I'm looking at, for example, pit stop trackers, who, as per our average calculation, yet again are above the stint time that we would have calculated. They're losing at least 12 minutes with just the pit stops alone.
Yeah, they've cranked their pit stops for sure. They still need to make quite a few more. 46.6 for HRSD on the past lap, so they have to be the pace as well. Some a big train of cars going in towards turns 1, 2, and 3. Something up to get a 4th position now, almost 3 wide. Go towards turn 4. That's going to end up with a contact being made on exit. Somebody getting forced a little bit wide, trying to rejoin and hitting someone else as well. Look how busy it is as we go in towards the hairpin. Unfortunately, all seems to not end in tears. At the moment, it's still going well between these. Let's see if they make Cleanly out of turn 6 as well. Now in towards the chicane where we saw some action early on with some spinners, but it seems like they made it away unscathed. So well done to them to make it through cleanly there. Fourth Activation Pro rejoining in 11th place at Viva Garage in the pit lane as well. 46-0 for Blue Flag, 45-7 for HRSP, so that's the first 45 we are getting, and we're slowly but surely getting closer to the fastest lap of this race. Of course, still a good 4 seconds off, but the track is starting to ramp up in these final 2 hours of this race. 46-0 now as well for Lamban, and this action in turn 5 still continuing on here in the midfield. 46-0 for Lamban and 46-1 for HRSD. But we've already seen a 45-second lap time, so it's definitely getting way quicker as we go out of turn 6. 4 hand gestures being made across these teams. Go side by side once again in towards this game. Bit of contact being made on exit, and potentially 3 wide moment as we go towards the final corner. Very close between, almost 4 abreast as we go in towards turn 9. Very close between the two of them. Somehow they all keep it pointing in the right direction compared to them, but not the most pleasant hand gestures being made as we go down the start-finish phase. It's very busy out in the pit lane with some nice action here on track in the last part of the lap.
I'm somehow not surprised that was very clearly Lars van der Linden with these hand gestures. He's clearly the one making moves right now. Again, he's on the inside, and as you can see, he's pushed out of. He's been pushed off the track there, hasn't he? Now I've kind of unfortunately run out of battery here, so we're gonna quickly change over to the pit lane camera, I suppose, which is, well, the most we can do. So we're now gonna have to manage it off the just the driver tracker.
Als hij groen is hij vol.
So let's have a look quickly now. We're gonna have to check the pit stops, I suppose, and then just check on the track. And I think that's the pack of cars just heading past us there into turn 1 very clearly. You can see there's 7 or 8 cars still in the same spot. So hopefully soon we're gonna have the main camera back, and so we can capture some more of the action. As we're seeing the 44s. They have now commenced as well. 44.917. United Racing are the first to break that magical barrier. And so as a result, just 3 seconds away from the fastest lap. Could we see a fastest lap broken after all?
Or maybe by the way the track is ramping up right now, we're getting a second chipped off every single few laps. So definitely seems like we might be getting closer to that lap record so far. That's been enhanced for HRSB for the majority of this race. They said it very early on in the race when it was still dry. Then a good 20 hours, 15 hours, 16 hours of wet weather racing. But now we're looking to get back towards some dry racing out on track. And we've seen 44 for a brief moment there. Some 45 from our 2 race leaders, 45.5 in fact from Lambalan and 0.8 for Apex Racing Team. It's going to be quite inconsistent with all the traffic management you have to do at this stage. 48-0 from Porsche Cup Racing in that fight as well, with Backyard Racing 5th, 6th and 7th place of the race. The gap between our 2 race leaders is now 26 seconds as we start now 14.23 of this race, and another 45 being set there by KMRS1. If we're going to see another 44 quite soon. Nobody in the pit lane as it stands right now. Of course, our 2 race leaders both having made 29 pit stops so far. See some of them very wide there out of turn 2, having taken an alternative line going in towards turn 3, getting overtaken on the exit as well, but a switchback performed by another team there, getting past with a nice move. And the yellow flag being waved. Someone's gone off in turns 1 and 2. Did they hit the outside barrier? I wonder. It's hard to tell which number it is. Is it the number 50 or number 40? A bit difficult to tell. United Racing have received a time penalty. Number 16 the one who just had a 44 lap time with a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct, while Supersonic Racing and Team IRT both in pit lane to make their 29th pit stop, both of them, as some more 47 lap times. So it's definitely quite inconsistent, but slowly but surely lap times are starting to get quicker in this race with, just under 2 hours remaining.
I currently have not seen the very fastest lap. There's maybe a lot of the fastest drivers now being stuck in a little bit of traffic. There's a couple of pockets of clear air kind of scattered throughout the track, but not really all too much going on for the race leaders. Checking quickly Lombard Racing, they are just heading into turn 6 at the minute. Apparently actually not all too much around for that's addictive in turn 6 they're heading into now. There's got a bit of clear air, so potentially might be seeing some quicker lap times again. We're in the 45 range currently, but we've seen a couple of 44s now. 44.917 is the one that's stuck in my head here. But as you can see there, the action is clearly still not over at all. We've got a couple of cars here in double file, almost 3 wide here into this section. As that car clearly that was very slow there on the exit, headed very wide. Couldn't keep any of the momentum up there at all. Most of them single file. And now we've got the third place HRSB into the pit lane for the 30th scheduled pit stop. I'm fairly sure it is probably possible, roughly, to make it through with 2 pit stops if they're very lucky. Maybe if they take long enough with their pit stop, they can just about stretch 2 55-minute stint in there, and that way they would be able to get through with 2 stops, which would be quite ambitious. It would have to work out perfectly, but it's not impossible. I wouldn't doubt any of the strategic minds here. Look at that, yet more battling going on. This pack is not dissolving whatsoever. Again, more 2 wide, 3 wide moments here. So far off, there's a spinner there as well. The car 29, I believe that is, who has just had a spin there in the wet grass. That's not going to have any grip whatsoever. And, well, thankfully back on the track with not all too big of a delay. But of course, that would have cost them quite a bit of time, especially race time, of course, being the main factor there. With another car shortly approaching just behind that. Probably going to make a move into this happen as well. Let's keep it on, shall we? Indeed, we have, yes, another move being made. And, yeah, I mean, this action is just still continuing. I would like you to take over here again. I mean, just look at this. It's brilliant to see.
Certainly, yes, it's written now as well. It comes Supersonic Racing. And we also go a little bit out wide there off turn 4, side by side, going in towards the braking zone of turn 5. Supersonic Racing making their 30th stop as well in this race in the number 18. They're currently in 9th place, while we've seen 47s, 49s from our 2 races, but a 45-2 for HRSB, so still space at this stage. Nobody able to get into that 44 again, like we have seen a few laps ago. Some coming down the start finish straight. HRSB out of the pit lane behind KMRS1 in 4th place, and it's KMRS1 on 31 pits, but HRSB on 30, but they still have to make the same amount of pits. Oh, that's very close of someone getting pushed into the tire barrier on the outside there of 37, but fortunately it did not end badly for either of the drivers, as because cars now receive a 3-second penalty as well for unsportsmanlike conduct. As we see more 47s across the field. The gap is still a lap between our 2 race leaders, and it's more than a second gain for Lamballen out in front, and it is Apex Racing Team nearing the end of their stint, as we almost both 3 of best going in towards turn 4, and that is going out wide a little bit there. Go side by side now in towards turn 5 as well. Great action between these 2. Some hand gestures being made in the background as we go side by side in towards turn 6. So the front line flag, yellow flag being waved. Oh, that is a very, very difficult spot to be in at the moment on the apex of turn 5. He's going to have to get out and push this car backwards, but you're going to push it onto the racing line. You're just going to have to hope that the cars behind know that you're there, and they will take a little bit of a wider line to give you the space to get the car back on track in a good position to be able to rejoin. And slowly push the car backwards a little bit there, a bit of trouble to get back in. Let's hope they were able to continue on right now. And yes, they are a little brushed with the barrier, but on they go once more, but a lot of time lost, of course, with that moment. We see some more 45s down the field. Our race leaders now a little bit more positions there, but lost momentum there for a brief moment. 30 or the 21 or 31 having that spin down at turn 5 is 8 tenths of a second, separating, I think that is 8% from Backyard Racing. And Backyard Racing on the previous lap with a 44.970. So we have seen another 44 in this race in these past couple of laps, and it's still a 44.7, but whilst the majority are still operating in the 45s or the 46s, of course it's going to be fluctuating a lot right now with traffic management as well, but 5 truck racing is equipment as well. The number 6 in 30th place, taking their 30th pit stop as number 2 there of H3 going in towards turn 5 with the 45.1 once again for Apex Racing. Lap times are getting quicker. We are nearing those 44s again.
Yes, the 44's been troubled again, and as we have indeed a nice shot there at 4th place HRSB. With a bit of clear air in front, there's only a couple cars in front there, but surely this could be a pretty quick lap. And that is a time penalty there for Team Ventauri. I'm not very surprised. That is currently Lars van der Linden in the car. So something tells me there's been a hand gesture or too many from the Dutchman there, but well. You can't get that out of him, really. I mean, I've got some of the insider info. I know how he is. It's kind of just how he goes, how he rolls. Yeah, things are, kind of that way, have been all the time. Look at the top 4 now in those 44s. We've got 3 of them. 44.6 for Lambo Racing, 44.7 for Apex Racing Team, 44.4 there for HRSP. That's a lot of 4s that I just said. But, yeah, the lap times are clearly ramping up. In clear air, it is very possible. In fact, even 21st place, Doggyman, 44.8. So, a lot of lap time dropping. 44.7 as well, this Mederij. We've got a couple of lap time gains here. And I think that's only going to keep going and ramping up. Nice zoom in on Björn there. With the press, with a nice little press press outfit here. So that's clearly recognizable as a worker for Iffy. Shout out to Iffy as well for making all of this possible along with the CRS organization team. Did you see on that zooming shot any rain though? Was there maybe a couple of water drops at the moment?
Maybe once again a few drops of rain like it has been for the majority of this race, being dry, and wet. There's just more action going down towards turn 5, but there might be a few drops of rain once again. For the weather forecast is looking like right now. I think there's still going to be rain in the air for the remainder of this race. You just never know when it's going to come, how heavy it's going to be when it comes. As Blue Flag Group, Nitro Races, and Toyota, Volvo Saab Racing, all 3 of them making another pit stop. Number 29, 30, 32 perspective. Oh, someone spun there in turn 7, able to rejoin just before another group of cars come down the way. With a bit of hand gesture being made though, as we see some more action going down towards turn 5, side-by-side action. So it's a 49-0 for Apex on the previous lap. They have lost a lot of time, and so has Gamers 1, to be said, with a 48.1 as well. As Lambalon is still very low in the 45s, HRV also still in those 45s, no 44s on the previous lap. It seems like if you go a bit of contact being made there in towards turn 5 and 2 positions lost in the process as they go 3 wide now going towards turn 6. And more action here out wide of turn 4. More almost once again go 3 wide. Oh, more contact going in towards turn 7 and 8 as getting quite feisty out there once more. 4-4 for Lambalon Racing out in front. Also, Viva the Garage for the 44.5. We're getting back into those 44s. A lot of 4s being set at the moment, but that's just the time we're operating right now. 44-0 now for United Racing, though we are getting closer to the 43s and will only be around 2-3 seconds of the current lap record of this race.
That would be against what I just thought I'd seen with the rain droplets maybe. I thought there was a bit of a zooming shot that had a couple of drops coming down. But clearly, judging by the lap times, it doesn't seem to be the case. Like you just said, 44-0 was being set just now. Unfortunately, just missed who that was. United Racing there in P8. Just spotted that one again. Look at the amount of action that's going on here again. I think there was a brief yellow flag there, just zooming in on the marshal, but nothing on the board, it looks like, has happened there. More action going on. Big slide. There's a spin there. There's a big spin. Almost ending up in tears there. Just about being able to recover that one. Through the help of, other cars being in the position they were in. We actually got the Stitch helmet back again. This is brilliant. We can get a lot of zooms on the Stitch helmet, I'm sure. Just some very, very amusing fights, certainly, still on this racetrack. But as long as the racing remains on the high level that it has been throughout, it's going to be very, very exciting. The last 1 hour and 43 minutes at this time. And look at that, we have a bit of lap time differential there actually at the top. 47 flat to wash, so possibly there's some traffic going on right there. Yeah, they are roughly in that sort of area where there's a lot of traffic into the chicane. Look at the amount of cars in the same spot. Another car going wide into the tires. Oh dear, that is certainly not the way you'd want to go then. That's placed a new natural barrier on the racetrack. Clearly we've now got a new apex for this first part of the chicane. As look at that, the action here is just impeccable. I mean, it's crazy to see. We've got a brief yellow flag definitely coming out to restore this barrier more or less to its previous state. Very much necessary. But yeah, well, let's see how long it'll take until that's being moved a bit further to the inside again, because well, the drivers will be looking for every way to go faster on this track, I'm pretty sure.
Certainly, that's something we have seen for the majority of this race as well. A bit of a barrier replacement there we've seen in turns 7 and 8. 48 for Lambaran up front. Once again, looking 2 seconds in that traffic, but now they are in quite a bit of clean air, so hopefully we can get the lap times up and running again, as they put a, well, nice stretch of clean patch of air ahead of them to hopefully 45.2. Let's see if they're going to get back into the 44s as well. The lap times started to drop a little bit once again into traffic, and maybe some changes in track conditions, with the contact being made there in turn 3. The gap still around the lap between our two race leaders. 46.3 being set for KMRS, also a lap behind Apex Racing and HRT in 4th place. Haven't seen a few pit stops from the lead from a while, but 49 minutes on the stint for Apex Racing team, so they must be coming in quite shortly, as they both set at 45 as well, both in the lead of this race. But the fight is also there for P4 with the backyard racing not too far off. HRT for P49 seconds between the two of them. Swappy's now into the pit lane, the number 12, the number 50 in P12, making pit stop number 30 in the Dolphins, tracking in 34th place, making their 38, in the 38, making their 30th pit stop of the race. As we see, 46 being set from Lambaran in clean air, but at the moment, now they're certainly not in clean air anymore, so not sure what's happening on the timing table, unless they gained a lot of time on the previous lap. So now they've stuck themselves in a little bit of traffic once again. Will be losing slightly more time, but now we're back in the 45s to 46, so it's really fluctuating between the lap time circumstances. We see some wheel-to-wheel action going in towards 03 wide on the exit bars in the middle there, but getting forced out a little bit wide, and we see fighting it out on the exit. Might have to go potentially going in towards turn 7 almost. Contact made there, and the guard in front getting out of shape. Bit of a hit from behind, I think, but now round the outside, it was quite to go. Going in towards the final corner. Gonna have to go the long way round the outside. He's just gonna be able to make that work. Clean move, but he's gonna gesturing his hand to pull into pit. It was got 3 wide down the start finish straight. Let's hope that is gonna end well as we go towards turn 1. But it's Team Ventari into the pit lane. The number 46 from 15th place to make their 29 stop right now. We're back into the 44s, it seems, to front with the entire top 4 inside the 44s, the entire top 5. In fact, we're back there racing as well with a 0.6, Supersonic Racing also, and Car Street Racing with 44.1, so we're getting closer to that potential 43-second lap number. We've got 1.5 hours remaining in this race. It might be getting very close to maybe get a new lap record towards the end, but it's going to have to require the track to be completely dry towards the end of the race.
Yeah, certainly the month's record that's been set so far with a 41.846. With 10 minutes on the clock there for the HRSP driver's stint. It could be possible. There's a yellow flag there actually in front. Let's see where there is a car parked. I'm not quite seeing where it is. I mean, there is a car parked here, so I suppose that's in the tire barrier. Yes, indeed it is. And quite clearly not really able to get that out. Unfortunately, you can't quite tell what number that is that's being stuck there. I'm not also too sure. I can't quite see on the track because there's no car stopped in this position. Potentially a team just on that out lap maybe, as they are, you know, just out on the tracks. There's Apex Racing team in the pit lane now, just 20 seconds on that pit timer. A pit stop being made. We've got our first 43-second lap time as well now in this stage of the race. HRSP there, 43.871. The track is ramping up. We've got another one in 17th position, 43.916, 5 rookies. So yeah, now it's really ramping up again. Even the sun is poking out a bit, so that I'm sure will be helping the cause as well. Let's have a look at the state of that card there. That's a lot of time lost. You cannot tell any number at all anymore from this transponder, so we'll just have to figure that out as they cross the line. but certainly a huge time loss here as they crash on the exit of, what are we talking about, turn 2, turn 3? Yeah, turn 3 there on the outside. Yeah, it's not the best spot certainly to be. If you're on the outside there, there is a good chance you might end up quite, well, quite possibly, in a very tricky situation and, just being pushed into that tire barrier. Look at that. There's another 3 wide situation here. How wide will that end up being in the end? Almost onto the grass there for the, furthest back driver there in this pack. In fact, even two abreast into the chicane again. Big slide. There's almost a spin going on there. More contact being made. And again, almost 10 cars roughly in the same position. 3 wide into this hairpin, maybe? Will there be a switchback going on for the inside-most driver? It looks like it indeed. And maybe that way they can capitalize. They can, yes. 2 positions ahead. But that is Bosch actually getting a 2-lap penalty. But that is a very clearly far too short pit stop. 1 minute 11 seconds. I mean, they cut off almost 20 seconds from that usual pit stop window. Clearly, something's gone wrong with the maths there. Look at that. Car's heading very wide here. That's the 31, I believe. Booty team there. Just heading wide. There's just more contact. 2 abreast, 3 abreast, exiting turns 4 and 5. Very much some close action going on. And look at this. The rain is coming down, clearly. Now we've got some more weather hitting, even though the sun is out. Clearly some paradox, some opposites really going on. The rain is back at Lelystad here. This is going to be a very interesting final phase of this race. And who knows how much improvement we'll see in the lap time.
Yeah, the rain has returned quite significantly as well. It is pouring it down just like we've seen at the beginning of this race. Pit stop Rankers into the pit lane as well. With number 26 still have got 6 more to go after this. And the Lambanen Racing with a time penalty, 3-second time penalty for our race leaders for unsportsmanlike conduct, which is not going to help them at all. Although they have a lead of around 3 laps now towards Apex Racing Team. Of course, they just made their pit stop, and Lambanen will be doing that soon as well. But a 3-second time penalty for our race leaders. So pit stop Rankers in the pit lane, they will be coming out in around a minute's time. That's quite out there. See the lap times starting to drop again towards the 47s, 48s, 49s. So just about we were getting closer to that lap record. We're now slowly dropping behind once more as Gamers run into the pit lane. The number 6 in from 4th place to make their 30-second pit stop, but they won't be able to make that at the end. They're going to have to make at least one more towards the end of the race. But still, that is 1 less than the top 3 at least, and 2 less in fact towards our race leaders Lambanen. But they have got 3 lap advantage now towards Apex Racing. But let's hope everything is going to go well for the number 6s. Model markers sitting there on the card with the yellow flag in hand in case it needs to be waved. That has to be waved quite a few times so far in this race. We're really not enjoying the weather as it seems like, and I don't blame it at all as the rain is coming out. And then the other Lambanen team now as well receiving a time penalty at 3 seconds for the same offense, also the first one. So both Lambanen teams, we saw like 50 minutes ago, both of them spinning out 2 laps in a row in succession, and now they're both getting a time penalty themselves. To both the fun and the pro team at the same time, as Gamers one will be coming out of the pit lane quite soon. They've dropped the position towards Backyard Racing in P4 as the track is getting slippier once more here in this race. Lambanen Racing now with a 48.7, losing out just a little bit towards Apex. H.O.P. still in the 46s, doing quite a good job. Must be said, these changing conditions as the range is definitely going to come down right now in this race. As it is Gamers one out on track now, looking behind Schaap Racing as well in P5. So out in P6 from the number 6. So they're resuming their way, but only have 1 more pit to make in this race. The range starts to come down here, but later.
Yeah, it's really starting to come down. Look at that, more action there in the chicane. Have a look, that's been cleanly done. There's a car's almost stopped there, basically on the exit of the turn. Actually, nobody in direct proximity, so there is no incident on the following end. There's a bit of a attempted overtake there on the outside, but I don't think the wet line is going to be working all that well just yet. The rain hasn't been strong enough or been here for long enough yet, I would assume from my own experience, for that to become viable again. Yeah, we're seeing the odd 45, 46, but the general consensus seems to be roughly in the 47 through 49 second lap time range for those at the head of the field. Black and orange flag about to be waved at someone. I'm assuming that will be an issue with the transponder. And yeah, indeed, I think that was a car missing its number plate there, being very quickly relayed to race control, and black and orange flag is John there. Apex Racing in the pit lane again. So if that is them who are missing the number plate, that could be a big blow to their stint planning. Although looking at the timing, maybe it's not all too bad, because this is their 31st stop, and they would have a roughly 45-minute stint for both remaining stints if they were to make another 2 stops and everything goes as planned. Yeah, even still, Lambalon 3 laps ahead at the moment. 2 less stops made, and with the lap times developing the way they are now, they might actually be looking at maybe even keeping the position at the head of this race after their pit stops are being made. 49.4, they're still in the 49s, but it looks like in general we're moving back towards the 50s again. We've got actually both the race leaders now in the pit lane. Perhaps a little reaction, the yellow flag there as well at the final turn. I'm thinking this is a Woody team helmet because I recognize this neon yellow. There's another spinner there right in the background, just outside of shot. Who has spun backwards into the tyre barrier there. Looks like they can get underway again very swiftly, but still obviously not the ideal situation to be in there. And it looks like that's gone firmly into the barrier. Bloody hell, that is really deep into the barrier. They might have to lift the tyre barrier up firstly to get that cut out there.
Yeah, big incident down in the final corner. For the meantime, our 2 race leaders in the pit, and now Schaap Racing in the pit as well, the number 1. In 5th place, we're waiting to see will Lambalon will resume. Epic Racing Team is back out on track in the number 65 with a 1 minute and 31 pit stop in their 31st pit. They only have 1 remaining in this race, but I think that is playing out quite nicely for them as the pit stop rankers, as expected, making quite a few pit stops in succession. Still wait and see until the team is able to be getting their car out of those fire barriers. They have to pull it out quite impressively, and I think they have successfully done that. And hopefully they will be able to remain and restate their race. As someone filming there, getting filmed as well in the final corner. They're back inside the car to get back out of track quite soon. As Schaap Racing in the pit lane, Lambalon Racing should be out of track in a moment's time. I think it's 1:32 just for their pit stop, and they are going to resume that race as we wait and see for the rejoin. Wait a few more moments. It's the 31 of the Booty team indeed. Back in 38th place, having an off at the final corner. As Schaap Racing also insisting when they will come out. I think Lambalon Racing should still have that 3-lap advantage at the front, due to both of them pitting at the same time. As more action down the field, Smederijn team going into the pit lane as well. While track conditions are getting worse, we're still high in the 40s at the moment, despite the rain falling down. But seeing how much rain is falling at the moment, quite a surprise that we get into the 50s plus.
Yeah, and this is the kind of condition, this is the kind of weather where that dry line that's been forming now is going to become extremely slippery. We've got Backyard Racing now in the pit lane as well. It's the 29th pit stop, so another 3 still to make. That's going to end up in roughly half-hour stints then if they wanted to pull that through this way. Lambalon and Philly, they have kept the lead actually after their pit stop. Only got 2 left to make, but their timing is really good, I would say. So they actually are in with a very good shot. This is probably the first time that's been said on this. They're probably in with a good shot of actually coming out victorious out of this whole 24-hour race. Well, what an event it's been, and well, they'll be hoping, of course, that they can keep up this momentum even through the slightly adverse weather, let's say. Marshall's clearly getting a bit tired there as well. It's been a long time. It's been 24 hours for all of us. Yeah, I think a lot of people will be running on their last legs at the minute, and well, bless them. I mean, nothing is going to be happening without those marshals at the track, so a big shout out to them. Fantastic to see them there in action. And, well, all of these cars going because of their work trackside. Fantastic.
Quite busy down pit road at the moment. As Franklin's team, RRT, Night Riders, Racing Team Explosive, and the Schaap all in pit lane at the moment. Still wait to see the Backyard Racing, United Racing resuming their race. Backyard Racing should be out quite soon right now with a 1 minute and 32 pit stop in those, and they are going to go back out on track. Resume as Team IRT have a 1-lap time penalty for the number 45 for too high pit speed. So that is very unfortunate news for the RT boys, and they will be losing out quite a bit of that. Currently set there in 23rd place, but they are 9 laps ahead of the F1 Lambalon team in 24, so they won't lose too much. with that time penalty, of course, not ideal in the slightest, of course. As Lamban Racing at the front, we're still setting 45 despite the wet weather. So not looking too bad right now. In fact, a 44-4
Yeah,
from KMRS1 in its fourth place. So we're back inside the 43.8 in fact from Garthbriggs Racing. So despite the rain, we're still setting 43s and we're still going quicker and quicker. So that's interesting to see. And also H3 now with a 43.9 as we go across the start finish line. We're going side by side down the start finish straight. Wheel to wheel action once more. United Racing resuming their race back out of the track with a 1 minute 30 pit stop exactly. There's 30 pit stops, so very well timed, must be said, from the number 16 crew at the moment. But it's Lamban Racing now with a 44.8. But it's surprising to see that we're in the 43s despite the weather.
Yeah, it's crazy to see. I mean, there's no sun poking through either, so all the drying up basically is being done by just the go-kart. And so, just from that regard, it's actually very, very interesting to see. We've got a 43.3 there, in fact. 10th place Garthbriggs Racing. We are moving ever closer to those 42s. Lamban Racing now, the number 11, the leading car, have another 3-second time penalty to their name for unsportsmanlike conduct. This has to come in through our information system here. Well, let's see if that's going to come back to bite them, but as it stands, they are currently 2 laps in front of the field as we get another bit of a pan onto the crowd here. I'm pretty sure I have made out the suspect that Jamie is looking at here. Got Dave there, got the IRT team. Clearly, clearly Stevan there being a bit, well, you can tell he's just been out of the cart there. And yeah, a lot of the Team IRT team talk. Got some of the VNT guys in the background as well. All still standing together in F1 Esports. There we go. That's away from Stefan there. Jack there joining in as well from VNT. Brilliant to see. Jasper as well. Always a popular one to see around here. Yeah, I mean, it's great to see these people still, standing together in this adverse weather. All of these guys still happy to support their teams. And well, also thank you to Jamie for the camera work. They're getting those pans onto all of these guys. Yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant to see. Currently, I'm just looking right now at those guys who've not made all too many stops. I believe Ventari, for example, they are roughly now on the money with 1 hour and 26 roughly to go. Oh my god, I'm so used to F1. It's 1 minute 26 usually. This is 1 hour and 26. So yeah, Ventari currently, they are looking a bit better again. They've currently got Joris Kuzan in the cars, of course, F1 Esports driver last time out with Haas Racing. So yeah, a bit of F1 royalty, if you will, currently on the racetrack in that number 46 cars. Yeah, all things considered, the lap times, they are still staying roughly at a very good level. We've got a 44, we've got a couple of 44s at the minute. 44.0 just set by Bosch PSP 18 LI2 triple back there in 7th position. Sorry, just had to get the full name out there. Whoever had the idea to look at a cleaning product and say, yes, that is our team name, you deserve a trophy. I said this already. Look at that. We've got 5 cars basically in the same spot there. Can that go well into turn 1? Let's have a look. We're going to find out very shortly. It looks like it has just about, it's failed ever so slightly there. Got one car heading a bit wide. There's a bit of a ditch there on the exit and heading towards the tire barrier. So it looks like they've just barely missed that. Yeah, still not the best. There's more contact going on now down into turn 4. I'm trying to suss out which driver that is or which drivers it is that they are involved in this particular scrap. But certainly still very close on-track racing. This is the phase where the on-track racing is actually going to ramp up again. You usually see this right at the start and right at the end. It's in the middle where you have a bit of a, well, okay, a dry period is obviously not quite correct in our case here, but you have a bit less racing going and a bit more mindfulness, if you will. But now this is where it gets hectic again. Well, I can't wait to see the final hour of this race.
Some more 43s being set, especially Garthbriggs Racing of the past 2 laps. That's exceptional lap times. Consistently in the 43s, another 43.5 from the previous lap. Also backyard racing just inside the 43s as well. You have to break in the 42s. That's closing on Sverre there. Talking to one of the marshals as Team RT with another time penalty. 3 seconds to be added. Number 49 with unsportsmanlike conduct, but it is their first offense, so it's only going to be 3 seconds to 14, of course. Well, there's still a couple of laps ahead of the team directly behind you, which is Lamban, gets some nice close there off the pit lane. and we're presumably getting ready to get into the cars for potential pit stop. Super Sonic Racing 2 and White Flag will both in pit lane as well to make another pit stop in this race. Now 43 is being set from both our race leaders, both times separated by 5 thousandths of a second, quite close, quite evenly matched between our two race leaders. Still 2 laps separating the two of them on similar stints, both on 30 pit stops as it stands. The 45 being set there by Apex Racing Team, and it's once again Car Freaks Racing with another 43.3 with some great consistency, it must be said, from whoever is driving that number 28 right now. They're definitely getting some very consistently quick lap times out there, trying to close the gap towards Supersonic Racing. The gap is 1 lap towards the number 18 just ahead, but they have gained over 2.5 seconds on the previous lap. More being able to go in towards that final corner of side-by-side action with a contact on the exit of turn 9, and now a 43.4 being set from Apex Racing Team. So I do wonder, are we going to get closer towards our lap bracket? Are we going to get too near towards 42s? Maybe. Oh, someone's off there at turn 6, facing backwards, spinning around on N3, able to get back on track without too many issues, even on the wet grass, because they have been spun around potentially there to get some more action down the pit road for the first time in this race. So very happy sides of the pit lane. Good to see that the vibes are immaculate there here in the pit lane as well.
Well, clearly Steve is enjoying himself. Very big zoom there going on, Jamie. Thank you very much for that. I would have loved to zoom on Dave there, actually, just looking at his phone. That would have been that would have been brilliant. Yeah, well, we're seeing quite a lot of the crowd here right now. Let's see if that fills up even more by the time this race comes to close eventually. It's currently 10:30. So just about an hour and a half left in this race, an hour and 20 minutes rather. And well, people still clearly enjoying themselves. Jamie definitely also enjoying himself in the camera rig, I'm sure. I mean, very clearly we have been getting ever so slightly more unserious as time went on, but I think, please spare us. For all I know, we've also been here for as long as all of you guys. So, we're also trying to do the best job possible to bring this race across to you. And lap time wise, again, we're seeing the 43s here and there. We're seeing some 44s as well. The 44s seem to be like the most common area of lap time I think that we are in. But the 43.6 just there from KMRS 1. We've got a 43.7, 43.7 back to back there as well from Bosch and United Racing. And actually, Supersonic Racing right behind as well. These three separated by 9/1000 of a second, 3 teams, which is incredible to see. I mean, they are probably nowhere near each other on track, but if you just look at the lap time, 3 positions back to back, it's very impressive to see. And, you know, those fine margins, they can make a difference here or there, even in such a long race. 43.4, I believe, currently the fastest lap time we are seeing. But the 42s, I don't think they can be very far away. Has the rain maybe even stopped by now? It is very grey, it must be said, very overcast at the minute. I don't see much in the way of water coming down from the sky at the moment. And a very clear dry line as well. The yellow flag right at the back there, I believe there is a cart. Yep, how's that cart gone so far off? I'm wondering, there must have been something under brakes, a lockup or something of the rear end. Because that has ended up very far off. That is Booty Team again, number 31, quite fittingly making up the rear of the field, with 31 there, the neon yellow helmet, very clearly able to tell. They are currently, let me get this out in my head, they are 57 laps down on the next team, which by the way also has at least an equally good name, Ridley Steers. It has to be mentioned. Only 3 laps off the next car, it must be said, to be fair to them. Yeah, certainly some action going on. I don't think it's gotten all the more serious there. We've got a 43.1 there from Bosch. We are heading close to those 42s now. Apex also in the 43.1s. We are looking at the 42s. I think they are looming. They can't be far away at this point.
Exactly. We're going to get quicker and quicker as the track is trying to grab to get some free wide action going in towards turn 6. Now on the exit going towards turn 7. Let's hope that's going to end in gears. We go side by side in towards the chicane. And being held out cleanly there. So congrats to them. And 42.9, there we go, Apex Racing Team with the first 42 ever since the beginning of this race. They certainly know where the Apex is indeed, as they just are the quickest here out on track and at the moment, the only ones operating just inside the 42. So someone's gone off very hard there in towards the entry, the exit of turn 3, trying to get the dark, and on the tires, in fact, yeah. And the tire wire completely being destroyed once more. They just set it up back again like a half an hour ago. And you've now driven once again in towards the tire wire, trying to resume their way, having to wait until they can get back out to the track. And at the moment, a little bit stuck, but finally able to get back in. Oh, that was a very, very, very risky rejoin there. And fortunately for them, he didn't get hit from behind, but there was some evasive action had to be taken from the cars following directly behind. And well, at the front, we still got another 43, no 42 being set by Apex now with a 44-0 as it stands. So of course it's going to be fluctuating with the traffic. But the top two getting some consistent lap times right in. But Lamban and Racing, they are in a very good position for a potential race win right now. They have got the same amount of pit stops as HRSB, and they're 4 laps ahead of Apex Racing Team, who only need to make 1 more pit stop. So I think they still have got that covered. So as long as they don't make any major mistakes, they're definitely in potential to win this race in the first lap.
And the only disadvantage to them maybe now being that the track is as quick as it is at the moment. So in fact, if you will, a pit stop will cost you ever so slightly more time now. We're talking about pretty much exactly 2 laps at the moment, while in the wet phase it was more like 1.5 laps that it would cost you. Yeah, it's still going to be very interesting to see as to where the cars will be feeding out their remaining pit stops. I think the planning for example, Apex Racing Team is basically perfect now. They've got 1 more pit stop yet to make, with only 15 minutes currently on their pit stop. So very good plan, I would say. It's gone very well in those last couple of hours of this race. All the while that's been going on, we've got another 42.9, 10th placed Cartridge Racing there, 42.949. We are back into the 42s. It means we are almost within the exact same second of the fastest lap of this race so far. It's just 1.03-ish currently that we are away from the fastest lap. So currently it looks like no rain on the radar, a very clear dry line. I mean, you can tell here from the start-finish straight, there is a very clear dry line that's formed throughout the entirety of this, well, the last 1 or 2 hours, and that'll mean even faster laps. We might be troubling the fastest lap of the race towards the end of this race, provided the conditions stay as stable as they are. In fact, even the polar track might help these cars as well, because it will mean you can't exactly overdrive the cars. It won't be very susceptible to overheating in terms of the tires. I've certainly had that issue a couple of times when I was last racing here, but in the morning it was much more easygoing, I think, to keep the tires in the window, to be very consistent. And of course, also the mental fatigue will result in you just kind of thinking about it a bit less. So you're just going out there, doing your job, doing the best you can, and not thinking about much else really. There's more action there going on, but with the switchback happening, maybe that's a good overtake. It's just like, panning away ever so slightly. That's a shame. But yeah, certainly the on-track action has not ceased here. 43-0 just seen there from Apex Racing Team, so we're still within that range. The 42s are a rare sight currently, it must be said, but they've been there. They are possible, and a couple of teams that have done them before will be looking to repeat that as best as they can.
Yeah, still over around the second of quickest lap time right now. The majority is still inside the 43 to 44. So as you can see, the rain is starting to come down as we get a nice close in the shot once more here in the pit lane. It's a 3-second time penalty for Cartridge Racing, the number 28, with another first offense for unsportsmanlike. It's a bit of a interesting camera work being done right now. Looking at the trees here around the Ladies Style track, and beautiful nature, of course, around, as we mentioned here in Ladies Style. But we got 3 wide action down the start-finish straight. Very close up as we go towards turn 1. Let's hope that is going to end well for all of those. 42.6 now for Apex Racing Team. We are getting close within 0.8 of a second of the fastest lap in this race. We've got just over an hour and 14 minutes remaining in this race. Are we going to get towards the fastest lap of the race? Or I think we're going to get very close as long as the track stays in this condition. It's going to be improved. Now the top 2 also in the 42s. 42.8 for Lambaden and HRSB. So the lap times are improving at the front as well. The majority still in the 44s, but we are getting quicker lap after lap after lap. So more action down the field. Whilst the gap between HRSB and Apex at the moment is only 30 seconds. as we speak. And we've seen that Apex Racing, they have been quite quick over the past few laps, have been a bit of pioneers on the last few laps in terms of lap times. First ones to break into the 42s, and have generally shown some great pace over the last couple of laps, the last half an hour of this race. When we see the final pit being made, for example, HRSB, they're at the moment 37 minutes into the stint. So that's going to be very close for them if you're going to be able to make it with just one pit stop. And there's, for some team that is backward racing still making a 3 and 27 pit stops still for Bosch. They need to make 5 more pit stops in this last hour of the race. So they've got a lot of work to do in the pit lane. At the moment, the team with the least amount of pit stops. There's a few there in the 29s, but the majority in the 30s or the 31s. For the Booty team, of course, in last place, they've got 45 by far the most out of anyone, even the only team to be in the 40s for the amount of pits. Oh, there's contact made in towards the chicane. Someone rushing the barrier on entry and slipping out slightly wide as they're going towards the final corner. We're in the 42s again, 42.7 for Lambalan, 42.8 for HRSB. We're getting closer every single lap. It's now Team Venturi with a 42.603, and they're showing some good pace as well. So go side by side towards turn 5 once more, and now towards turn 6 as well. Some great action as 078 into pit lane, the number 66, and also number 12 of Vortex Racing Pro coming into pit lane for their 31st pit stop. So they're going to have to make one more after this with the remaining 1 hour and 12 minutes to go. But pit stops are going to be coming in quite soon. Well, you want to hope in around 20 minutes to make your final pit stop, because then you can make it to the end for a 5-minute stint.
Correct, yep. Currently 1 hour and 12 minutes to go. So if you split that evenly by teams, you end up at around, let's say, 35-ish minutes for a stint. That should be a decent time to be heading towards a bit of a sprint stint, if you will. To kind of try to get the most lap time out of it. Slightly wide line there for the chicane, but able to not lose all too much lap time. That is the furthest back part in this particular train back there that cameraman Jamie's been focusing on there. Yeah, certainly. Very close racing still going on. We've got a couple of straps of equal positions, but on the same lap. It is right there, 43 flaps for Night Riders, just setting a personal best of the race. So 23 hours in, they finally set a new PB for themselves, and maybe there is even more to come for some of these teams that maybe haven't been able to set such a quick lap time. I believe I've seen Team Buick there in 30th place, it's now got a 42.9 PB. There's a couple of teams that are just edging ever so slightly closer to these faster lap times. I believe a 42.6 on the last round was the fastest lap in the top 5, with Backyard Racing being the one to pull this off. I'm also seeing very closely matched top 2 on the racetrack at the minute. If you look at the timer, they're basically almost side by side compared to each other. So let's have a look at the lap time of these two as they are about to cross the line. 42.4, 42.7. So yeah, very close stuff there. 42.4 is one of the fastest laps we've seen in this particular time. So I suppose the HRSB must have gone past at some point on the racetrack. Another 42.4 there by Apex Racing. Again, they're finding the Apex even better now. So, yeah, even more lap time being found, a 42.8 as well, so they are becoming a very common sight now at this point. If the weather keeps being like this, a bit wide there in the chicane, has been pushed into that position as the driver in question, and that's certainly not going to be the best line to go. And for your grip as well, of course, for the next couple of turns, you'll have to either weave it away or just, well, wait for a couple of turns for the grip to come back, for the dirt to go away, for the water clear from those tires, then you'll be able to go back on your normal pace again.
Like we're so close to setting a new fast lap of this race. Porsche just made their pit stop coming out again. Supersonic Racing directly behind it, making another pit stop as well at number 18 and 9th place as it stands. More 42s in front of the field, now dropping slightly back once again. Gamer at 1 still with 42.7 though on the previous lap. More action going towards the game. Team RRT, Van Lamballen and World Racing Team, both, all 3 of them, putting into the pit lane as well to make that last 2 pit stops of this race. We're going to have to make one more after this. But for HRSB, they're 41 minutes into their stint. They can continue on for a maximum amount of 15 minutes. I don't think that's going to be very, very close for them. It's going to have to be exceptional timing for the HRSB team to make it to the end with only 1 pit stop, because at the moment they are very close to or they won't be able to. Right now, they still have to make do. They're on 30 pits anyway, so they have to make 2 pits. So apologies for that, and missed that. But yeah, they would be very close if they had to do 1 pits without split time as we go. So we'll in towards turn 7. Bit of contact made mid corner and almost lost on exit as we're once again operating in the 42.6 now for United Racing, and further down the field, Car Freaks Racing once again in the 42s as well, and just inside the top 10 as well, Apex and Gamer S1. So Supersonic Racing about to resume their way out of the pit lane quite soon. Let's do right now with a 1 minute and 31 pit, so nicely done from the number 18 group. The top 2 are in the 44s again, and that's 42.4 for Car Freaks Racing once again with a great lap time. And we're getting so much closer. Team Ventari with a 42.5 as well. So some great lap time being shown right now. And we're just getting so much closer right now. I do wonder if we're going to see a new fast lap in this final hour of this race.
Yeah, we've seen these lap times as well up and down the field. Now we've got a 48 again, backyard racing. Everyone's just improving every now and again. Of course, there are a couple of outliers when you run into a bit of traffic. I think, look at that, Lambalm Racing and HRSB, they're still really close together on the track. Lambalm must have got ahead again at some point, because HRSB were ahead at some point during the, recent exchanges that we were having, and now they're actually back again. We've got Björn actually heading towards the camera again. We've got another bit of a replacement there for the camera work. We've got letting off there for Jamie. We've got a 42.8 there, 42.3 actually. Car Freaks Racing, they're really setting the pace at the minute. And looking at their fastest lap, they're currently at 42.1 for a fastest lap. So they're not all too far away from that one either. They need to find another 2 tenths in this remaining hour to set a personal best for themselves. Yeah, look at that. Now Lambalm pulling away ever so slightly against from HRSB. That was a 4 tenths difference there in their lap time. I think the rain is coming down again, though, ever so slightly. So that might put a hold to some of the improvements. Currently, well, there's still a dry track there, definitely. Big send there to the inside. Makes it work, does the driver. Very good stuff. Bit of contact, but I mean, rubbing is racing. I think we all know that. Especially in this country with the school of Max Verstappen being very prevalent, I think. Yeah, that obviously could now throw a bit of a spanner in the works. It'll be tough to get the lap times back in, and that's Jamie just crossing the track there quickly, out of harm's way again, and will be returning and joining us in the comp box very shortly.
Indeed, this now we're seeing 44s from the top 3 again, so it looks like the rain is starting to come back in a moment. Car Freaks Racing still operating just inside 42.9, but now as they cross the line, it's a 44.5 again. Backyard Racing at the moment still 43.0, so we're seeing a few 43s outliers, but the majority is back inside the 44s and 45s as well. So it looks like the track conditions are getting slightly worse once again. Into the pit lane now for Team Ventari, the number 46 in 14th place for their 30th pit stop. They have to make 2 more after this as we go wheel to wheel in towards the final corner. And spun around there on the entry, getting stacked around on the apex, and was able to resume their race without any major issues. As we go towards turns 1, 2, and 3 once more. Nice train of cars that following each other closely. Pit lane also Vortex Racing Fun and the Daltons back in 34th place, whilst now seeing 46s from Lambalm Racing out in front. So unfortunately lap times are starting to drop again, potentially due to the weather getting worse once more in this race. Pit stop rankers making another pit stop there, 31st of this race. Only 1 to go after this. With about 2 hours to go, they still have to make 7 or 8 pit stops. Now they only have to make 1 more, so a lot of work being done in the pit lane for the number 17 crew. Some more 44s, and the Dolphins receive a 1 lap time penalty for too high pit speed for the number 38. That is unfortunate for them. Down in 34th place, but they won't lose too much because they are 17 laps ahead of number 51 right behind. But yeah, the lap times are getting worse, once more getting slower, a little bit towards the 43s and the 44s, so that tells me we might not be able to beat that fast lap that's been set very early on in this race.
Yeah, it was very early indeed for this fastest lap, and I'm just seeing that Ventari just exited the pit lane, 1 minute 32 pit stop, but I've got some insider information for a very credible source, which is the WhatsApp group chat, that it looks like it's currently Justin in the card for Ventari, who will be making a double pit stop. So basically what's going to happen here is we've got a yellow flag there on the circuit. Let's have a look what's going on there. That's another card on the tires. So it looks like track conditions getting very treacherous. Actually, it's more on the ditch rather. That's on the little hill that's gone on there behind. You could almost call that a mountain in this country, I suppose. Yeah, oh, there's still beach, I believe. I can still see the tires spinning, so we'll have to push that out a little bit further. Yeah, what I was about to say, expect to see Ventari in the pit lane again very soon, because they're saying it is just until 11:25 plus one stop, just so they get the mandatory pit stops down. We'll see, they're currently about halfway down the lap, so we'll have a look at if the pit lane activity will increase then again. There's a scattering around the track now. That's the 9 card, I believe. So as a result, that'll be the fun lamp balancing again, having a spin. Yeah, very, very difficult times here. Currently, it's looking Ventari here. The minute doesn't seem so right now. So, yeah, still, clearly the racing is still going on. Got these two side by side. That is the fun Lamp Valentine against the 41 Nitro Racers there. So not for position, still just a nice scrap on the track. Very wide, in fact, there for the 41. So tight stuff going on. Thankfully, nothing happened there in the end. So they can keep going with a fairly minimal time loss. Yeah, still, you don't want to end up in these places. You're going to have dirt on your tires. You're going to be on a slightly wet track as well. As now, well, speaking with rain, the conditions aren't going to get better than this, I don't think. As even still, 42 is still being banged in. It's Kart Freaks Racing. You keep seeing this in uptimes from them. And now at the back end of this top 10, they're really lighting up the time.
Yeah, they are. They've seen the 42 for in the lead, changing conditions. While the front field are setting 44s quite consistently. And Dart, of course, separated by 2/10 of a second on the previous lap. Which is nice action going in towards the final. Quite a bit hard to read that time. But number 2 as well involved. That is HMSB in second place, just behind one of the back markers, trying to get past soon enough as we go towards turns 2. And we will see if they're able to size up a move potentially in towards turn 4. Or going to have to go to the inside. Maybe, not quite, have to stay behind right now, but then, someone getting very slow. That is getting into the way a little bit there. After number 2, running his way up the inside, turning to the outside line for turn 6. They're trying to get a long way around the outside. Nice move being made by the number 2, getting clear of that traffic. And back into cleaner, while seeing a 43.1 from Apex Team, 42.7 from Backyard Basics. So we're getting back with quicker lap times back into the 42s potentially. So it does seem like the race might have stopped for a brief moment once more. As Rosie Racing Team receive a 3-second time penalty for the number 3 for unsportsmanlike conduct. While Cookies and Dismayed both in pit lane to make their scheduled pit stop. We're very close to the final hour of this race. 30 seconds to go. And as the Cookies now exit pit lane, 44s being set once again. Also a 42.7 for Backyard Racing. But a bunch of 43s at the moment. It's still inconsistent. Even like Garage now with a 42.8 as well, seeing some nice pace and improving their position at the moment as Dismayed when they come out of the pit lane in a row. But we're not too far off the final pit stop. HRSB, they're 50 minutes out on track. They have to make 2 more pit stops and would be very close to only to 1. And the top 2 now both with a 42.9 as we now have entered the final hour of this 24-hour race here in Lelystad. It is about to get very close for the race win with 2 laps. That is the advantage that Lambo Racing at the moment has. And they've got all the cars, all the ingredients they need right now to bring it home to the finish line to finish this race first.
Yeah, it's a fantastic job being done there on these last couple of stints to make up the time. We've in fact got another 42.9. We've got a personal best there in 13th position. Viva La Virage with a 42.696. It is the first PB we've seen in quite a while. It's also in the 42s. And clearly the top 2 also in those 42-second ranges. So very, very good to see that the lap times are still very consistent and very quick. 42.5 now from the 3rd place Apex Racing Team. So very, very good times going on at the minute. And it looks like the rain was just a little shower, nothing too major. So couldn't exactly, pin that down to the weather conditions. Yeah, I mean, almost approaching 1,500 laps here as well. We're obviously going to beat that at some point or another in the next couple of minutes. Still obviously considerably less than last time out when we did this in April. But we've got a 42.3. Their backyard racing lighting up the timesheet once more. They are doing really well for themselves. Another PB actually set in 26th place, 42.770 for Night Riders. Well, maybe it's not their conditions, if you will. HRSP in the pit lane now from second place, making their 31st, their penultimate pit stop. There is only one more that they would have to make past this point. And we're getting a nice move there on the pit lane for a moment. As there's another card on the ditch. Oh no! Something tells me this. I recognize this helmet. If it comes around and that's the 31 card, I can't lie, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's have a look quickly around once they start turning into the racetrack once more. Yeah, they're beached again. They're gonna have to push that out one more time. Sharp Racing now also in the pit lane, 30 seconds into their penultimate pit stop as well. Seems to actually make up a lot of pit stops recently. I was fairly sure I was seeing them on less pit stops. Maybe I just missed the line there somewhere. But yeah, now getting off back onto the racetrack. Now very curious to see what transponder number we've got there, but chances are okay. Bjorn is back here. We can clearly tell. It is. I've made some wrong assumptions, haven't I? Got some more tires here. I mean, look at the state of this tire barrier. It's certainly taken a beating in the last hour or two.
Yeah, it has been replaced multiple times as well. And Backyard Racing, the number 40, pull into the pit as well in 5th place to make their 30th pit. They still have to make 2 more after this, so they've got a lot of work to do in pit lane. As Apex Racing Team now take that 2nd place away from HRSB, who's now just pulled to the pit lane, setting a 43.0 on the previous lap. No 42's been set apart from Supersonic Racing for a brief moment, but now they're back in the 44s again. Yeah, at the moment nobody out there in the 42s. We'll go side by side here towards the chicane of turns 7 and 8. Very close stuff between those swappies into the pit lane as well. The number 15, 12th place will make their 31st pit stop. Still have 1 more to go. We're about to enter the final 55 minutes, so then we might see the final pit stops for all of these teams. But there's still Lamborghini Racing in P1 have to make at least 3 more stops, and so does Backyard Racing in P5, who just made their 30th one. United Racing also still on 36 stops as it stands right now. 43.8 being set by Lamballen on the previous lap, so we're dropping a little bit behind once again. Lap time wise, Sharp Racing with 43.1 as they're just exiting the pit lane once again in P7. Lap ahead of Porsche in 8th place. These Spears also in the pit lane in 37th place from 42, making their 33rd pit stop of the race. Of course, they're going to have to make 1 more with 55 minutes and 5 seconds to go in this race. But we're seeing a 42 again, 42.6 for KMRS1, also 42.9 for United Racing. The lap times are getting quicker, and 42.8 now as well for Lamballen, but still, we haven't really got too close towards the 41s yet in this race. As we enter lap 1,500 in a few moments' time.
Ja, we gaan momenteel even over naar het Nederlands, terwijl we hier de finale aan het naderen zijn. Nog 55 minuten op de klok en je ziet het. KMS hebben hun pitstops al gedaan, maar zullen nog een keertje naar binnen moeten. Maar ook Apex Racing zal nog een keertje naar binnen moeten. En zelfs de leider van de wedstrijd moet nog 2 keer naar binnen. Dus het is misschien op de baan momenteel niet zo interessant, maar het kan zeker in het latere stadium erg interessant gaan worden als we ook zien dat hier in bocht 5 en bocht 6 heel veel racing aan de gang is. Veel side-by-side action. En ja, aan buiten de rode weerlijn is het gewoon nog erg nat en slecht weer. Je zou hier side-by-side in moeten gaan, dan kan het zomaar verkeerd aflopen.
We zijn inderdaad weer terug met Nederlands commentaar. Op het moment hebben we Lamballen op P1, die moet nog 2 lichte pitstops gaan maken. Maar ze liggen wel gewoon nog steeds 3 rondes voor op Apex Racing Team, die nog 1 pitstop moet maken. KMRS is in principe klaar met de pitstops, maar aangezien de tijd dus 40 minuten in de stint zit, gaan ze nog een pitstop moeten maken. Dus dan is het net de vraag van welke tijd kunnen ze nog goed maken op de nummer 1 van Lamballen Racing. Als we hier weer een kleine side-by-side zien op richting box 6, gaan we kijken of er nog meer moves kunnen gemaakt worden in de laatste minuten.
Ja, het wordt interessant, want wanneer gaan we nou eigenlijk naar binnen? Het is nog onder de 55 minuten op dit moment. Dat betekent ook dat veel coureurs eigenlijk vanaf nu toe, als ze naar binnen zouden gaan, een volledige stint zouden kunnen afmaken Mochten er niet enkele teams zijn die sowieso minimaal nog 2 keer naar binnen moeten. Dat is even afwachten hoe dat uit gaat lopen. Even kijken naar wanneer Apex ervoor kiest om nu al naar binnen te gaan. Om een laatste coureur in de auto te zetten. Misschien wel een snelste coureur. En dan dat gat willen gaan dichten op landballenracing. Want ze rijden op dit moment zeker sneller. Het is 3 4 tiende dat ze steeds sneller rijden. Natuurlijk ligt het nog tegen een gat van bij ongeveer een ronde aan te kijken. Als zij dat nog even door kunnen zetten, kan het misschien wel... Oh, en dan gaat er eentje flink de baan af. Het lijkt dat het team van de smederij, die er momenteel afschoot. Die schoot erg ver, die komt er met geluk niet in de plas terecht. Want ja, dan kan ik je vertellen, dan kom je niet mooi in. Hier side by side, hier doorheen, worden ze nog een beetje opgehouden. Maar komen ze gelukkig wel door het veld heen. Even het handje in de lucht in. Ik denk niet dat hij blij was dat hij daar zo ver de modder in gegaan is. Maar hij is met geluk weggekomen. En gelukkig kan hij zijn weg weer vervolgen.
Dus we hier iemand aan vrij agressief aan de binnenkant zien. En we gaan weer zij aan zij richting bocht 1. Als we een beetje verder het veld in kijken, als Viva La Virage weer een nieuwe personal best neerzet in deze race. 42-5. Maar zoals ik net al zei, de enige battle die je eigenlijk een beetje close hebt nu op de baan is Backyard Racing en United Racing. Die zitten 2 seconden van elkaar af. En dan heb je verder in het veld nog de smederij en de funlandballen die nog dicht bij elkaar zitten. Maar verder zijn de gaten om deze 24 uur aardig groot geworden. Het is nog maar de vraag of iemand nog een laatste push kan doen om een rondje goed te maken en om mensen gaan in te halen.
Ja, en als we kijken naar pushen, dan kijken we echt wel naar de 2 toppers. Net leek het verschil echt groot te worden, maar nu zie je Landballen Racing komt gelijk terug. Laat zien waarom zij vooraan rijden op dit moment in 42-8. Een van de weinige teams die samen met United Racing in de 42 zitten. Dus die rijden op dit moment weer hartstikke hard. Wel ook zien dat er een gele vlag gezwaaid wordt. Wat er momenteel aan de hand is kunnen we niet precies zien, maar de gele vlag lijkt ook alweer weg te zijn. Dus die is gelukkig weer onderweg in deze race. Maar terwijl we zien dat die ook toppers zoals Backyard Racing natuurlijk de funklasse aan het leiden is, nu ook naar binnen komt. Momenteel in gevecht met United Racing. Dus dat is nog een hele spannende strijd wie daar de overwinning gaat pakken en wie daarmee de grootste beker naar huis gaat nemen.
Zeker waar, want die waren net ook met elkaar hevig in gevecht. En nou dus Backyard Racing in de pits. Ook Calfreaks Racing die aardig relatief hoog meedoet in de funklasse, gaat nou ook voor een pitstop. En dan zien we vooraan dat het beide een beetje gelijk blijven. 42-5 voor landballen en 42-9 voor Apex Racing Team. Als we hier weer zij aan zij zien. Oprechte stuk. Mensen die weer voor een inhaalactie willen gaan. Willen gaan een klein beetje naar voren met het helmpje om zo min mogelijk wind mee te krijgen. Om zo snel mogelijk te gaan op een rechte stuk. Nou, mensen zeker ook nog in deze 24 uur proberen alle kleine duizenden eruit te halen.
Ja, zeker. De baan wordt alleen maar sneller en sneller. Er komt ook met geen regen naar beneden. Dus het is afwachten wanneer de tijden weer inderdaad in de lage 42 kunnen gaan zien. Of we nog een coureur gaan krijgen in de laatste stint. Die misschien wel voor de snelste ronde die vandaag gereden gaat worden in de 24 uur race. Of die nog tegen gaan komen. Dat zou mooi zijn. Dat zou leuk zijn als we daar naar kunnen kijken. Het is momenteel 41-8 en dat is een hele snelle tijd neergezet door het team van HRSB. Dan gaan we nog kijken of er nog een ander team aan kan gaan komen in de finale. Terwijl momenteel zien we dat de baan gewoon echt een stuk sneller wordt. Team Ventauri nu met een 42-3, hun persoonlijk snelste ronde. Maar ook Schaap Racing met een 42-2, hun persoonlijk snelste ronde. Dat is op dit moment maar 14e van de snelste ronde af. Dus ik verwacht eigenlijk wel dat we in de komende minuten langzaam, als het niet meer gaat regenen, naar die snelste ronde toe gaan. En dan kunnen we gaan kijken welk team de snelste ronde van deze 24 uur kan gaan neerzetten.
Dat klopt zeker. We zitten er nog maar 14e vanaf van de laatste ronde van Schaap Racing Team. En natuurlijk ook Ventauri die een nieuwe snelste ronde heeft neergezet. Met, als ik het goed heb, was het Justin in de kart voor Ventauri. Ook natuurlijk een hele getalenteerde rijder en aardig snel. Als Calfreaks Racing nog steeds in de pitstraat staat. Die hebben net La Virage die is net de pitstraat uit. Als we zien dat KMRS en HRSB weer van positie wisselen, die zijn nog steeds hevig met elkaar in gevecht. Als we hier zien dat in bocht 4 nou mensen misschien richting bocht 5 voor een overtake gaan, maar dat lijkt er niet op. Als we hier achterin op het veld gaan we net vanaf
dat mensen zeggen in bocht 5, maar er is nog steeds aan het einde van deze 24 uur genoeg actie op te bouwen.
Ja, we wachten met smart af tot de landballenrace natuurlijk hun 2 pitstops nog gaat maken. Wat gaan ze daar voor keuzes maken in de strategie? Gaan ze ervoor kiezen om die 2 pitstops misschien wel tot een van de laatste minuten af te wachten? Of kiezen ze zo meteen gelijk voor om ze alle 2 in één keer te doen? Ze hebben in ieder geval de 1500 rondes in ieder geval al gepasseerd. En als we naar achter in het veld kijken, zitten ze daar ook al op de, ja wat zal het zijn, 1300 rondes, want die liggen 181 rondjes achter op dit moment. Maar ook hun blijven doorstrijden. Dat is natuurlijk mooi om te zien, want voor hun is het nu ook een mijlpaal dat je met het team 24 uur aflegt in karten. Het is afzien. De jongens en meisjes geven alles wat ze hebben en zijn hartstikke goed bezig. En of je nou laatst staat of niet, je rijdt hier vandaag in ieder geval met het team wel 24 uur uit. Ze zijn hartstikke mooi bezig. Momenteel zien we de tijden, ja, die blijven een beetje rond de 43, maar je ziet het ook hier in beeld. Er is gewoon heel veel verkeer en als je daar ook maar een beetje in vast dan verlies je daar zo 2-3 seconden op je favoriete lijnen en rondetijden. Dus het is even afwachten voor de coureurs of ze wanneer ze in clean air kunnen komen en wanneer ze weer kunnen jagen voor die snelste ronde. Want ze komen en komen steeds maar dichterbij en dat maakt het ook wel spannend. Niet alleen voor de overwinning van de race, maar is er nog een team die dichtbij die snelste rondetijd komt. Ik verwacht dat bijna alle teams bijna voor hun laatste pitstops gaan, maar als ik dan even kijk naar de pitstops, zie ik één team die heeft pas 28 pitstops gemaakt en die moeten er dus nog 4 maken in de laatste 47 minuten. Dus het wordt interessant hoe hun dat met strategie gaan aanpakken. En die zijn eigenlijk nu gelijk binnen. Bosch is gelijk binnen. Die hebben mij gehoord en ik denk wij moeten naar binnen. Nog 4 pitstops te maken en ja, met nog 47 minuten te gaan moeten ze inderdaad wel een keertje naar binnen. Dus die gaan hun strategie nu aanpassen. Die zullen veel pitstops maken in de laatste 46 minuten. En ze zullen dan denk ik ook wel een stukje terugvallen. Gelukkig hebben ze tot en met plek 10 ongeveer 10 rondes voorsprong. Dus moet dat wel goed komen. Maar ja, die stop per pitstop 2 rondes. En als je dat keer 4 doet, ja, dan kan ik vertellen, dat zijn 8 rondes. Dan gaat het erg hard naar achteren. Die moeten kijken hoe ze zo snel mogelijk dat moeten gaan oplossen.
Zeker, een hele interessante strategie van Bosch. Want ze zijn eigenlijk de enige die nog minder dan 30 pitstops hebben gemaakt. Zoals ze nou nog steeds dan natuurlijk in de pitstraat zijn. Als we zien dat vooraan de tijden een beetje gelijk blijven rond de 43ers, misschien net schiet er eentje in de 42ers. Maar ik denk dat het moeilijk gaat worden om nou nog aan de snelste rondetijd te komen van een 41.8. Als we hier een zo'n shot zien in bocht 1 richting bocht 2 en bocht 3. Rijders die gaan nog steeds proberen mensen natuurlijk in te halen door het verkeer heen te snijden zo snel mogelijk. Zie je nog steeds de kleine handjes. Ook na 23 uur racen zijn mensen nog steeds niet altijd even blij met elkaar. Maar dat hoort erbij. Als je ziet dat ze nog steeds wachten totdat landballen nou eindelijk voor hun 31ste pitstop gaat maken, want ze moeten er natuurlijk daarna nog één gaan maken.
Ja, ik verwacht eigenlijk een beetje, het duurt lang. Dus hebben ze daar vast wel een goede strategie bij dat team. Want ze liggen voor niets eerste in deze Grand Prix. Rijden momenteel gewoon weer in 42.5. Zijn een van de snelste op deze baan momenteel. Ook Schaaprace heeft een hele snelle coureur erin. Een 42.3 weer. En eigenlijk zien we erachter best wel weer veel teams in de 42. En ja, dan zit je gewoon binnen een seconde van de snelste ronde. Eigenlijk hoop ik zometeen wel een nieuwe fast lap te zien. Als we kijken naar fast laps zien we de broekies met hun eigen persoonlijk snelste ronde. Een 42.4, dat is 17e vanaf de snelste ronde af. En als je dan 16e ligt als team, dan kun je daar hartstikke trots op zijn. En dat is een hartstikke goede ronde als team zijnde. Dus je zal als team ook aan het juichen zijn hoe ze hier naar voren schieten. En nog meer teams die naar voren schieten zijn het ook de Night Riders met een persoonlijk snelste ronde. Een 42.3. En als we dan verder naar de top kijken is het zelfs Apex Racing op plek 2 met een nieuwe persoonlijk snelste ronde. Een 42.2. Dus die zitten ook maar 3/10 van pole position af. Zo zie je, de baan wordt sneller en de karts worden misschien wel lichter. Dus we gaan vooruit. We gaan in ieder geval een stukje sneller. Het is spannend. En zelfs elk team, je kan het blijven opnoemen. Nu ook Vortex Racing Club met een 42.6 weer een persoonlijk snelste tijd. Weet je, dan hebben we meer dan 23 uur geraced. En dan klopt eigenlijk elk team momenteel bijna hun persoonlijk snelste tijden. En dat is hartstikke mooi om mee te maken. En hier krijgen we zelfs Apex Racing lap after lap. Krijgen we nu zelfs een 42.0. Dan zijn ze hartstikke goed bezig. Er zitten nog maar 1,5 tiende van die snelste ronde af. En eigenlijk is het eigenlijk maar een kwestie van tijd totdat we een nieuwe paarse tijd gaan zien.
Zeker te weten, nog steeds na meer dan 23 uur racen zien we nog steeds fastest binnenkomen. De karters zijn nog steeds razendsnel onderweg en het niveau blijft heel erg hoog. Als we nou zien dat de top 3 bijna aan het einde van de stindtijd zitten, 51 minuten, 47 minuten en 48 minuten. Dus die zullen binnenkort weer een nieuwe pitstop moeten gaan maken. En natuurlijk Lamballe Racing die heeft nog 2 verplichte pitstops te maken. Als we zien dat Supersonic Racing nou ook voor hun pitstop gaat. Als we zien dat de rondetijden vooraan blijven redelijk gelijk. Een 42.7 en een 42.8. Dus er lijkt niet heel veel ingelopen te worden op de leiding van Lamballe Racing. En dan is het toch wel de vraag van, is het gat nog wel in te halen naar de nummer 1?
Dat gaat natuurlijk heel lastig worden. Alles moet natuurlijk goed gaan. Je moet nog 2 stops maken. Dan kan natuurlijk van alles fout gaan. En het blijft een mechanische sport. Een kart kan ook stilvallen. En ja, dan verlies je gewoon 2-3 minuten en kun je tegen de achterstand aankijken. Alles moet goed gaan de komende 43 minuten. En dan lijkt het erop dat hun voor de overwinning kunnen gaan. Maar dat is zeker even afwachten. Het is in ieder geval afwachten ook Apex Racing de komende 6 minuten voor een allerlaatste stop van deze 24 uur gaat. En kijken welke coureurs ze dan in de kart krijgen en of die inderdaad een aanstalten kan gaan maken tot Lamballe Racing voor deze overwinning. Maar ook als ze achter hun moeten kijken, is het HRSB dat maar op een ronde zit te loeren. Maar ook zij zullen nog een keertje naar binnen gaan. En als we daarachter kijken, is het KRMS, die eigenlijk al hun pitstops heeft gedaan. Maar hun stint is al te lang, dus zullen het niet kunnen halen tot het einde van de race. Ze zullen ook nog een keertje naar binnen moeten. Ik zie dat de complete top 4 nog een keertje naar binnen moet. Maar ook de leider van het puntklassement op plek 5, United Racing, zal nog een keertje naar binnen moeten. En als ik het goed zie, zelfs nog 2 keer naar binnen moeten. Dus dat is voor hun ook nog negatief. Die zullen misschien nog wel terugvallen achter Backyard Racing. Maar dan zijn er in de wedstrijd nog 2 wedstrijden voor overwinningen en voor de grootste beker op die mee als winnaar uit.
Zeker te weten als we zien dat HRSB en KMRS nog steeds met elkaar weg zijn via de live timing. Als zeggen ze dat ze 10 seconden van elkaar af liggen, maar ze blijven de hele tijd switchen van positie. Dus dan ben ik wel benieuwd wat daar allemaal gaande is. Als we ook zien dat Team Ventauri weer de pits ingaat voor een laatste stint. En dan weet ik toevallig dat de owner zelf van Ventauri, Harley, de kart in gaat duiken voor de laatste stint. Als we zien ook dat KMRS voor hun laatste pitstop naar binnen gaat. Tenminste, daar gaan we in ieder geval van uit. Als we zien dat op de baan het op het moment redelijk rustig is, de gaten blijven relatief groot. Er zijn niet heel veel omtrek battles gaande op de baan. En we zitten nog steeds te wachten totdat de laatste pitstops gebeurd gaan zijn.
Ja, de laatste pitstop van KRMS is in ieder geval al geweest. Ze hebben bezig met hun laatste stop, ongeveer 50 seconden. Nu de ene zullen nog 40 seconden moeten wachten voordat ze weer onderweg mogen. En ook zien we meer andere coureurs langzaam de pit induiken voor een laatste stop. Dat zijn de leiders van de wedstrijd, zijn binnen. Lamballe Racing is momenteel de pitstraat ingedoken. Dat is niet hun laatste stop, want ze zullen daarna nog een keertje moeten stoppen. En we zien een high five, dat is in ieder geval hartstikke logisch dat er een high five daar is, want die zijn hartstikke goed bezig. Die zullen hierna nog een keertje moeten stoppen, maar zijn in ieder geval vanaf de leiding in de wedstrijd bezig. En komen nu binnen en dan is het aan het Apex Racing Team om daar misschien op te gaan counteren. Gaan zij dan nu ook naar binnen of blijven zij nog een enkele minuten door om bijvoorbeeld ook hun laatste stop te gaan maken? Het zijn de toppers in ieder geval die nu bijna hun laatste stop gaan maken en zo duiken we echt de finale in. Als we echt de finale induiken, horen daar snelle ronden bij. Dat is een 42-1 van schaapracing, maar er zijn ook straffen, want KRMS op plek 4 krijgt een straf. Parking card wrong. In de verkeerde lijn hebben ze hun auto neergezet. Het is 1 ronde straf. En ja, dat gaat gewoon heel zuur komen te staan. En het is Apex Racing dat inderdaad gaat counteren. Want het begint ook weer met regenen. We kunnen dan helaas niet die snelste rondes gaan zien in de laatste 40 minuten van deze kartrace. Het begint weer met regenen. De 2 toppers zijn naar binnen. En die duiken elk moment naar buiten om hun laatste stip te gaan doen.
Zeker, het begint weer met regenen en dan ben ik benieuwd. Lamballe zal weer terugkomen, op de baan opkomen in de leiding als we zien. Dus United Racing en de KMRS weer van positie switchen. Ja, dan is het natuurlijk de vraag, Lamballe die moet nog een pitstop maken. Gaan ze het splitten in beide 20 minuten in de stints? Of gaan ze kijken wat het weer gaan doen? Dat ze misschien nog een snelle nat weerrijder als de regen zich blijft voortzetten dat ze die misschien in de kart gaan zetten. De rondetijden blijven redelijk gelijk vooraan. Een 42-5, een 42-7 en een 42-7 voor de top 3. Dus daar lijkt niet heel veel meer te gaan gebeuren in de pro-klasse. Natuurlijk United Racing, die moet nog 2 pitstops gaan maken vanuit de leiding in de fun-klasse. En er is maar de vraag waar zij terechtkomen ten opzichte van Backyard Racing. Als er iemand een uitkomen op bocht 5 heel wijd is gegaan, die werd waarschijnlijk een klein beetje de baan.
Ja, dat blijft natuurlijk lastig, weet je. Je komt heel veel verkeer tegen. Je zit op een baantje van ongeveer 700 meter. Je hebt 38 coureurs op de baan. Ja, je zit dan eenmaal voor elkaar in de weg. De ene is sneller dan de ander. Al kijken we naar de rondetijdverschillen. Als we nu zien, ja, het verschil tussen de snelste en de langzaamste op de baan, dat is gewoon 5 seconden. Dus het gaat hartstikke hard op dit moment. En ook de leider van het puntenklassement, United Racing, komt nu naar binnen. Die duikt de pitstraat in voor hun één na laatste stop. Die zullen hierna nog een keertje naar binnen moeten. Hetzelfde geval voor landballenrace natuurlijk. Maar komen ze dan achter Backyard Racing terecht? Dat is dan de vraag. Komen zij op plek 2 weer in deze race terecht? Om zo misschien alsnog een mooie podiumplek mee naar huis te nemen? Of kunnen zij voor die hoogste tree gaan jagen? En kunnen zij hier voor de leiding in de wedstrijd gaan? Dan we zien dat Funlandballenracing, natuurlijk het broertjesteam, en hij haalt nu ook de snelste, persoonlijke snelste ronde. 42-8 is ook hartstikke goed bezig. Ja, als je mij vraagt, kan die volgend seizoen misschien wel landballenracing komen versterken bij de toppers op de eerste plek.
Dat zou misschien kunnen, alleen natuurlijk landballen racing nog steeds wel met een 42-5. Dus het moet nog steeds wel een stukje harder. En dan gaat het ook nog gewoon een stukje harder. De top 2 matchen elkaar weer met beide een 42-5. Dus zoals het er nu naar uitziet, lijkt er niet heel veel te gaan gebeuren. Maar natuurlijk, landballen racing zit nog een pitstop te wachten. Dus die zullen nog een keertje naar binnen moeten. En dan is maar de hoop dat het allemaal goed gaat. Als we nu ook zien dat United Racing nog steeds in de pitstraat staat. Hij zullen er ongeveer nog 10 seconden in staan en dan weer terug naar de baan gaan. Maar natuurlijk heb je Backyard Racing en United Racing die beide gaan voor de overwinning van de funklasse. Alleen Backyard Racing die hoeft in principe geen pitstop meer te maken. En dan is maar de vraag of United Racing daarvoor kan blijven.
Ja, dat is inderdaad hartstikke spannend hoe die wedstrijd zich gaat ontrafelen. Als ik kijk, ja, het verschil tussen HRSB en landballenracing is 2 ronden. Mocht je dan met de tijden een beetje terugrekenen naar die extra pitstop die landballenracing moet maken, ja, dan kunnen ze toch wel terugvallen. Maar HRSB moet ook nog een pitstop maken, dus dat zal niet heel erg veranderen. Maar HRSB kan zeker achterom kijken naar Apex Racing. Die zitten smachten om die tweede plek van hun af te gaan pakken. Om zo een treetje hoger te gaan op het podium. En die zijn hartstikke goed bezig. Deze 24 uur race, waar we ondertussen al bijna 23,5 uur bezig gaan. We zitten echt ver en diep in de finale op dit moment. Terwijl we hier kijken naar bocht 5 op dit moment. En de marshals hier hartstikke hard bezig zijn met het werk. Hun ook dank daarvoor natuurlijk. Want deze finale kunnen we niet mooi maken met alleen onszelf. Daar hebben we ook iedereen voor nodig. De marshals en alles. Terwijl we hier een hele bepalende race moment zien. We zien namelijk dat de Apex Racing een 5 ronde straf krijgt voor te licht zijn van 10 kilo. 10 kilo, dat is extreem veel en krijgen ze daar 5 rondes voor aan de broek. Die keken net tegen een plek 2 aan, maar kunnen nu eigenlijk nog maar hopen op een plek 5. Hun race wordt eigenlijk in 1 klap vergooid door die fout die ze als team natuurlijk hebben gemaakt. 10 kilo te licht kan ook langzaam iedereen de baan af zien schieten. Die staan hier vast in de modder en moeten de kart trekken van het heuveltje af om eigenlijk de baan te komen. Ja, dat gaat niet lukken. Je blijft vaststaan. Je gaat hier niet wegkomen op deze manier. Dat lukt niet. Dat lukt niet. Dit werkt niet. Je moet die kart weer uit. Je moet weer duwen. Je moet onderweg, want dit werkt niet. Je moet eerst die kart op de baan en dan weer een beetje gas geven. En dan kun je onderweg. Gelukkig hebben we de race director die ons hier hartstikke lief bij helpt. En dan kan hij ook zijn weg weer vervolgen. Maar heeft hij wel flink wat tijd mee verloren. Staat nog steeds vast eigenlijk. De glimlach staat er ook op. Maar gelukkig kunnen we weer onderweg. Dit was een beetje jammer. En verliest hier helaas wel tijd mee. Maar kan weer onderweg. Zo zie je maar. Ja, je moet na 23,5 uur nog steeds scherp blijven. Je moet als team gewoon blijven functioneren. Het is team 41. We kijken even in de lijst welk team dat precies was die er hier afschoot. Ik kom er even niet zo snel bij. Nitro Racing, die zagen we zojuist nog snelle rondes neerzetten. Maar momenteel toch een klein foutje gemaakt waarmee je gewoon dure secondes komt te verliezen.
Zeker, en over dure secondes ofwel rondes te praten. Apex Racing natuurlijk met een 5 ronde straf. Die zaten nog te kijken naar een P2 die mogelijk was in de top in de pro-klasse. Maar nu staan ze gewoon op plek 5. Natuurlijk na 23 uur moet je natuurlijk wel gewoon blijven opletten, blijven scherp zijn. En 10 kilo te licht is gewoon een hele grote fout voor het team van Apex Racing. En gooi je hier eigenlijk gewoon bijna de hele 24 uur weg. Want ze zaten natuurlijk gewoon te kijken naar een mooie P2. En zeer zeker als het gewoon allemaal relatief normaal is gelopen, hadden ze gewoon een mooi podium in ieder geval binnen kunnen halen. Maar nu rijden ze op de 7e plek en op 5e in de pro-klasse. Dat is gewoon heel erg zonde. Als we het gat tussen United Racing en Backyard Racing even in de gaten willen houden. Want natuurlijk United Racing moet nog naar binnen voor een stop. En dan is maar de vraag dat ze voor of achter Backyard Racing terecht kunnen komen. En dan is nog de vraag, als ze erachter komen, kunnen ze het gat nog goed gaan maken.
Ja, dat wordt interessant om te kijken hoe dat zich gaat ontvouwen. Wat ik in ieder geval wel verwacht, dat de eerste twee teams voor de komende 32 minuten ongeveer gelijk blijven. Maar het is momenteel wel echt HSB dat flink de snelste op de baan met in de 42ers rijden. Als we zien dat momenteel eigenlijk de landballen daarop vreselijk goed countert. Die rijdt momenteel ook gelijk in de 42ers. Terwijl we daar een gele vlag zien, dan kan ik even niet zien wie er dan af is gegaan. Wie dan achter deze paal die er af is gegaan. Of is het iemand anders die we langs de baan zien? Ik kan het even niet zien. Jamie Finn zoomt in ieder geval in op de bandenstapel. Nou ja, daar zien we gelukkig niemand in staan. Dus alles lijkt weer goed te gaan. We hebben weer green flags. We kunnen weer onderweg. Maar bij de eerste twee verwacht ik geen veranderingen meer. Want beide moeten nog pitten. Maar het verschil is 2 rondes. En dat rij je gewoon niet zomaar dicht. Als je ook maar enkele tiendes tot max een seconde sneller bent, rij je dat gat niet snel dicht. Dan is de vraag, kan KRMS dan die tweede plek overnemen? Ja, dat wordt een beetje een lastig. Dat ligt er een beetje aan of er nog foutjes gemaakt worden. Maar je ziet het, hè, tot de laatste minuut moet je scherp zijn. Want zo'n Apex Racing is dan een goede voorbeeld. Die verliezen 5 rondes. Ja, dan gaat het even helemaal mis. En ook op de baan zelf gaat het even helemaal mis. Je moet scherp blijven. Je ziet het meer en meer foutjes in de finale langzaam. De baan is natuurlijk nog steeds lastig, want naast de droge lijn is het nog spek en spek glad. Dus je moet scherp blijven tot de laatste minuut.
Zeker, en na ruim 23 uur en bijna nou 30 minuten, nog maar 30 minuten te gaan. En natuurlijk het fysieke spelletje en het mentale spelletje na 24 uur karten komt nou in een spel als Bosch Racing eindelijk voor hun 30ste pitstop gaan. Die moeten er nou nog 2 maken in de laatste 30 minuten. Een strategie die vrij ver afwijkt van de rest van de pro-teams en ook van de normale teams. Als we ook zien dat het Booty team 46 pitstops heeft gemaakt, die nemen ook een iets andere route qua strategie. Dat ook vrij interessant is als we ook zien dat de Swappies nou voor hun laatste pitstop naar binnen zijn gegaan. En we zitten nog steeds te wachten op de pitstops bij de top 2.
Ja, het was hartstikke spannend, nog maar 30 minuten op de klok en ze moeten bijna nog een keertje naar binnen. De laatste finale race is ingegaan, 30 minuten te gaan nog. En het is afwachten wanneer de een naar binnen gaat. Of gaan ze elkaar counteren, gaan ze tegelijk binnenkomen en gaan ze samen jagen op die overwinning. Die op dit moment nog steeds lijkt naar landballen te gaan. Het is hartstikke een mooie voorsprong op dit moment voor hun. Maar het is HRSB, die heeft gewoon een hele snelle coureur erin. Als we het over hele snelle coureurs hebben, kunnen we ook naar funlandballen kijken. Want nu zit weer een persoonlijk snelste ronde neer. 42-7, zo zie je maar. De baan wordt sneller, de baan wordt eigenlijk een stuk droger, ook buiten de droge lijn. Dus ja, er zijn weer meer lijnen mogelijk. Dus we kunnen misschien wel weer gaan afwachten naar de snelste rondetijd. En helemaal met de 2 topteams die nog een keertje naar binnen gaan. Gaan zij dan hun favoriet nog even in de auto zetten die ze graag als podium plaatsen over de finish wil zien rijden. Of gaan ze nog even hun snelste man in de auto zetten om even te laten zien van wij zijn het snelste team, wij kunnen deze snelste ronde nog verbeteren. Dat is even afwachten natuurlijk, want ze moeten nog een keertje naar binnen. Maar zodra dat gebeurd is, kunnen we gaan kijken wie nog voor de snelste ronde gaat.
Als je het gat even zag gaan van tussen Landballen Racing en HRSB naar 3 rondes. Dus dat gat is gewoon aardig groot en het lijkt erop als Landballen de concentratie behoudt, geen straffen meer krijgt, er alles goed gaat met de pitstop, dat hun met de overwinning aan de haal kunnen gaan tegenover HRSB. KMRS die heeft natuurlijk al een pitstops al gemaakt, maar die liggen 6 rondes achter Lamballen, dus dat lijkt niet meer iets te gaan worden. Natuurlijk heb je Schaapracing die er maar 9 seconden achter zit, maar die zitten natuurlijk nog steeds ook aan een pitstop aan te kijken. En dan is het ook nog steeds de vraag dat United Racing en Backyard Racing, tussen die twee teams, wie de leiding kan gaan overnemen aan het einde van deze race en de overwinning tussen de funklassen in ieder geval aan de haal kan halen.
Natuurlijk kijken we voor die overwinning, niet alleen in de pro-klasse, maar ook in de funklasse. Waar we nog meer naar kijken is steeds die fast lap. Het is leuk om te kijken of ze daar dichterbij komen, maar we zien de tijden eigenlijk weer omhoog gaan, wou ik zeggen. Maar ik zie komt gelijk een 42-4 binnen. Lamballen zegt er gaat helemaal niks omhoog. Het enige wat er gaat, de tijden die gaan omlaag. De snelste ronde voor het team van Lamballen momenteel op de baan zijn hun hartstikke goed bezig. Terwijl KRMS toch nog naar binnen gaan. Dat vind ik gek, want die hoefde eigenlijk niet meer naar binnen. Die hadden al hun pitstops gehad en ook hun laatste stint. De tijd was kort genoeg om dit af te kunnen maken. Maar kiezen er dan toch voor om naar binnen te gaan. En een 34e stop maakt dat iemand flink hard rechtdoor is gegaan in bocht 1. Ja, dan moet je uitkijken. Je komt daar met zo'n 65, 70 km per uur aan in bocht 1. En ja, als je dan maar een beetje buiten de droge lijn aanrent, schiet je zo een stuk rechtdoor. En terwijl we kijken in het, eigenlijk de spanning stijgt bij het funklassement. Momenteel United Racing flink ingevecht met Backyard Racing. Maar United Racing moet nog een stop maken en die zijn zojuist naar binnen gedoken. En gaan dan denk ik achter Backyard Racing terug de baan opkomen. En is het even afwachten hoe ver ze dan nog terug kunnen komen. En of ze in deze 27 minuten dat gat nog kunnen gaan dichten. Of zij die grote beker nog mee naar huis kunnen nemen. Of ze helaas met de tweede plek voor hun moeten zetten, wat natuurlijk ook hartstikke goed is.
Het gat tussen United Racing en Backyard Racing was voor de pitstop maar 18 seconden. Dat betekent na de pitstop, als alles goed gaat bij United Racing, dat ze er 1 minuut en 12 seconden achter gaan liggen. En dat lijkt een te groot gat te gaan zijn in deze actie in bocht 5 in ieder geval. Maar wat ik wil zeggen is dat in 26 minuten nog dat het gewoon een te groot gat is als er niks misgaat bij Backyard Racing. Dat hun hoogstwaarschijnlijk aan de haal kunnen gaan. 1.30 zien een hele mooie pitstop in ieder geval voor KMRS die opvallend toch voor een 34e pitstop is gegaan, terwijl ze nog wel in gevecht waren met Schaap Racing die natuurlijk ook nog een pitstop moet gaan maken. En daar hadden ze gewoon een pitstop kunnen besparen, maar nu kiezen ze toch voor om weer een nieuwe rijder in de auto te zetten om te kijken of dat ze het gat misschien op rauwe pace groter kunnen gaan maken.
Ja, een perfecte pitstop van 1.30, maar ook een hele goede pitstop van United Racing. De 1.31 komen wel achter Backyard Racing de baan op. Dus even afwachten hoe groot dat verschil gaat zijn. Of zij nog kunnen gaan jagen op de allereerste positie in deze race in de funklasse. Dat is in ieder geval nog hartstikke spannend hoe dicht ze erachter komen. En of ze eventueel voor de eerste plek kunnen gaan. Dat wachten we nog even met z'n allen af. Maar momenteel is het eigenlijk de toppers die momenteel 2 rondes achter elkaar rijden. Zijn het de eerste 4 die alle 4 nog naar binnen moeten gaan. Is ook Backyard Racing die nog naar binnen moet gaan, zie ik zojuist. Dus is het eigenlijk United Racing die eigenlijk, als ik het nu alvast mag voorspellen, misschien wel met de overwinning naar huis kan gaan. Zo hebben we momenteel 2 potentiële overwinningen voor het pro-team van Lamballen en het fun-team van United Racing. Is het even afwachten of het natuurlijk goed gaat. Want je ziet gewoon veel fouten in de laatste minuten ook alweer gebeuren. We zitten gewoon al meer dan 23,5 uur te racen. En je moet als team gewoon je kop erbij houden. Want we hebben ook al een straf gezien van 5 rondes. En als we nog meer naar straffen kijken is het nu ook KRMS met 1 ronde straf. Taking card the wrong color lane. Ja, weet je. Je moet gewoon je kop erbij houden. Ook al zit je in de finale. Je moet nu gewoon sterk blijven. En je moet je gewoon even concentreren op die laatste 25 minuten. Alles goed doen. En dan verwacht ik eigenlijk dat er voor de topteams niet heel veel meer mis kan gaan. En lijkt het nu al gezetteld te zijn met nog 24 minuten te gaan.
Als ik ook zie dat KMRS niet alleen taking card van Ron Quick Lane heeft gehad als straf, maar ook pit speeding too high. Dus nog een ronde erbij, 2 rondes in totaal dat ze aan straf krijgen. Als ook nog Team Buick een straf krijgt van 3 seconden voor unsportsmanlike conduct, first offense. Als we ook zien dat vooraan, er gebeurt niet heel veel. We zitten nog steeds te wachten op de laatste pistols. En met 24 minuten nog te gaan is het ook Bosch PSB 18 LI2 Tripleback die nog 2 pitstops verplicht is om te maken.
Ja, de race duurt niet heel lang meer, maar ik verwacht eigenlijk wel dat we binnen enkele minuten naar binnen gaan. Je gaat ook niet riskeren dat je met een 5 minuten naar binnen gaat en je coureur ziet niet dat je naar binnen moet. Op een gegeven moment, dat is ook dat, ja, ik verwacht, ik weet niet wat voor penalty daar aan zit, maar ik denk als je een pitstop te weinig doet, dat je zomaar ver terug kan vallen. Dus die topteams, die top 4, die allemaal nog een keertje naar binnen moeten, zullen scherp moeten zijn en zullen goed moeten communiceren met hun coureur van wanneer gaan we naar binnen voor die laatste stop en wanneer kiezen we ervoor om die laatste top te doen. Op de baan nog steeds hartstikke mooie battles zien. 24 uur lang hebben we hier mooie battles gezien. Zien we kars met elkaar in gevecht, binnenkant, buitenkant. Hier hebben we weer een mooie van aan de binnenkant. En Divon van HRSB die hartstikke goed onderweg zijn. Worden de tweede in de race en halen hier ook weer genoeg achterblijvers in. Ja, als je zoveel sneller bent als de rest eigenlijk op de sommige stukken, dan is het ook lastig om elke keer door dat verkeer te komen. En het is makkelijker ingehaald te worden dan inhalen. Dus als jij momenteel tweede ligt, ja, dan moet je gewoon elke keer 36 auto's bijna inhalen. En dan is het zelf gevoel heel druk op de baan. Het is ook lastig om in snelle rondetijden te doen met een 1,5 seconde van de snelste ronde af. Dus het is ook lastig om of überhaupt nog in die 41 te gaan komen. Ik hoop het persoonlijk wel, maar het gaat lastig worden. Ik verwacht het eigenlijk niet.
Ja, de gaten die blijven natuurlijk aardig groot. Natuurlijk ook dat mensen hun laatste pissels aan het maken zijn. De closest battle op het moment is de swappies tegen de broekjes die ongeveer 4 seconden van elkaar afliggen. En verder rest zijn de gaten aardig groot. Natuurlijk het grootste gat op dit moment is het gat tussen Britney Spears en Booty Team. Is 61 ronden als Booty Team nog maar eens voor een nieuwe pitstop is gegaan en een nieuwe rijder de baan op heeft gestuurd. 47 pitstops nou in totaal die zij gemaakt hebben. Als we hier nog een kleine side-by-side hebben in box 6, dat gaat nog allemaal goed. Er wordt nog steeds ook na 23 uur nog steeds clean geraced.
Ja, zeker. En dat moet ook, weet je. Anders heb je gewoon heel veel penalties aan de broek. Ja, penalties kunnen je race gewoon op de schop gooien. Zo zien we de grootste penalty die ik vandaag in ieder geval heb gezien, is natuurlijk die 5 rondes penalty. Wordt te licht zijn voor Apex Racing. Daar gaan ze vannacht nog wel een keertje wakker van worden. En ja, tenminste, je hoopt na 24 uur dat je lekker kan slapen. Maar als je dan 5 rondes aan de broek hebt gehad, ja, dan slaap je toch wat minder lekker, verwacht ik. Dat is natuurlijk een klein foutje vanuit dat team. Een klein foutje, best wel een groot foutje. Kleinere foutjes zien we hier wel op de baan. Ja, je merkt het toch hoor, mensen worden minder scherp. Hier, kijk weer een tik van achter. Ja, en dan zie je dat helmpje opeens naar achter gaan. Dat is niet lekker voor je nek. En dan wil je eigenlijk gewoon weer onderweg. Maar die lijkt ook niet zo snel te gaan. Die zullen waarschijnlijk hun favorietje de laatste stint erin hebben gegooid om zo nog door te gaan. En dan zien we er weer eentje afgaan op de exit van bocht 3 is dat. Ja, die moet je hem er goed aftillen, want anders blijft je staan. En ja, zo'n kart kan al best wel zwaar zijn. Maar hij lijkt alweer goed onderweg te zijn. En dan duwt hij nog even iets verder de baan op. Moet even uitkijken dat iedereen daar gelukkig goed omheen gaat. Maar gelukkig hebben wij het team van Lelystad genoeg goede marshals die de gele vlaggen zwaaien. En kan hij gewoon weer veilig onderweg. En terwijl we in de finale zijn, was het wachten op de pitstop van de top 4. Maar is het nu HRSB plek 2 die naar binnen is gedoken voor hun pitstop. En ja, die gaan hun laatste stint doen. 20 minuutjes voor die coureur die de laatste stint mag doen. En die gaan gewoon jagen voor dat podium. Dat gaat er zeker in zitten. Samen met Schaap Racing. Dit is nog wel een kleine battle. Maar ook die zullen nog naar binnen moeten. Dus daar verwacht ik niet heel veel veranderingen.
Nee, zeker niet. Ik verwacht in de top 3 eigenlijk, als er alles goed gaat met de pistols, geen veranderingen meer. Of er moeten nog penalties voor iets in de pits gaan komen. Natuurlijk heb je Bosch PSB 18 LI2 Tripleback die nog steeds zit te wachten op 2 pitstops te gaan. Met nog maar 19 minuten op de klok. Dan is de vraag, wat is de strategie daar? Waar wachten ze gewoon tot zo lang mogelijk dat ze aan het einde nog iemand de baan op kunnen sturen die gewoon voor fun meedoet, die dan het laatste rondje gaat rijden en dan over het podium heen kan gaan? Dat is natuurlijk de vraag en wat daar de strategie is. Maar nog steeds zitten we te wachten op de pitstop in de laatste.
Ja, we gaan in de finale in, echt hoor. Het is de laatste 20 minuten. Je hebt 24 uur geraced en je hebt nog maar 20 minuten te gaan. De laatste loodjes moeten nu gebeuren. Weet je, het regent ook hartstikke. Het regent eigenlijk voor bijna de 24 uur lang. Maar niet de volledige 24 uur, want het is nu gewoon mooi droog. Maar je zit naast de droge lijn. Ontstaat zeker een regenlijn. En het is ook nummer 3 vanuit de race die nu naar binnen is gegaan voor hun laatste stop. En die gaan zeker nog even knallen die 20 minuten, dat verwacht ik zeker. Hun gaan jagen op HRSB als dat nog mogelijk is. HRSB is juist met een pitstop van 1 minuut 32. Terwijl ook weer zien, de regen gaat vallen. En dan moet ik helaas zeggen dat we dan waarschijnlijk geen nieuwe snelste ronde meer gaan zetten. Die is gisteren in de eerste 4 uur neergezet. En is daarna nooit meer vergroot, want we hebben heel veel regen gehad. De baan is heel lang nat geweest, ook de hele nacht door is die aardig damp geweest. En konden we niet dicht bij de 45, 43 seconden komen. Dus ik verwacht ook niet dat dat meer gaat gebeuren, helaas voor ons natuurlijk. Maar de race is in ieder geval nog hartstikke spannend. 18 minuten te gaan. Momenteel schaapracing in de pitstraat. Zullen niet terugvallen. Verder naar achter verwacht ik. Want Apex Racing zit daar nog op een ronde of 2 of 3. Dus dat verwacht ik niet dat ze terug gaan vallen. Of het moet nog heel spannend worden. Maar Apex Racing heeft de hele race namelijk wel de pace erin gehad. Maar ik verwacht niet dat het spannend genoeg gaat worden om schaapracing nog in te gaan halen. Die hebben gewoon zichzelf de nek gedraaid met die 500 stop. Ja, en dat gaat heel lastig worden. Terwijl we zien dat de fans langzaam hier onze Lelystadse duinen opklimmen. En dat is Team Pentauri die hier nog even laat zien dat ze als een echt team aan het supporten zijn. Dat is mooi om te zien. Een echt team, staan voor hun coureur. En ze mooi om dit nog mee te maken. Je ziet het goed in beeld, volledig in beeld. Leuk om de support zo te zien. En ze moedigen hun coureur aan. Daar krijg je vleugels van. Daarvan ga je harder racen.
Team Ventauri natuurlijk, het e-sports team wat samen ook nog race met Team IRT. Willen natuurlijk laten zien en zijn heel blij met hun nieuwe kleuren. Want ze zijn ook laatst nog geswitcht van NLR eSports naar de nieuwe rebrand van Ventauri eSports met een hele mooie nieuwe merch. En natuurlijk ook de vlag die jullie zojuist hebben gezien. Bosch Racing is eindelijk voor hun 31ste pitstop naar binnen gegaan. En natuurlijk zitten we nog steeds te wachten op de laatste pitstop van de landballen, Backyard Racing en Bosch natuurlijk. Die moeten ook nog een pitstop gaan maken. En ja, dan zit je toch te kijken naar Apex Racing. Ze zitten 9 seconden achter de leiding. Als je die 5 seconden vanaf haalt, dan rij je gewoon nog op een hele degelijke tweede plek. Gewoon nog een ronde voor HRSB. Dus die straf die kost ze echt heel veel tijd. En daarmee gaan ze waarschijnlijk ook nog misschien wel het podium verliezen in de pro-klasse.
Ja, dat zou natuurlijk zonde zijn voor hun. Die strijd is in ieder geval nog bezig in volle gang. En gaan we kijken wie daar de brons mee naar huis mag nemen. Voor de gouden en de zilveren plak lijkt het op dit moment wel gespeeld te zijn. Landballen Racing en HRSB zijn momenteel vol bezig in de finale. Daar verwachten we niet heel veel veranderingen. Het regent door, maar Landballen Racing heeft daar eigenlijk een beetje de maling mee. Want het is 42-8 wat ze gewoon weer neerzetten. De tijden blijven gewoon goed. 1552 rondes geraced, maar het tempo zit er nog volledig in. Ik verwacht dat we hem na de gouden plak zullen cruisen. We moeten nog wel een keertje naar binnen, maar als we dat allemaal rustig doen met nog 15 minuten te gaan, verwacht ik daar geen gekke gebeurtenissen. En lijkt het er gewoon op dat hun die gouden plak kunnen gaan overnemen.
We have definitively entered the final stages of this race. Just 15 minutes remaining after over 23 hours of racing, and Landballen Racing are in a great position. They are tasting that victory. They've got 5 laps ahead of HRSB in second place, though they still need to make one more pit stop in these last 15 minutes of the race. Backyard Racing at the moment in P3 for the overall result in the fun category is still in P3 there, but they also have to make another pit stop in this race. HRSB and Apex Racing and Schaap all made their 32 mandatory pit stop as KMRS1 has pulled into pit lane as well for their final stop, that 35th of the race. Team RT as well, the number 49 making their final pit stop, number 33 of the race. But at the front it is Landballen Racing with a 43.7, and they are just extending their lead every single lap. Looks like they're just cruising to victory.
Indeed they are. What a race they've had as well, Landballen Racing. Every single driver, every single team have had their fair shares of problems, but nevertheless, Landballen Racing came out on top of it. Like you said, they still need to make that one mandatory pit stop. HRSB doesn't. Of course, they're 5 laps down, so there's no way catching up unless they have a blunder of a pit stop. But I don't think they will. I think everything will be fine, and plain sailing from now on in this exhausting 24-hour race here in Leyland Start. 15 minutes left to go, and I think every single team driver is very tired. I've walked through the paddock, and I've seen a lot of red eyes. Everybody is super, super tired, including me. I've had no sleep either, but it's all part of the game, really. Commentators, organisers, marshals, drivers, teams, anybody around here has done a mega, mega job of this 24-hour event. The setup has been absolutely amazing. The race has been amazing too. Yes, we've had a little bit of a period where we had a red flag, but that's part of the game. Not all expected to go to pace daily, but at least we're back and at least we're racing. Whilst that red flag, the timer was still going, obviously, because we need to make it to 12 o'clock. The timer still goes once the race goes, and that is Lambano Racing in first place, as you can see on our screen. Through turn 6, turn 7. Bjorn Smith is the cameraman. He's picking up the race leader. He's making his way through the chicane. What a race it's been. He's behind the back marker right now, but I don't think he'll care. He just needs to keep it nice and clean. Of course, still needs to make the mandatory pit stop. 13 minutes left to go, and I wonder who is the last driver race. Is he waving his hand to say he's in the pit lane? Let's have a look to see if he does make his way in the pit lane. No, he's not, so he's staying out there for a few more laps, but I wonder how long he's going to be, because they need to make that one more pit stop to conclude it. As we now make our way towards turn 3 and turn 4. Good place to overtake. See sci-fi silence. He's going to risk it around the outside, but he does get run over. And nice move there from Lambano Racing against the 24, or 26, sorry, as we head through turn 5 in towards the hairpin we go. And the number 26 is the Smadderer in 26 place. Apologies, it is a Dutch name, so I can't really pronounce it properly, but he is stuck behind a bunch of cars, but I don't think he'll care that much. Just needs to keep it nice and clean and consistent. No need to risk anything. You can see Team Ventari in the background. And in the pit lane comes Backyard Racing for third place. They have pitted for their last stop. I think almost every single team have made the mandatory stop, except a few, just like 5 or 6 people. There's been a spinner there as well. I see plenty of spins. The rain is pouring once again here in Lelystad, and we've had rain for this whole event as well. But hopefully, in these last 12 minutes, I really hope nobody makes a mistake now. Like, it's all crucial. It's all coming to the end, and if you make a mistake right now, all that hard work will be undone after 24 hours.
We're gonna wait and see until Lamballen Racing make their final pit stop. Look how close it is here from the exit of turn 5, going side by side, 2 by 2, going in towards turn 6. Like I said, the rain is starting to come down again. Add an extra challenge to these final 11 minutes of this race. Backyard Racing, halfway through their pit stop, they will lose out towards Apex, Swap, and probably United Racing as well, which is gonna bump United Racing back up into first place in the fun category. And the most Backyard Racing back down second. Oh, someone's gone off very weird. Where did he go? On the exit of turn 3, was fully behind the barriers. That is a strange moment, and banging the helmet as well in frustration. Bit of a strange moment there. It's the number 27, which is Booty Team, back down in 38th place, and they just went off there in turn 3. Bit of an interesting place to go fully behind the barriers. I'm not sure what happened between those two, but the focus of the fight at the front seems some brutal action as well there. There we go, we picked up our race leader once again, Lamballen Racing. When are they going to make their final pit stop of the race? I don't think we're going to be able to beat the fastest lap of the race. We're now back down to 49, so that shows the wet weather coming down again. So the track is going to get slippier as well. More yellow flag being waved through the first couple of corners. And so someone's gone off. Oh, once again on turn 3 on the exit, someone has spun around, facing the wrong direction, trying to rejoin, and doing so successfully without impeding any other drivers following in behind. Frankers making their final pit stop as well. Number 17 in 17th place. At the moment, they were a little bit behind early on in this race, and it looks like it was 0-7 after who made the spinner there out of turn 3, and someone's going very wide through turn 4 as well. There's one move being made. Getting quite close, but between Swab United and Backyard Racing. Backyard Racing have rejoined this race in 6th place with only 12 seconds behind United Racing. It's going to be a sprint to the end of the race, and we see a black and orange flag possibly being waved for some of the drivers. We're waiting to see if we can maybe figure out who this is going to be for as they go down the start-finish straight. About to get waved, I think, there for the number 21. I'm not quite sure, but they have been given black and orange flag, so they are going to be happy coming into the pit lane quite soon. And no racing team excluded in the pit lane as well. Anyone else filling in pit lane right now, but at the moment it might be one of Swab Racing was holding there. They're in P4 right now, 24 seconds of Apex Racing Team for the final spot on the podium in the overall class and the pro class as well. But Lamballen still staying out with just over 9 minutes remaining. We're just waiting for the final pit stop of this race.
Exactly, that's the last thing. Oh, they're in the pit lane. They're in the pit lane right now. Labella Racing is in the pit lane, and we've transitioned it over to the pit cam. There they are then, and hopefully it's a nice and smooth stop. It has to be. They can't afford any errors whatsoever. We've got to keep it nice and clean. We're on board with the camera now, and let's see if this is a nice pit stop. We can see in the pit lane a few people in the way, but they don't know the camera's there, so you can't really fault them. But you can see the manager and organizer, it is Swimmer, who is there under the canopy. He's been active and about everywhere, and hopefully it is a nice transition in the pit lane. Is he going to get going once again? We're about to find out anytime soon. The average pit stop is about 1 minute 30 or 20 if you can aim for that. Anything slow, well, they don't really need to rush because they've got plenty of time beforehand, so it doesn't really matter. But they're spending about 50 seconds in the pit lane, so 20-30 seconds left in the pit lane, and we should see our race leader rejoin once again. And let's see if they get out in front. They should come out in front really, because they've got a massive gap behind, and there's no need to panic or worry. There's no need to rush either. Just keep it nice and smooth. That's all they need, a nice clean pit stop out in the race, and whoever the final driver is, will enjoy the last 8 minutes of this race then. So what an eventful race it's been so far. The leader of the full categories is United Racing, and they've had their fair share as well of leading the race as well, being in the top 3 some of the race. But they're down at P5, a valiant effort there for United Racing, and Backyard Racing 2 came out of nowhere, up into P6, they qualified outside the top 10. And the early leaders as well in this race, well, they've had I think it's KMRS who's also led the race as well. I think he's out the pit lane. He is out right now. And we should pick up our leader very, very, very shortly, because of course Dion doesn't know that he's out the pit lane, because he can't communicate with him right now, no radios. But what a 24 hours has been here at Car Central Layla side. You can feel the exhaustion in the air. Every driver, every mechanic, every marshal, they're running purely on adrenaline right now. It's been a long, brutal, emotional ride from day to night, back into the morning again. And the reality is starting to hit. They've nearly made it. The conditions have been relentless. We've had sun, we've had rain, then more rain, and it's dried out, and it's rained again. It's been all over the place. It's been greasy, slippery, unpredictable. Drivers had to adapt lap after lap, sometimes in the middle of stints where the grip just disappears out of nowhere. You can see it now in the concentration on their bases. The slower reactions and fatigue started to take its toll. A few teams have had spins, some have crashes, and others are just hanging on. Do whatever it takes to get the cars across the line. But actually, during this racing, this isn't about the fastest driver or being about the fastest driver for 5 minutes. It's about surviving for 24 hours straight. It's mental strength, it's teamwork, and it's how you and your teammates communicate when you're tired, when you're frustrated, when things go wrong. And they have gone wrong for everyone at some point. Nobody's gone without incident in this race, I don't think. Every team has had their moment of panic, their setback, their late night pit stop where something didn't go to plan, and all that drama. But they've pushed all through it. Think about the drivers, but the ones there have probably had 2, maybe 3 hours of sleep right now. They've been in and out of the cars all night, stopping stage, trying to get some rest on the floor, in the cars, on the benches, or anywhere quiet, or in their campers. So they get pulled back to the pit lane, throw the helmet on, and jump straight back into the chaos. That's not easy. Your body's aching, your brain's foggy, and you still need time to time the focus and continue to drive on the limit in these tricky conditions. And the teamwork, that's what makes it special. You can't do this alone. Every single driver relies on their teammates. Review the cars, to manage the strategy, keep on track of the lap times, to encourage them when it's tough. See it all the time. A tired driver comes to the pit, barely able to walk straight, and others are there to lift them up, give them water, check the data, to make sure the next driver is ready to go. And that's what Security Racing is all about. Trust, teamwork, and commitment. The mechanics and team captains deserve just as much credit. They've been awake for nearly 30 hours straight, eyes glued to lap timers, watching fuel levels, timing bolts, making repairs to the fly. Some of the cars have been through some absolute punishment. You can see every single one of them are muddy and dirty, and yet the teams somehow keep them running, even if they have to swap cars. And let's not forget the marshals. They've been out there since the very start of this race, in the rain, in the cold, through the night, waving flags, clearing incidents, keeping everybody safe. Without them, none of this would be even possible. You walk to the paddock, and it's like a mix of a war zone and a family reunion. People are shattered, some are half asleep on the chairs, and some are still laughing like we've seen on screen, and some are still nervous watching the time screens, hoping their cars hold on for 1 more hour at least, or a few minutes. It's beautiful, really. It's pure spirit of motorsport. Everyone here is just doing it because they love it, and it's their passion. You can see the organizer on the track there taking photos. That is Swearer. You're talking to Mike very time soon, the organizer of this event. And somehow, through all the madness, through the crashes, rain showers, there's a tyre barrier. There's tyres on the track there. I really hope you clear it. That's a big hazard. That is a massive hazard indeed. The tyre barriers have taken a beating in this race. But somehow, through all the madness, through the crashes, rain showers, strategy gambles, fuel dramas, timing issues, you name it, we made it to the final stretch. And it's anybody's guess we might have a look at that, was so close there. The Lambalin Racing is out in front, holding strong with Apex Racing Team, KMRS 1 and HSB in the top pack fighting to the very end. But Lambalin Racing has a massive gap behind in the first place. You can't help but admire every single person involved. Keep a car running for 24 hours, keep your body awake and your mind focused. It's something special. This isn't just a race, it's a test of endurance, patience and teamwork at the absolute limit. As we edge closer towards the finish, sense the emotion in the build despite the exhaustion and the relief, because it's a race like this, simply making it to the end is an absolute achievement. Every single team, whether they're leading or not, or down the order, has done something remarkable. Even if it's just for fun, like British team down in last place, who are quite a long way behind, 180 kilos behind. As we head into these final minutes, just take a look around. Tired faces, tired eyes, but full of satisfaction, because this is what endurance racing is all about. Every single team driver will be rewarded to the end. There is 3 minutes left to go in this race, and Lambalin Racing still leads this race ahead of HRSB P2, of Scout Racing and Apex Team stuck away for P3 and P4, the final spot on the podium. But I think that could be a timing glitch there, because we've seen that in this race, because apparently the penalties are applied afterwards as well. So that's why they have that sort of timing glitch. They are quite a few laps behind, so it should sort itself out very time soon. United Racing will be the winners of this race for the full category. They're 6.4 seconds behind and maybe closing in on Scrap Racing for P4, so might not be able to shift between those two there. But United Racing will take the pride for fun and will be the winner on top of that. Backyard Racing for P6 will take P2 and Supersonic Racing will take P3. They're just overtaking MRS, so that could be down on this. Sit back and relax. There is 2 minutes left to go in this race, and we're coming towards the final stages of this race.
Lambalin still very much in the lead by 3 laps over HRSD. The last lap gained 36 seconds. We've got 2 minutes remaining in this 24 hours of ladies that we're nearing the finish. The Bashir, the number 11, fighting it out here in the midfield, managing their way through the traffic, and let's hope they can get around it without any major troubles. But they don't need to push that much right now. They've got a 2 lap advantage to the number 2 in this race, and they have to prove it. All they need to do to get to the finish line of this race. It's just racing in winners 1, fighting out for 7th and 8th, and like you mentioned, gap between 4th and 5th as well. United Racing with Apex fighting it out for P4, but the podium looks to be decided in this race. Lambalin leads by 3 laps ahead of HRSB and a further 3 laps ahead of Scrap Racing. So I don't think there will be any changes right there. We're on lap 1569 of this race. Just a few laps to go. 1 minute and 18 seconds to be precise. Around 2 laps remain in this race. We are at the end of this race. Time has absolutely flown by around Lelystad circuit here for this event. It's been absolutely incredible to be here, and it's been an incredible experience as well to witness all these drivers pushing themselves to the limit for 24 hours straight, along with their teammates and their respective teams. We're entered the final minute of this race, and we are about to witness Lambalin to get victorious here around Lelystad, as a Racing Team Exclusive making a pit stop at the last possible time in 33rd place. But Lambalin Racing, they are very close to that finish line, and HRSB, there's nothing they can do, but they still can be proud with a 2nd place for the number 2. But we're entering the final stages, and you can take it away for the final lap.
I'm in commentator Jay Morris. There is 20 seconds left to go in this race. Lambalin Racing, you can hear the applause outside. The checker flag's about to be waved anytime soon. We're just focused on the start finish rate to find the number 11. It is the final lap of this race. Is that the number 11 there? I think it was. I think that was number 11 going through turn 1 and turn 2. Well, pure motion, hard work, consistency throughout this Lelystad event. He's coming through turn 4 right now, turn 5 in towards the hairpin. A couple of more corners to go. There's 4 more corners, and this is the team that's shown amongst the rest in the professional categories. It hasn't been an easy win, far from it. It's been chasing them all the way through. Apex Racing Team, KMRS, HOSB, United Racing, all pushing them to the absolute limit. But Lambalin have just been unshakable so far. Every driver in that lineup has their job to perfection. Every pit stop, every stint, every lap, all part of one incredible effort. He's coming towards the final corner, and it is Lambalin Racing who wins the 24-hour race here in Lelystad. What a fantastic race it's been for the professional team. And you can see the applause and the cheers. There is the team members. Every single part of that team have been through the raid period and taken the steps all the way through to win this race. Every single driver has done an incredible job. And across the line goes HOSB in 2nd place. And Apex Racing Team will finish in P3, but we're waiting for the fun category because United Racing will come across the line to win for the fun category. The Backyard Racing finishes at P2, and we've got somebody stopped on the last lap. It is Lambella Racing. You can see the joy, the emotion, the relief, the hard work, the stress, the commitment, the dedication has been put all the way through this 24-hour race, and it has ended on a high for Lambella Racing. Got to give them applause for assisting all the way through. You hear the cheers outside if you heard that. But it's been an incredible race. So many drivers crashing, losing their focus. A lot of drivers, we've seen spins, crashes. I think every single team in this race have had their fair share of blunders. In the end, it is Lambella Racing who comes out on top as all 38 teams line up on the grid. With Lambella Racing make his way through the heavy at turn 5 stop. He is the winner of the 24-hour race here in Lelystad. And it's United Racing who is first place for the fun category with Backyard in P2 and Supersonic in P3. HOSB in second place. They did have a few misdemeanors themselves and a bit of time where they spent a long time period in the pit lane. They had 3 stops in the space of 35 minutes, so something dramatic must have happened. They were 3 laps down. Scat Racing was 6 laps down. But Scat Racing, dedication all the way through too. They were leading majority of this race. They had a big battle with United Racing. And there are the winners then for the 24-hour race here in Lelystad in the fun and the pro category. They've both done an excellent job. The 2 judges making their way through side by side. There's Sver, the organiser of this event. Both holding the Dutch flag here in Lelystad. Ironically, an English commentator here. So we've had mixed commentators. I have been Jay Morris. Alan Langer has been alongside me. Kevin Sundberg, Stein Hazeman, and also Alex Gabrish, the German, and Bjorn Smith, who is the cameraman out right now outside. Shout out to Bjorn for operating the camera as they go wheel to wheel now, side by side between the 2 winners here in Lelystad. What an epic event it's been. It's been a challenge, pure emotion, sleepless nights, the pain. It was all worth it, the exhaustion. Champions of the Dutch 24-hour race here in Lelystad. For Lambella Racing, they're side by side, coming towards the line. You can hear the cheers outside. They're just outside the commentary box. The cheers, the emotion, the joy, the celebrations will start to begin as we have our in-lap around the circuit. Look at the go-karts. They've been through a lot of stress. The tyre barriers will take a beating too. You can see all the go-karts, very muddy. It's been hard to identify. You can see the number plates as well, just covered in dirt, hard to identify which drivers in which. But I'm so glad that us 6 have commentated and enjoyed this event because it's been so amazing. It's a new, exciting opportunity for all 6 of us because it's something we've done for the first ever time in real life. I think Bjorn has done it before on radio podcasts for radio station for the Netherlands. We're supposed to have Jules van der Velden, let's not forget him. He was supposed to be a part of the team, but unfortunately he sustained an injury. So, yeah, we would love to have Jules van der Velden to be alongside us. Lambella Racing is the winner of the 24-hour race, and United Racing are the winners for the fun class. It's the top 4 pro class. 5th, 6th and 7th is United Racing, Backyard Racing and Supersonic Racing for 1st, 2nd, 3rd for the fun categories. As the drivers line up on the grid then, ready to enter the pit lane, and the podium ceremonies will begin very shortly. But the commentators will make their way outside and we reunite out there. Thank you so much. It's been an epic event, excellent stream. I think the stream will keep going. I think somebody was behind the camera. But I want to thank you all for tuning in. I know we've had our drama early yesterday, late yesterday shall I say, in the evening, due to a transponder issue and fuel issues, but the weather has been absolutely torrential here. But in the end though, it's all for the smiles and joys and happiness. And everybody can start celebrating, even the guys. Every single team should be proud of themselves for taking part in this 24-hour race. It's just been so exhausting for every single one of us, even the commentators, well, me specifically, who had no sleep last night. But it was all worth it for the trip here in the Netherlands. I come from the UK, of course, in England, where the weather is terrible there too. Not as bad though as the Netherlands. And look at this, IRT Team Ventari, Alex Gabrish, commentator that was there early on. Shout out to Alex if you can hear me. I don't think you can hear me on this mic. ILT are right there too. They finished down in P23. One of them had a crash early in the race too. Car Freaks Racing, who was on the podium, I think, last time we came to the Netherlands for Fun Class, are down in P9. Team Ventari just outside the top 10. Swappies, who was inside the top 10, but finished down in P15. And we conclude this 24-hour race. It's been excellent, and all 38 teams made it, despite all the penalties dished out to a lot of drivers. So many penalties have been dished out in the race, but you can't go without a race without any penalties. It's expected. Someone's going to have a slip up somewhere. Whether it's in the pit lane, contact, drivers continue to track limits, anywhere. And there is that Ballon Racing team, all in yellow, all dressed in yellow, celebrating. An emotional one today. I think that'll end the 24-hour race here in Lelystad. Thank you so much for all tuning in and joining. It's been epic and eventful and chaotic. So at the end of it, it ends on a high.
Nee, Nederlands.
Oké, dan moet die camera
Ja, ik heb...
zo op het podium neer.
Ik heb ze in ieder geval tegen me. Er zitten een aantal stekkers in, ik weet niet... Kan je even helpen met die box? Hoe heet die? Deze box moet dan... of alles moet losgetrokken worden, maar ik denk dat het handig is om die box mee te nemen, aangezien die al... anders deed eigenlijk.
We hebben een beeld.
Zijn we ook? Oh ja. Oh, het licht is wel een beetje... Even kijken hoe de camera werkt. Een half uur wachten. Oh ja. Maar ik wel een mooi beeld. Zeker. De volgende in de mainkoers. Ja, toch? Nummer 36, die heb ik echt... Er kwam op een gegeven moment een nieuw gastje in. En voor mij heb ik hem in 10 minuten heb ik hem 3 keer in de gang gezet. Nou, die bandenstapel staan echt overhoop.
Het is ook als je belangt, als je weer oversteekt, dan zie je de modder gewoon langs de weg.
En er zijn heel veel karts die echt naar het galamissen zijn.
Die band
Er hing
staat
alles gewoon
gisteren-
los.
Ja, die band staat gisteravond gezien. De band lag bijna gewoon bij bocht 4. Er was eentje zo keihard tegenaan gekeken. Dat ik gewoon de hele bocht wil afsnijden. Die was gewoon echt dwars doorheen gegaan.
Niet normaal, hè?
Dan is champagne over.
Ja, dan zijn die al gewoon achter staan. Ja, ik dacht ik moet zo makkelijk mogelijk voor de commentator maken. Dus op een gegeven moment volgde een aantal keer even een kaart, zodat je een beetje het nummer ook kon zien.
Your small go ahead.
Kom hier, little guy.
That's right.
Ja, het is een heel mooi
Die blauwe vlekken. Beetje rechts onderin. Dit is een stukje vierkantje blauw.
Het ligt aan wat is your face? Het ligt aan het schelen.
Ja. Is er nog een 41 afgekomen?
Dat is trouwens wel een video van gisteravond, die heb ik niet gezien.
Nee.
Die was gisteravond tijdens een rode vlag.
Ja,
Ja, omdat er een rode vlag was.
dan weet ik, maar ik heb het vreselijk koud gehad.
Een keer een kussen te doen.
Ik heb het hartstikke koud gehad.
Ja.
Ja, maar die hebben al de hele tijd in de regen gereden, dus die hebben het sowieso koud. Ja, dat was groot.
Maar ik heb nog 41 afgekomen.
Ja, maar het was gisteren de eerste 4 uur al.
Ja, toen was het nog een beetje droog in de middag.
Ja, het is alleen maar een
Wat zijn we aan het doen? Ja, die Mars zeg maar.
Team parking, now 24 hours alone.
6 people.
Ja.
6 competitions.
Next time out.
I'll be back, yeah? Yep.
Will be a team ourselves.
After the
meer man dan de bank zitten, niet erbij.
Ja.
Nee, 4. En dan nog maar 10 man.
Hoe ze dachten dat... Toen zei je gingen ze in Gent of Gent? Ja. Gingen ze ook? Dat is gewoon professionele coureur, verschoren zo. En dan nog vinden ze echt laatst of zo.
Jarno Verschoor, die Lopers Verhoeven. Die commentator in real life. Oh? He's never been on the house. It's his first time. Yeah. In real life.
Maybe he should do it.
Instead of driving, he is off. They do it second. Step 12.
Lijkt al een beetje op Jarno opnemen. Ze stond op het einde ook naar die 40 te zoeken, maar die reed al niet meer aan de leiding. Wie? Nummer 40. Op een gegeven moment was 16.
Die Apex Racing, die heeft nog een tijdje podium gebobbeld.
Ja, die stond ineens 7 of zo.
Ja, 500 straf. 10 kilo te licht.
Ja, regelt voor elkaar.
Gewoon 10 kilo, niet 1 of 2.
Daarom hoor. Want ik was aan het volgen.
Een hele stint heb je 10
I was
kilo.
following number Vortex. And then suddenly they were like P7.
Maar niet meer dan
They were second or third.
Nee, maar het mag gewoon niet. En dan mag je straf uitspelen. Hou je de kant van de team.
Ja. We unplugged it. So the box is still. Maar die stonden... De andere kast? Nee. Die zijn een eigen. Oh, dit is van die de Racing Series. Die is ook in afstand, weet ik wel vandaag. Nou, die mogen wel een opknapping gebruiken. Ja, ook team 2000 euro uitgeven, maar het is ook een flinke schade.
Oh, man, gaat ook nog een rondje doen.
Binnenkant. Buiten.
Sorry, af en toe.
Ik heb het erin gehaald hoor.
Hij is maar van. Lift someone up. Lift someone up and then you go to the barrel.
Poke someone's face as well. That's all.
Just keep it as high as possible.
Jamie, did you see the crash with Mark Marquez and Mark Marquez? Oh, sorry.
Maar geen rider.
I only saw a picture.
Oh my god, that thing was
Kunnen we niks aan dat licht doen? Yeah, soon.
I still have an hour to drive. Probably more.
I want to be home before 2 p.m. So.
I think that's for every one of us.
Hey, de schoorsteen.
Stoomboot hier. Stoomboot. Er zit een stoomboot. Stoomboot. Ja.
Steam.
Can we just start, Fred?
I think we will. Ik ga even op Zoom. Of Team Boti Boti team.
Ja, die op 200 rondes achterstand of zo.
Zet hem van één naar laatste. En Loki Kevin lijkt op de
daarvoor mijn dank voor jullie allemaal. Als we nu beginnen met, voordat we gaan beginnen met de prijzen. Je zagen het net al, er zijn een aantal marshals die hebben geen minuut, geen uur geslapen. Die hebben hier alleen maar gestaan om deze race mogelijk te maken. En daar hebben ze echt een uiterste best voor gedaan. Dus ik wil van wedstrijdleiding tot tijdwaarneming, tot marshals, tot de commentatoren, iedereen die dit mogelijk maakt, dat ik het daverend
dat we net de marshals bedanken betekent niet dat wij klaar zijn, want wij gaan volgend weekend met de DRS naar Emmen. Dat betekent dat wij nu direct alle karts open gaan trekken, af gaan spuiten en morgen en overmorgen gaan we weer flink bezig in de werkplaats. Dus wij zijn nog niet klaar en daarom zou ik jullie heel vriendelijk willen verzoeken. We hebben met z'n allen een heleboel zooi gemaakt. Het zou ons heel erg helpen als jullie in ieder geval even je eigen troepjes zo meteen meenemen. Voordat we gaan beginnen met het feestje natuurlijk. Dan, we gaan nu beginnen met de prijsvergelijking van de funklasse. En daar heb ik met 1561 rondes gereden. Met kartnummertje 18 op P3 bij de fun van de Dutch 24-hour Supersonic Racing.
Past niet op het podium. Ja, dat wordt wel lastig passen jongens, maar succes.
Ja, en jullie krijgen natuurlijk niet alleen een trofee, jullie krijgen ook een podiumcamp met daarop de positie waar jullie zijn gefinished. En natuurlijk een flesje champagne. Dan, met 3 rondes meer gereden, 1564, wil ik jullie horen voor de P2 in de fun Backyard Racing.
Die hebben we ook uiteindelijk weggegooid. Ja.
Niet zo erg als die Porsche.
Jamie.
Kunststofzuiger, die staat niet eens in mijn kooltje.
We zijn met z'n zeven.
En de stofzuiger gewoon bij direct kopen. Ja, die gaan we meteen opzoeken.
Dan zijn we aangekomen bij de P1 in het vuurklassement. Ze hebben het eerste gedeelte van de race voornamelijk ook op 1 gestaan in het algemeen klassement. Helaas, daarna zijn ze iets weggezakt. Maar er is nog iets veel belangrijkers. Dit team heeft niet alleen gestreden voor de winst in de vuurklasse, maar zij hebben ondertussen ook met deze race geld opgehaald voor de Cruyff Foundation. Dat hebben zij helemaal uit eigen houtje bedacht en in elkaar gezet. Dus, volgens mij is het nog mogelijk ook om te doneren. Dus willen jullie dat doen? Je ziet nu de gezichten die op het podium komen te staan. Ga achteraf even naar ze toe en dan hoop ik dat er aan het einde van de race een heel mooi bedrag in staat. Ik wil jullie allemaal horen voor de P1 in de fun United Racing!
Wat heb je gehoord?
Eerst de foto, dan de champagne. Zie je al, hè?
Need to make 7 pit stop with 1.5 hour to go. Oh my god. It's stupid. Doing a really long stint. 7 man. Dan kunnen wij volgens mij ook wel staan. Als we 7 man nodig hebben.
En nog eentje erbij.
Precies. Die staat erop hoor. Hè. Die gaan we in de replay zien. We doen naar de replay.
Oké, dan, voordat we doorgaan.
Gaat een hele team op het podium. Ja, mooi joh, maar dat is fun en het is.
En weer nog een hele mooie andere prijs. En deze prijs is voor de snelste rondetijdjes gereden. Nou, was het natuurlijk moeilijk om sommige mensen om deze snelste tijd te overtreffen, omdat wij niet elk moment op een droge baan hebben gereden. Ik denk dat we alles wel hebben gezien. Ik denk dat we ook in de eerste 6 uur van de race wel 3 keer van droog naar nat zijn gegaan. Bizar, maar wel vet. Dan, met een tijd van 41.846 ben ik de rijder van HRSV. Wat kruisbal, hij bent een hoed, bent daarop zijn tijd.
Van een sympathie.
Dat is wel zien. Zij? Vijf. Oh.
De tijd wel heel lang zijn.
Oké,
Op het einde was het wel droog, dus ja, misschien.
in het grootklassement is het in het laatste half uur ineens bizar gaan schuiven door allemaal flinke straffen die zijn gegeven. Hoe het er nu bij staat, had niemand denk ik verwacht. Maar het heeft het wel heel wat spannender gemaakt in het laatste uur. Dan wil ik graag als eerste naar voren roepen. De jongens in het rood, 1566 rondjes gereden. Laat je horen, kart nummertje 1, Schaap Racing.
Ook niet met veel hoor. Nee? 5, 6 coureurs, ja.
Dat is toch meteen maar Italië.
Oh nee, hoor dat. Ja, hoor.
Ik hoor zeker.
Ik zie wat gebeuren.
Je moet nog minimaal 20 minuten rijden.
Wow, dan mag je afmaken.
Ik zet nog gewoon aan om tussen te rijden.
Met 1567 rondjes gereden en ook de snelste tijd van de hele 24 uur race. Het is eigenlijk hun thuisbaan hier zo. Laat je horen voor niet alleen PV, maar ook KartV, HRSV.
Pro-klasse duur, hè? Nee, dat ga ik wel meer van. Als je minder bent, moet je meer geld hebben. Oh, ja, ja. Nee, je moet eigenlijk zo'n 8 of 10 hebben.
Een paar mensen van je zijn gepresteerd of zo.
Zo, schuin wild. Ik kan zelf ook kijken, dus ik denk wel een voorbeeld.
Kijk je zelf op.
Ja, ik sta in velen en sommige mensen zien bij de F2 ook, dus dat zijn niet zo heel veel.
Ja, oké.
Als je kan niet dat Luc in het echt ook zo rijdt zoals hij nu bij ons heeft gedaan.
Het mooie is, ja, je moet gewoon 40 kilo meenemen in de kar.
Het heeft er niet altijd even rustig uitgezien tijdens de race. Er hebben spanningen geweest. Maar uiteindelijk toch op nummer 1 geëindigd. Redemption kan ik wel zeggen. Laat je horen voor de winnaar van de Dutch 24 Hour 4-5 oktober 2025.
zien inmiddels. Wat moeten we bij jullie doen?
dit is het niet inderdaad. Ik ben helemaal kapot.
Dat snap ik.
Helemaal kapot.
Tot morgen.
Nou, tot morgen hè. We staan